Like, listen, Mark, I don't like Stanley.
Stanley, the Navy man, thinks he's so wise. He reads all
I think the only person I have
books
been
with
was
a
Stanley.
squint in his eyes, spins still so wild, like ships in the sky. But whose words
And
are
Nate, Stanley
those?
doesn't state the obvious. Like,
You don't think one parent influence is detrimental?
Yes, he does.
I literally said they need to understand
culture.
that it's a white
If they
people
want to
problem.
beef with you,
Okay,
it's called Stanley versus the world.
and just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
Do I think it's okay?
It just keeps getting worse in this Jonathan Ross case. Turns out he's not a Trump-era DIY Proud Boy hire. No. He's been with ICE for 10 years, and he's a firearms instructor. This dude isn't a failure of training. He is the training. Bro's over here, he is the one causing this shit. This is not like some, like, undertrained, underqualified random agent just shooting shit after being on the job for a month. This is the dude who's training all the other agents. It's not a failure of the system. He is the system. Like, it's fucked on every level. Oh, and then on top of that, he has 35 documented cases against him for using excessive force. And sure, it doesn't matter, or is completely coincidental, but his ex-wife left him to become a lesbian. I'm sure it doesn't matter at all, because with the video, there wasn't a lot of time to think there. But yeah, it doesn't help the case. Doesn't help the case. It's almost like it's working the way they want it to.
Yeah, he's not an exception. This is the rule. In the book, The White Pedestal, there's a note on white nationalist sources. And it goes, white nationalist intellectuals seek academic legitimacy by imitating the conventions of scholarly discourse in their publications. To cite these publications in the same manner that I would cite other scholarship would confer such legitimacy as well as visibility. Therefore, I do not cite publications from white nationalist websites in my notes. Interested researchers will be able to locate them from my description. This is the disclaimer in the book, and it excited me to invite him on to have a conversation. The book is called The White Pedestal: How White Nationalists use ancient Greece and Rome to justify hate. Let me welcome Dr. Curtis Dozier to the Karen Hunter Show. Hello, the author. Hi.
Hi, Karen. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming. He's also, professor in Greek and Roman studies at Vassar College, upstate New York. I've been grappling with this whiteness, and I remember 2014, 2015, when I was starting here, I was questioning this notion of whiteness. I didn't realize it was a construct, because it was never taught to me that whiteness was a construct. You know, it's like white people, black people. I just understood that. But when I started peeling back this onion, I was like, oh, this was invented for a reason. And people have decided to wear the cloak of whiteness when they don't have to, when they could just be Italian, Irish, French, Polish, German. Why white? Even people who speak Spanish now, check white on the census because it gives them a sense of something. So it made me go down a rabbit hole of like, what is this thing? So every time somebody comes on and says, as a white person, I'm like, what makes you white? And I realized that they couldn't answer it because they never considered the question. Mm-hmm. But you did a whole book here where you're talking about white nationalists. What animated you to do this? What inspired you?
Well, what inspired me to do it was in 2015, 2016, when many white Americans, if I can use that expression, were for the first time in a couple generations realizing that white supremacist ideology still existed in this country, as we had the Charlottesville rally, where there was open white nationalism on display. So I was one of those white Americans who was realizing, oh, wait, this this country is still a racist country. There's still racist organizers. Your listeners and you know always knew that, but for me that was news because just like whiteness, it's sort of disguised, right? It's comfortable to tell ourselves that this is a nation that has moved beyond racism and all of those things.
Welcome to Stanley versus the World, everyone. Happy Monday, or as happy as Monday can be to you. Please make sure you hit the like button on the way in. If you happen to catch this on a replay, please make sure that you like the show and or leave comments. I tend to respond to them fairly quickly. So, because I don't get a whole lot of them, but I do get more than I used to. So interact with the show, even if it's a replay. To the specific point, no, we, as in Black Americans, apparently not all of us thought. I remember John McWhorter wrote an article in City Journal. And City Journal, for those who don't know, is the kind of the mouthpiece or the publication, I guess would be a better word, that the Manhattan Institute puts out. It's a little periodical. I think it's weekly. I can't remember now. I only read it occasionally if there's something of interest. John McWhorter literally declared America to be post-racial when Barack Obama was elected. And how he came up with that solution conclusion is beyond me. But people like John McWhorter are clueless. John McWhorter is either exactly my age, or he might be a couple months younger. We're within 12 months of each other in age. He's got roots in the South. I know some of his, I don't know whether it's his mother's side or his father's side, but I mean, there are Georgia roots. And for him to declare America post-racial, it was egregious. And consequently, that's why, especially me, I'll just talk for myself, I think he's a laughingstock. He's probably the worst of all of that bunch because he hasn't figured out that, he still calls himself a liberal, whatever that means in his case. That was like an egregious error for anyone who grew up Black that's my age. I grew up in the South. He grew up, with Southern roots. I'll never understand how he came up with that conclusion, other than it was performative. It was in the City Journal. And by the way, John McWhorter used to be a fellow at the Manhattan Institute, or he had some official relationship at some point. So anyway, let's finish this up.
That's very comfortable, even though it's not true. And so I was looking at the continued existence of white supremacist ideology in this country. And at the same time, I and other classical scholars were noticing that the activists in these white nationalist communities were fascinated by ancient Greece and Rome, which was the subject that I study as a professor. And at first, that surprised me and seemed strange, because I just didn't know what ancient Greece and Rome have to do with white supremacy, because I had never really had to think about that. And so I started working on this material thinking, okay, my job as a professional scholar of classics is to look at the way these people are talking about ancient Greece and Rome and show how they're wrong, show how they're distorting history, show how they are misrepresenting history, show how they're inventing things to support hatred, because I thought there's no way this history could actually support that. But the more I dug into it, the more I found that ancient sources are in many ways useful for giving prestige to racist ideas. And more found, to the point you opened on, that there's a whole history of ancient sources being used, ancient thinkers, ancient remains, ancient sculpture being used by white supremacists.
Again, how could you not know this? They use the Bible. Speaking of ancient texts, they use the Bible to justify white supremacy. How you could be a professor at somewhere like Vassar and not know this, regardless of what your topic is. If you've ever had just a basic college history course, I would think you would know. But anyway, let's get back to this.
To invent whiteness as an identity, to proclaim the superiority of people who are racialized as white over all other kinds of people, and to justify violence and exploitation of violence against and exploitation of those other people. And so the more I worked on it, the more I realized this isn't a story about me proving the white supremacists wrong. It's more of a story about me not knowing all the political entanglements of this material that I had spent my life studying. And so when I wrote this book, I was kind of trying to bring people on that journey with me, to start each chapter with some kind of surprising off the wall thing where you're like, what do these people even know about antiquity? And then by the end of each chapter, you're kind of saying, oh, actually, maybe I believe some of those things about the ancient world too. And what does that say about me and about our country?
That we're wildly ignorant, because if you just went back a couple of thousand more years, you would bump into Africans. I've been talking about Plato and Socrates, Aristotle. Socrates, they made him kill himself, right? Because he brought something into the Greek culture that was foreign. But where did he study? Where did he get this philosophy, the Socratic method that we credit to him? It didn't come from him. He studied it in Africa.
There are ancient sources that say Plato went to Africa to learn from the Egyptians.
Here's what we should learn is that there are a group of people who are so bankrupt of culture that they need to establish an origin story for themselves that erases everything that came before them to validate their existence and their dominance now, when previous cultures did not feel the need. Like Egypt was very welcoming of people from they recognized the collaborative spirit in building greatness, and it existed for longer than Rome because of some would say that was the undermining, bringing all these people in from different places to build.
Well, if I were Karen Hunter, I'd be very careful here. Because there are a lot of hoteps who do the same thing, but on the opposite end of the spectrum. So don't beat them up too bad, because we have enough in our own community. Greg Carr might be one of them. So careful here.
Doubt greatness, they need each other, and there was no race per se, and even the way we depict the Egyptians, because they can't duplicate the pyramids, but they want to say that these people were from, Mesopotamia. They were, like Cleopatra, they always lean in on her, but they don't lean into the people that came from the Sudan, because that's how the Nile flows, right? Those dark complected people as the, progenitors of all of this science. So how do we get to the core? Because if we all come from this continent, which we do, but that's never the origin story to the supremacy. Why? How do we bridge that? Because that's really what we're dealing with right now is abject ignorance.
And I mean, what's interesting is there's quite a lot of ancient sources that do what you're saying, which is recognize the dependence on and indebtedness to, within classical Greece especially, but to some extent in ancient Rome too, the dependence on and indebtedness to Egypt, to North Africa, to what they called Asia, which we would call like the Near East or the Middle East. There's all kinds of ancient sources that recognize that. And this is actually one of the ways that history has been distorted, not by the contemporary white nationalist activists that I'm right about, but actually by professional scholars in Europe of the 17th, 18th, and 19th century,
Correct.
who, as you say, searching for a origin story for Europe, not coincidentally at the same time as the transatlantic slave trade is getting going, at the same time that resources are being extracted from countries that new modes of travel, not countries, locations that new modes of travel are allowing them to travel to, at the same time that the genocide of indigenous people in what we now call North America is being started. Intellectuals in Europe, mainstream, influential, respected intellectuals, are looking for an origin story of Europe that justifies the violence being perpetrated on the rest of the world. And so one place they turned to was ancient Greece and Rome, which already were regarded within Europe as sophisticated, admirable societies. And there's a lot you could admire about them, but they also were slave economies, and they had a lot of, there's a lot of internal violence and hierarchy there. But one of the ways they sort of created this story of like the Greek and Roman genius that justifies European domination of the world is by erasing all those connections with other parts of the world and other kinds of people and much older traditions. And that's been, that's actually in a way not what my book is about. That's been for a long time. If any of your listeners or you have heard of the book Black Athena, which came out in the 80s, and the other volume in the 90s, a very controversial book, because it was saying that. The first volume was basically arguing that and demonstrating it very clearly, and people didn't want to hear that message then or now.
This is the thing. Dr. Curtis Dozier is here, and we're talking about his book, which, posits that the white nationalists that are taking hold of this current, and probably always have entrenched themselves in ancient Greece and Roman history to bolster this notion of their supremacy. But I find it, and it's difficult because I was in academia for a long time, 20 plus years. And every year I was like, what am I teaching? And then I'm questioning what I'm learning, because, it's hard for us, those of us who have taught in the classroom, to say everything I've been taught is wrong, because your dissertation is built on it, on this house of cards, your whole existence. You're teaching, you have letters to teach something that may not be true anymore. Do you go back and say, hey, this is not true, let me throw all of that away and come back and teach something different? Like, how does one navigate that?
And I mean, my version of that, Karen, when I was working on my research for this book, I'm reading these white nationalist publications, and more than a few times I found things said in them about ancient Greece, about Rome, that I learned in classes. Here I am reading notorious supremacist journals, and I found formulations and ways of valuing the ancient world that were very familiar to me. And it kind of made my skin crawl to realize, and these are things I learned at, prestigious colleges and so on. So, that's when I really knew. That was part of me, like, shifting my perspective on this, is kind of finding myself in the material that I was looking at, finding things I had been taught, but maybe it's better to say these are things I learned.
Right.
There's a difference, because you've been a teacher. You tell the students one thing, they might hear something that's filtered through their assumptions. So it's as much, I'm not sure what my teachers were trying to teach me when they said those things, but I know what I learned. And I learned things that are consonant with white nationalist ideology. So what I try to do, I don't necessarily think the approach is to say what I did before was not true and now what's true. But what I try to do in my teaching now is be hyper vigilant against the impulse to say that we are studying ancient Greece and Rome because these are foundational, because these are high societies with wisdom we can learn from. I hope I never said we study them because they are our ancestors. These are all our ancestors, right? Who am I even talking to when I say that in a diverse classroom, right? I'm not talking to everyone if I use that phrase. So, I work very hard to remove those kinds of attitudes from the class and to incorporate the criticism of those kinds of attitudes into my class. So for me, studying the ancient world is less about like, what dates did these things happen? Who won this battle? Who wrote this treatise? And it's less about, isn't it amazing that they have that treatise? And it's more about, what is the history of people thinking this treatise is amazing? What is the history of people thinking that Plato's Republic is amazing? And how has that supported eugenics? How has that supported anti-democratic thinking? How has that sort of made it possible to claim you're engaging in democratic practices when in fact there's a disguised hierarchy in them, which is kind of what Plato's advocating in the Republic, in his ideal city and so on. So, to me, it's more about it's not about a true false binary. It's more about rejecting an idealizing view and taking a critical view.
We're talking with Professor Dr. Curtis Dozier. The book is called The White Pedestal: How White Nationalists Use Ancient Greece and Rome to Justify Hate. We're in a time, I don't know if you agree with this, we're in a period of time that I think will be remembered hundreds of years from now. They're going to circle this time period. They're going to call it something. I don't know if the age of ignorance, I don't know what they're going to call it, but it's going to be called something. And we're all responsible for what we're doing in this time, how we're reacting to it. How has this revelation that you've come to since 2016 changed you, and what are you doing besides the classroom, which is important? I think it's important to make young people think more deeply, but what has it done to you personally in terms of how you move in the world?
That's a deep question, Karen. I mean, a lot happened in those years too, from 2016 to now. Murder of George Floyd is a big one. Things that happened around the coronavirus pandemic, with a sort of resurgent anti-diversity regime in our public schools. So in a way, it's maybe hard to separate. Well, okay, actually, I think I know how I can answer this. Working on this material before that made me pay attention to those things. In a way that I don't think I would have when I was just classics professor teaching Latin. I don't think I would have recognized the grotesque injustice in the way I did of everything that's happened in the country and for the last 8 years. And maybe even today, if I'm really honest with myself, I might have sat here being like, well, this is really bad, but it's not bad for me or something. And I think I kind of understood. I'm trying to think what phrase you used a little earlier at the beginning, maybe with the previous guest, that we are together. And so I think this made me, I mean, I don't want to overstate this because it's a journey, right? And I've got a ways to go, but I think it made me think about what people who are different from me in my community, at my institution, at my church, it made me both think about and wonder, like, what's this like for them? And I think it made me care about that and want to act on it. And so I wish I had done more or was doing more, but I've been involved
it's not too late. We're still here. You're still breathing.
There's the water here.
Yeah, that's okay. While you do
I've been involved. I got involved, but I was able to recognize it as an opportunity. I've been involved in an anti-racist group in the local school district here. That has nothing to do with ancient Greece and Rome, but I think I saw that as a way to try to walk the walk a little bit of some of the things I've been saying. In some of our internal processes on campus here, I've tried to be a voice.
Well, this is where, it starts going down that, this is what I'm doing. I think he even uses the word allyship at some point in this interview, and I think we're past the point of allyship. Um, that's all well and good, but we are where we are right now. I'm going to switch gears a little bit here because I have another short clip from Alan Harrelson, who some of you may know is a historian. I think he's just kind of an independent scholar or something like that these days. But this topic of basically taking history and interpreting it to whatever your agenda is, it's done all the time. The left does it, the right does it, everybody does it. That is the thing about history. It's a narrative, it's an interpretation of events. But the reason this particular clip is interesting to me is that Harrelson actually winds up saying something that I agree with. He's basically, criticizing Stephen Miller. However, it's a very good example of two people coming to the same conclusion, but for different reasons. All while basically looking at the same American history. It's sometimes fascinating how this stuff can work. Let me see. Let me paste this in here. What's up, CKJ3? Oh, here we go. Okay, let me make sure that I have this. Yeah, it's the right one. So I'm going to let this play through because it's real short, and then I'll talk about it afterwards.
Stephen Miller made what he thinks is a certain statement on Fox News. Sovereignty within the American system of government rests exclusively with Washington, D.C., not with the states. He says that we are one nation. Well, that's not how many people prior to the Civil War thought about it. There was a...
Yeah, I said I was going to let it go all the way to the end. So basically, from a pre-Civil War position on states' rights is why Alan Harrelson is disagreeing with Stephen Miller. There are those who basically would have us go back to what some historians call the first regime or the first republic, the pre-Civil War Constitution before the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. It is scary that we're agreeing on something, but for two totally different reasons. I'm disagreeing with Stephen Miller because of the Reconstruction amendments, including birthright citizenship. And this guy's talking about states' rights. That shit was solved with the Civil War. So I'll let this play through, but it's amazing that he's doing the same thing that these Straussian far-right MAGA people are doing with Greek and Roman texts. They're kind of going back way before Reconstruction and finding an agenda or support for an agenda that to normal people doesn't make sense, or at least people like me. I won't call myself normal, I guess.
And interesting, probably one of the most famous debates in the U.S. Congress occurred in 1830. They're known as the Webster-Hayne debates between Daniel Webster of Massachusetts and Robert Hayne of South Carolina.
So this dude is going all the way back to 1830 to justify. I'm like, wow.
and they were arguing about the nature of the Union. Where does sovereignty rest? And so I wanted to quote to you a few lines from the Senate during this same time period from John Rowan, who was a senator from Kentucky. And so this is February 4th, 1830. This is John Rowan. I contend, therefore, that the states made the Constitution and thereby rendered the Union greatly more perfect than it was under the Articles of Confederation. I contend also that the individuality and sovereign personality of the states were not at all impaired by that instrument, that the states remained plenary sovereigns as much as they were before the formation of the Constitution, that they have not by that instrument parted with one jot of their sovereign power. He goes on to say, the sentiment that the states, by the formation of the Constitution, divested themselves of a large portion of their sovereign power is, in my humble opinion, as erroneous as it is unhappily prevalent. And this error will be advocated by all who are hostile to state sovereignty and friendly to a consolidated government. I will die on this hill, saying repeatedly, as I have said since I began reading American political history as a teenager, the history is very clear to me that the states did not relinquish sovereignty when they ratified the Constitution. So,
okay, well, you die on that hill, but the bottom line is that states gave up a lot of sovereignty due to the Civil War. So, you go back to 1830, I'll stick with the post-Reconstruction world. There's another historian that has an interesting breakdown of phases of American history, but I'm not going to bore you all with that today, maybe some other day. But the right, just like the left, and everybody does it, they will bend history or interpret history to suit their own agenda, including me. Everybody does it. But don't be fooled that Stephen Miller and gang up in D.C. don't care about states' rights. When they went to Texas and the other red states to basically create more congressional districts to try and get a handle on the 2026 midterms, that is them believing in states' rights. States control their elections. School districts, where the locality controls, the local school board controls the schools. That's why they're getting rid of the Department of Education. So they believe in states' rights when it's convenient for them to believe in states' rights. That's just how the political game is played in these United States. And, it can be used for good. It can be used for bad. I'm not going to fuss too much about it, but I am going to point it out. So let's move on. CKJ3, I couldn't remember who said that, so I'll make sure you get credited with that quote here in a few minutes. And while I'm thinking about it, everybody, if you're new, please make sure you subscribe to the channel. One of these days, we'll actually make it to 500 subscribers and, have a chance at monetization. I'm not sure I'll take the opportunity if presented, but, it's good to be able to at least have options. The other thing is you can support the show one of several ways. You can support the show by supporting the host, the subscriptions, the YouTube premium, all that stuff, anything that helps to defray costs. The other thing, like CKJ3 did, he had a memorable one-liner, and I think if you can, the convention is, whatever I think is funny, may wind up as a show title. Show titles tend sometimes not to really have anything to do with whatever the content of the live stream is. In this case, it does, but it has nothing to do with news. It has to do with some content creators that we all know and love. And I may get to talk about it. I may not. It's not super interesting. And sometimes if you don't participate in the YN behavior, it'll just kind of go away on its own. Sometimes it's worth it not to just stoke the flames. And in this case, the flames weren't hot enough or even interesting enough for me to trouble my old boomer ass with. Let the youngins play. Sometimes you gotta, as an older person, you gotta let the young folks kind of grouse amongst themselves. So, like I said, we may talk about it, we may not. All right. Let me add some quotation marks, and then we'll get into a couple news items. All right, so CKJ3 has been properly cited as the source of today's show title. So what we have on screen here is Paul Krugman in his Substack. I guess it's today. Yeah, it's today's Substack. I'm going to read a couple paragraphs here, but the title is Big Business Should End Its Faustian Bargain with Trump. The subtitle, He's Out of Control, and if you don't hang together to counter him, y'all hang separately. I think that's a clever turn of a historical phrase. So Krugman writes, when Donald Trump returned to power, America's billionaires and the leaders of its biggest corporations rushed to prostrate themselves at his feet. Some of them, especially but not only among the tech bros, did so because they themselves wanted an authoritarian regime that would stamp out wokeness. I still recall the top banker who, after Trump won, and that's probably Jamie Dimon, told the Financial Times that I feel liberated. We can say retarded without fear of getting canceled. It's a new dawn. Really? A top banker said that? Many business leaders, however, understood how dangerous Trump was. They knew he was the least qualified individual intellectually, psychologically, and morally ever to occupy the White House. Therefore, he's, and this is my comment, therefore, he's the most American president probably we've ever had, definitely ever had since, say, Andrew Jackson. In the aftermath of January 9th, many Fortune 5, that's of last year, many Fortune 500 corporations announced to great acclaim that they would stop donating to Republicans. But after a few months of Republican threats of retaliation, those companies quietly turned the spigot back on. I'm sure that they convinced themselves that the Trump of January 6th was an aberration. In their minds, with enough flattery and donations, he crossed out bribes. And with Treasury Secretary Bessent to quietly steer the ship, Trump could be managed the way he was during his first term. Bessent, they figured, was a sensible businessman like them. After all, Bessent had worked closely with George Soros, the bête noire of the right, and ultimately ran his own hedge fund. I didn't know that. Trump's anti-immigrant, anti-trade, and anti-democracy rhetoric, they reasoned, was just a show in order to get elected. Bessent certainly understood that he was a critical actor in this supposed charade. For example, when Trump first began threatening to impose enormous tariffs on our trading partners, Bessent vowed that this was only a bargaining tactic in order to calm panicked markets. Moreover, believing that the extremism was a charade was made much easier by corporate America's expectations of future profits from the conventional right-wing parts of his agenda. Tax cuts, plus increased freedom to pollute and defraud consumers, along with lax financial regulation and permissive antitrust. No more pesky Democrats to get in their way. Even now, people to treat taco, which means Trump always chickens out, as if it were an established fact, although the past few weeks show that it's just wishful thinking. On tariffs, does this look like taco to you? Okay, and then there's some charts in here, basically looking at tariff rates, the big jump right after Trump took office between January and April of last year. You'll remember Liberation Day. And then he talks, he's got a picture here of Trump's immigration policy, you know, that Trump always chickens out. No, that has not borne fruit. Trump chickens out in the short term, but in the end, he figures out, you know, how to make America swallow that bitter medicine. So deportation spiking, tariffs spiking, especially on China. And then, you know, he goes on, you know, to talk about some other things. So again, just a reminder, most of these articles that I talk about are in the show notes. Feel free to avail yourself of them. CKJ says, a Somalian living in the UK saying he hates MLK. People are sick on the internet. Oh, you must be talking about Vanta. Yeah, he is, I think he is unhinged, if not outright on the spectrum somehow. I don't know which spectrum he's on, but he's on some spectrum. All right, so let's talk about immigration. Kristi Noem defends Minnesota ICE operations, saying judge's order didn't change anything. And I suspect she's right, to be honest. So here's a little clip from Face the Nation.
Kristi Noem. Good morning to you, Madam Secretary.
Good morning.
Well, DHS calls this the largest operation in its history, nearly 3,000 federal agents out there. Is this an open-ended deployment, or is there a metric for success that ends it?
Well, I think every day we get a murderer off the streets of Minneapolis, the public is safer, and President Trump is keeping his promise to the American people.
Wait, hold it. Did she say every day we get a murderer off the streets? Ooh, that's bold.
And we
there are so many comments I could make about that statement.
Arrested and detained thousands of illegal criminals.
What's up, dirty dude?
Since President Trump came back into the White House, and I've never met a family that ever said, "Oh, I wish you would have left that rapist free. I wish you would have left that murderer on the streets." So we're just so thankful that we have a president that's upholding the law and is determined to make sure that the laws are applied equally to everyone.
According to Pew, Minnesota's population of immigrants here illegally stands at 2.2%. So how do you judge when you've gotten everyone off the streets that you say is, you know, requiring your federal agents be there? How do you say we've had mission accomplished?
Well, we won't stop until we are sure that all the dangerous people are picked up, brought to justice, and then deported back to their home countries. You don't have a number or a date? We wouldn't be in this situation. We wouldn't be in this situation if Joe Biden hadn't allowed our open border policies to be in place and allowed up to 20 million people unvetted into this country. We have no idea how many dangerous people are here. When you have millions of people coming in that are terrorists, suspected terrorists,
millions,
criminals come from countries in the mass migration that the Biden administration facilitated, I can't tell the people of Minnesota exactly how many dangerous criminals they have. I do know that they're extremely grateful every time we get a pedophile off the street. We arrested an individual this week that was raping children. I think those parents in Minnesota can sleep better at night knowing that that person isn't free.
Sure, but you just said millions. What's the breakdown of the percentage of those who you have in custody who have actually committed a criminal offense versus just the civil infraction?
Every single individual has committed a crime, but 70% of them have committed or have charges
that's
against
probably
them
not true.
on violent crimes and crimes that they are charged with or have been convicted of that have come from other countries, first of all, and then they have committed a criminal act while they've been here or in their home countries as well.
It's not 70%.
Yes, it is. It absolutely is.
70% of everyone
you guys keep
detained
changing
has-
your percentage. You pick and choose what numbers you think work, but that is the facts, is that 70% of the people that we have detained have charges against them or have been convicted of charges, and they need to be brought to justice. And we're going to keep doing that no matter how much you guys keep lying and don't tell the public the truth. It absolutely.
See, everybody, if you're not for us, you're against us. That's how these people are thinking. Look at her, like Martha. I can't remember the Face the Nation lady's name. Like she is, part of the problem.
Is that these law enforcement officers are out there every day.
Isn't CBS like the next Fox News? Why is she slapping this young lady around? They're on your team now. They're Secretary Noam.
Doing the work to protect the American people, and they will keep doing that because they believe in enforcing the law, which is exactly what President Trump has charged them with.
Okay, well, our reporting is that 47%, based on your agency's own numbers, 47% have criminal convictions against them. But let's talk about the other
You're
numbers.
wrong again. Absolutely. We'll get you the correct numbers so you can use them in the future.
Well, that's from your agency. Let's talk about our numbers here at CBS. 54% of Americans think the ICE agent shooting of Renee Good was not justified. 60% say the Trump administration responded to the ICE agent's actions unfairly. These numbers show you do not have the American public on your side. Does that concern you?
Well, the facts are that this individual weaponized her car and threatened the life of the law enforcement officer and those around him. And
she literally didn't threaten anybody. It's like, they will. I have to admire her dedication for as long as she's around. From what I'm hearing, it's very possible she's going to be impeached. She's not even that popular with Republicans.
that is what the media needs to cover. People understand is the truth when they have the chance to hear the facts around the case. And this individual was impeding law enforcement operations for quite some time before this incident happened. It's a tragedy that this situation has happened in this country, and we hope there's never another situation like this before. But this officer relied on his training to defend his life and to defend those around him, and we're grateful that we're in a situation where we hope that more people don't weaponize their vehicles like this. We're seeing it happen over and over again. We've seen over 100 different vehicles weaponized and attacking law enforcement officers. I would hope that Mayor Fry, when he's on here, that he'll announce that he's going to start working with us to bring safety to the streets. If he would set up a peaceful protest zone so that these individuals can exercise their First Amendment.
Okay. First Amendment rights they cannot be zoned. And I've heard enough of this drivel. I'm thinking I saw a video that would be a nice counter to this narrative that Secretary Noam wants to spoon feed us, but I can't think of where it is, so I'm not going to worry about it. Pentagon readies 1,500 soldiers if the 3,000 ICE agents aren't enough. They're going to be available, should Trump decide to do the Insurrection Act. 1,500 soldiers to possibly deploy to Minnesota. On Sunday, yesterday. The Pentagon ordered roughly 1,500 active duty U.S. soldiers to prepare for possible deployment to Minnesota, placing units on alert in case violence escalates, the Washington Post reported. After January 7th, 2026, the shooting of Renee Good by an ICE agent, President Donald Trump threatened to invoke the Insurrection Act if officials do not stop protesters from targeting immigration agents. And by the way, for whatever good it might do, a district judge has basically said, hey, you're not to pepper spray these people. It is their right to watch at a distance ICE operations. You can't stop them from doing that. But I'm sure, what happened a couple weeks ago will, that'll scare a lot of people off, I'm sure. And that's what they're banking on. So the soldiers come from two infantry battalions of the 11th Airborne. And defense, are they, what would be cool is they just parachute into into Minneapolis. District Judge Kate Menendez's Friday order barred federal agents from using chemical irritants and detaining peaceful protesters, while Governor Tim Walz mobilized the Minnesota National Guard without deploying them to city streets. That can easily be countermanded, I'm sure. Historically, the Insurrection Act is a rarely invoked 19th century statute last used in 1992 by George H.W. Bush in deploying active duty troops would shift civil military relations amid legal challenges. I guess that was the Rodney King riots. So it's been a while. So let's stick with the immigration news. A Maryland mom now wearing ankle monitor fighting to prove U.S. citizenship after ICE deportation threat. And I've said this several times. People who are thinking that U.S. citizens are not being targeted based on phenotype, you're deluding yourselves. I heard a report from somewhere this morning that Native Americans, there are a lot of Native American tribes, I guess, in Minnesota. They're being stopped. They're not, they don't look American enough, and they're being harassed. Perfectly good, I guess what the message would be is don't leave the res. you might get deported. Maybe they'll get deported back to the res. I don't know how that would actually work, but they are inconvenient. I said this months ago. The goals may be something that everyone would approve of. Their methods are sloppy and just basically inconveniencing, if not outright harassing, actual American citizens. So I don't know the background of this young lady, but according to her, she was born here. So let's hear what this is all about.
Mother detained by ICE despite her claims that she's a U.S. citizen. She's now free, but must wear an ankle monitor, which her lawyer calls dehumanizing. WJZ investigator Mike Helgren is live with what happened at her check-in with ICE in Baltimore today. Mike, good evening.
Good evening, Nikki. Good evening, everybody. She says she was questioned for hours by ICE, asked the same questions over and over again, and she was scared she'd be detained again, but was ultimately allowed to go. Her lawyers say this is likely the first and last time she will be speaking publicly about the case. They say they've gone to great lengths to prove her citizenship, including hiring a forensic expert, and they believe this case sets a dangerous precedent.
She was in shock when she was asked to get up out of the car, and that she then was arrested.
Well, let me offer a constructive criticism here. Speaking in Spanish, it is not gonna help your case. If you were born here, how do you make it to 22 years old and not speak English? If you're living in Maryland, this is troubling. I mean, far be it from me to actually take the side of ICE in the Trump administration, but I might be able to kind of like, hey, how do you, how can you be a U.S. citizen and go to school in the U.S. and be 22 years old and not, you should be speaking English with the most Southern drawl you could possibly come up with to be more convincing. Which reminds me, when I was in college, I knew a pair of sisters who were Puerto Rican by kind of heritage, and they were fluent Spanish speakers. But it was so weird to see them switch from Spanish to their native, I can't remember where they were from in Georgia, like Clayton County or something, but they had the most country ass English accents. They had that pure Georgia Southern drawl, but they would switch back and forth from "Hey y'all" to, "Buenos dias." It was actually really amusing to hear them go back and forth, but they were fluent in both languages. So this lady just reminded me of those two sisters. So yeah, we'll switch over. I'm saying, that you're not convincing if you're not, using if you're not talking English. And I didn't read this particular article. This is David French, who is of the right. An old theory helps explain what happened to Renee Good, and I probably should have read this. I don't know what that theory is. Let's see here. If I can scan through it and see what that old theory is. There you have it. The challenge. Okay. In 1971, the Supreme Court created a path for plaintiffs to sue federal officials for violations of their constitutional rights. Since then, however, the court has limited the reach of that case, and it is now extremely difficult to sue when the federal government violates your rights. That is true. And there you have it. That's the challenge any citizen faces when he or she tries to hold the federal government responsible for violating the Constitution. The government is defended by a phalanx of immunities and privileges buttressed by the president's unchecked pardon power, a vestige of royal authority that should no longer have any place in our constitutional republic. That pardon power is not going anywhere. President Trump is stress testing American law, and the law is failing the test. Boy, howdy. If you've heard some of these historians talk and others, political scientists, in some ways, the founding fathers and definitely the framers of the Constitution, they were naive. They weren't banking on the most American of all presidents to be taking office here. So the theory they're talking about is basically the supremacy clause. So that is that. Is what it is. Let's see, what is this? White House wanted an ICE spectacle and it backfired. I don't know that I agree with that. And I actually had this marked. Somehow or another, my highlighter went away. Yeah, that's shock and awe. So let me start up here. There are videos shot on phones as everyday Americans witness ICE agents in action. Immigration enforcement keeps turning into physical confrontations with protesters. Some of these instances, protesters are looking to ramp up the volatility and arrests are justified. But far more often, lookers on are exercising First Amendment rights or simply going about their days. Americans see an ICE agent at a gas station shoving, then chasing a protester, seemingly without provocation. Or they're returning their shopping carts at the entrance to a Target store and see a scrum of ICE agents tackling a teenage boy working there who turned out to be a U.S. citizen. These incidents both occurred recently in Minnesota, where residents are on alert for ICE misbehavior, but others can be found all across the nation. This is not a government strategy so much as it is a spectacle, one that has little to do with the president's promise to deport violent criminals. The performance starts at the recruitment stage. Yes, absolutely it does. I've commented on that. America's been invaded by criminals and predators. We need you to get them out, reads the current ICE sign-up page. Choose your mission, in quotation marks. Deportation operations are being treated like a video game, one that comes with a signing bonus of up to $50,000, significantly scaled back training, and the federal government's full backing. Approximately 3,000 federal agents now cover Minneapolis, a city with 600 police officers. More clashes seem inevitable, including the kind that Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem might call acts of domestic terrorism. One interesting thing that I heard about is that a lot of the actual police officers of those 600 that this article mentions are actually on board with ICE. There was like last week, there was a kind of like a one of these protests that police do sometimes where they had like a high number of officers calling in sick, basically seemingly tacit support for ICE, their operations. I guess it's a cop version of bro code, but it is what it is. Let's see. So we're going to switch gears here. We're going to talk about some foreign policy stuff. Top Catholic clerics denounce U.S. foreign policy. Citing recent events in Venezuela, Ukraine, and Greenland, 3 cardinals said their statement was inspired by Pope Leo, who, as probably everybody here knows, is the first American-born and bred pope. So, the Pope's wearing that Chicago White Sox hat and acting like an American. He has stuff to say. I assume he's an American citizen. So, why not? Why not criticize? So it says here the 3 highest ranking Roman Catholic clerics who lead archdioceses in the United States said in a strongly worded statement on Monday that America's moral role in confronting evil around the world is in question for the first time in decades. Their critique of the Trump administration's principles, while not mentioning President Trump by name, escalates the American Catholic Church's denunciations of the country's top leaders. I am really interested to know what people like Patrick Deneen would have to say about this. Let me see if there's any response in here by somebody like a Deneen. Because there is a wing of MAGA that is very Catholic. Let's see, I don't see anything in here about a response from somebody of that Deneen ilk. But yeah, there's a Catholic wing of MAGA that gets mentioned in a book that I should be reading maybe by next week. So speaking of foreign policy, and this is really just embarrassing, to be honest, Trump cites Nobel snub to justify Greenland demand in letter. So on January 19th, that is today, US President Donald Trump told Norwegian Prime Minister Jonas Gahr Støre he no longer feels obligated to think purely of peace and demanded complete control of Greenland. Well, Norway doesn't control Greenland, but I guess, they're talking about the Trump imposed like 10% tariffs that are going to go up to 25% if these countries don't back down and give him Greenland. So after Maria Corina Machado gifted her 2025 Nobel Peace Prize to Trump at a White House meeting, the Nobel Foundation and Norwegian Nobel Committee stressed the award's permanence and said it cannot be transferred. The National Security Council reportedly shared Trump's letter with European diplomats, and PBS NewsHour's Nick Schifrin published a copy after it circulated. Trump amplified the message on Truth Social on January 19th, today. So Trump is basically saying, screw peace. If I don't get a peace prize, I don't need to think about peace. So, seems reasonable to me. And speaking of peace, Putin invited to join Trump's board of peace for Gaza, Kremlin says. Who better to talk about peace than the man who's invading Ukraine? Dude, these people have no sense of irony. On Monday, the Kremlin said Russian President Vladimir Putin received through diplomatic channels an invitation to join the U.S. Board of Peace for Gaza, with Moscow studying the proposal and seeking U.S. clarification, Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov said. The White House announced Friday the Board of Peace will provide strategic oversight to a ceasefire and oversee Gaza's demilitarization and reconstruction under a 20-point plan. Damn it. So let's talk a little bit about this ceasefire. Benjamin Netanyahu's against this Board of Peace, by the way. Kazakhstan's leader accepted an invitation, by the way. Tony Blair, the former UK Prime Minister, Marco Rubio's Steve Witkoff, they're the two diplomats. Invitations went out to about 60 countries, and reports say permanent membership requires a $1 billion payment. So you can buy a seat on that board, a permanent seat on that board, if you can come up with $1 billion. What am I going to say to that? So speaking of ceasefire, this is Mehdi Hassan's outfit, Zateo, and they have a little newsletter that's titled What Ceasefire? There have been 1,244 Israeli violations since the so-called peace deal. These aren't making the news, apparently. But, this link is in the show notes. But the ceasefire, well, what can I say? 1,244 violations. Yeah, that's not a peace plan. So let's see. I think this is the final kind of foreign relations story here. After Trump reignites a trade war over Greenland, he's got like 8 countries or something that he's tacking on a 10% tariff which is going to go up. Europe weighs hitting back. Europeans' dependence on the United States for NATO security limits its options. Its strongest response would be a trade bazooka. Apparently, one of the European leaders used that term, and other options are possible. European leaders are loath to accept the forced takeover of an autonomous territory that is controlled by Denmark, a member of both NATO and the European Union. Officials and outside analysts increasingly argue that Europe will need to respond to Mr. Trump with force, namely by hitting back on trade, but doing so could come at a heavy cost to both the bloc's economy and its security, since Europe remains heavily reliant on the United States for support through NATO. Well, essentially what Trump is doing is souring the milk. These European countries are probably going to have to wean themselves off. I honestly don't know if NATO, it may hang on till the end of, Trump's term, however that may come to an end. But I'm not 100% sure NATO is going to survive this. So we will devolve into some unrelated stories. I, had been thinking about this. Tech firms pledge $15 billion for grid as data center power costs surge. Essentially, people, you and me, the payers of our electric bills are going to wind up paying for these giant ass data centers. And this is what big business does in the United States. They socialize their costs, but privatize the profits. And these data centers, AI is going to cost, they'll reduce your taxes, but you're going to wind up, with bigger electric bills. Let's see. And then a couple China stories. Real estate crash weighs on China's economic growth. However, falling apartment prices have erased the savings of millions of Chinese households, but exports lifted the economy to 5% growth last year. They had a huge trade surplus with the rest of the world, like $1 trillion, a little bit more than $1 trillion to their positive as far as the trade surplus. So they are growing, but counter to that, and I thought I'd put this story up there. China's birth rate is cratering. Let me see, can I find that story right quick? Unsurprising, to be honest. Did I save that? Yeah, here it is. Oops. Give me one sec here. Let me bring up that story. So China's birth rate plunges to the lowest level since 1949. So China's population fell for a fourth straight year, and its birth rate tumbled as policymakers failed to slow a demographic crisis. This is what happens when governments, get heavily involved with these disastrous social engineering projects. And apparently China has declared childbirth a patriotic act. And I suspect America is going to kind of do something similar. Hey, Shara, how you doing? I suspect America is going to be doing that, something close to that. So it will be a patriotic act to impregnate yourselves. I think I've heard everything from baby bonds, Trump accounts, that's going to be a thing. So that is the China news. This, yeah, and I'm basically done with the news articles. I got some videos here, and this for Martin Luther King, more or less the videos are going to be kind of centering around this being the King Day holiday. Journal of Free Black Thought, and I very rarely use stuff out of this. And let me enlarge this. Again, this is in the show notes if anybody wants to read it on their own on their own time. So this is titled "We Must Return to the Classical Black American Tradition." And I'm going to be honest, this combined with something that I heard earlier, kind of on quote Black YouTube. How is this not a version of a victim complex? You often hear these anti-Black blacks and Black conservatives in general talking about the victim mentality when they're actually doing the same thing. And the reason I say that is somewhere in here, he talks, and the author of this is called Kendall Qualls. He's some sort of businessman, Black guy. And I'll read a little bit of this. Of course, they're going to blame Democrats. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s address at the Lincoln Memorial served as a definitive catalyst for the expansion of agency and opportunity for Black Americans, an advancement particularly felt by those of us raised in the segregated South. Yet the profound promise of the civil rights movement was soon compromised by a strategic ideological shift within the American left. Yeah, of course, blame it on the left. Over subsequent decades, the leadership of the Democratic Party increasingly adopted a socio-political framework influenced by neo-Marxist and socialist critiques, fundamentally altering the trajectory of Black civic life and political activism. The ideological pivot prioritized state-managed social engineering over the cultivation of organic community capital. The resulting policy architecture, characterized by expansive welfare state interventions, has incentivized the erosion of the traditional nuclear family, the marginalization of religious institutions, and a decline in community order. What was initially presented as a benevolent safety net evolved into a system of institutional dependency that has presided over decades of declining church attendance, social fragmentation, fatherlessness, and violence within urban centers, instability that has now permeated the broader American social fabric. So here's what this guy is saying, at least in my interpretation. He's literally sounding like a Be Brave or one of the actual, Braves are racist. The anti-Black blacks are racist too, but in a slightly different way. He's basically saying that Black people are contributing to the decline of the larger American fabric. Well, here's what I think. The Moynihan Report was written for a reason. It is unsubstantiated, what would I call it? It's almost propaganda to say that everything was okay. And I think it would be truer to say the Black community wasn't doing that well before 1964. In the welfare state, maybe you could get away with saying it accelerated a decline, but marriage rates and all that stuff, that was never solid. It was declining, and possibly the welfare state accelerated it. But one thing that I thought about is welfare, basically, the welfare state had served the white community since pretty much the Great Depression. Why would it affect the black community in a more drastic in a more drastic way? Well, when America catches a cold, black people catch the flu. I think that things like redlining, things like the GI Bill, which black people had no access to, say back in the 40s, a large part of the 50s. Whatever problems the welfare state had caused in the white community had been offset by benefits. GI Bill, a lot of the New Deal era programs, blacks in the South especially didn't have access to. So there were offsets, in my opinion, and I'm not an expert, but this is just what I've kind of gleaned over my years of reading American history. Black people were more prone to some of the pitfalls because of the history. And for black people to get in there and do this victim complex, essentially this is a victim complex, except the anti-black blacks and the Thomas Sowell acolytes want to blame Democrats, but it's still a victim mentality. They're saying basically blacks are the victims of Democrats and the social safety net. I just don't get why nobody calls these folks out for it. Oh yeah, I have a friend of mine, a Navy buddy of mine who has a cousin that combined the father and the mother's name to come up with a unique a unique name. So yeah. Let's see. Shara says, thank you. I've only lived in Florida. That's a beautiful name. Oh, okay. You're talking to Dirty. So anyway, I think this far right MAGA black victim mentality is just it's as bad as any other victim complex. So this is a picture of the dude who wrote this. He's taken the opportunity, MLK's birthday, to trash the left. And he is recommending that to reverse this decline, a return to the classical virtues of Black American tradition is required. A synthesis of traditional Christian ethics and the robust principles of free market enterprise. This synthesis mirrors the Atlanta Compromise ethos of Booker T. Washington, who championed economic self-reliance and moral development. This pragmatic path was largely abandoned in the 20th century as the more radical approach of W.E.B. Du Bois and his ideological successors moved the focus away from internal development towards external political agitation and state-centric solutions. Well, here's the deal. I think it's perfectly reasonable to expect the government that enslaved and Jim Crowed us to do something about it. Okay. Essentially, what these Booker T. Washington boobs want to do is they're essentially saying black people have to work 2 or 3 or 4 times harder than white folks. Okay, they basically want us to do what I talked about yesterday or the day before, where, hey, we know that we are between a rock and a hard place. It's up to black people to work harder. The whites, can't expect them to do anything about it. We have to do it ourselves. And to a certain extent, I can be on board with that. But to just go, hey, it's all on the victim. Nah, I'm not on board with that. In this far right MAGA black victim complex that they just want to foist onto the Democrats, it's bullshit. So thank you very much. Blame the Democrats on MLK Day. That's what we're gonna do. That's the ticket. So to shift gears here, Irony, our buddy Irony, has some words for MLK, and I didn't listen to a lot of it, but I think I heard something that I actually agree with and want to talk about. I think I didn't listen to the whole thing, but this is what Irony has to say about Kai Cenat, Oprah, MLK Jr., and culture.
America. My name is Yosef Frimpong, and tonight we're going to talk a little bit about Kai Cenat was reading online, and apparently that's set the internet agog because he's not very good at reading, or he's not as good as he should be being an adult person in these United States.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. It only took about 10 seconds into it. Dude, I get all kinds of shit for suggesting that many of my colleagues and fellow content creators can't read worth a shit. And apparently I hurt feelings when I do that. And I don't know if anyone, I think a couple people went over from Nidus's show into Savage's show today. And yeah, I knew, what the topic was, and I just figured I wasn't gonna give them the ammo that they needed, because they have no fucking clue what they're talking about. They can talk about boomers, which I'm not a boomer, but they insist that I am. My argument, and Fred, I saw your I saw the little Instagram thing that you posted about the breakdown of who's a YN and who's not. I am saying that some of these old heads, I call them old YNs, that should be, obvious what I mean. They are old people acting like they're somewhere between 18 and 25. Some of the same mores, the same ideas, the same reading levels. They are about as serious as 25-year-olds, and many of them are in their 50s. So yes, I am very deliberate about calling them old YNs. I don't care what the breakdown is. I'm describing their behavior, their worldview, their point of view, and skill set. That's what I'm describing. Some of them have the skill set of kids in their 20s. So reading is fundamental, folks. Read books. Some of these weird notions that some of these old YNs have about, what America is and the social, constructs in the fabric of American culture. It's just unlettered. I'm going to be blunt. And as a matter of fact, I released a short today on that topic, which I may play after this Irony video.
And that's Mark on culture, but it's also a great thing about Cenat because he's out there looking him up and kind of doing the things that normal 8-year-olds should do, except he's 25.
Hey,
so
Dave, I'll be right.
However, I appreciate it because what looks like it's the grind, and we need to dramatize the grind and almost valorize the grind if we want people to grind and not just show the excellence, not just show the finished product and expect people to, one, get confused about what goes into the finished product, and two, not glory in the grind. And I want people to glory in the grind, even if the grind isn't particularly glorious. So I applaud Kai Cenat for out there. He's reading, learning in real time, learning in front of everyone, and publicly taking his L's. And I or at least learning how to spell it. And I appreciate it. And I think it's great. I think it's probably, he's probably going to get more Negroes to read than LeVar Burton in Reading Rainbow. I didn't watch Reading Rainbow. It wasn't I just didn't watch it.
Butterfly in the sky. I could go twice as high.
Actually inspires more
Take a
people
look.
to read.
It's in a book. Reading Rainbow.
Well, I must congratulate Fred on tomorrow's show title. he says, "I know what you mean. You have the sense of humor of a German boomer." I don't. Damn, that's that cuts. That kind of cuts.
No matter what, you're a boomer.
I must admit, I do not have a comeback for that, Fred. So it's got to be a show title, I guess.
Hey, I came up because I have one question. Just one question.
What's that?
Okay, you made a statement. You said the blacks weren't doing well before 1964. I put it in the chat twice, and I miswrote it the second time. Just for my research purposes, what aspects specifically were they not doing well in? Not that I don't know. I'm asking you.
Economically, mainly.
Yeah. Is that the only one you were referring to?
The marriage rates, yeah, that's the one that matters to many of you Thomas Sowell acolytes. I can't name. The only thing that I would say that blacks had superior, I think in certain aspects, their educations were better. I think, and you know, my mother actually confirmed some of this. Black teachers of black kids, I think they had the superior education because they learned to take what they had, as Black Americans have been doing for centuries. You take the leftovers and you turn it into something delicious or superior knowledge-wise. I think once in the South, a lot of Black principals and Black teachers, when they integrated schools, got pink slips. It's a big, issue. There's history on it. And I think Black kids actually suffered education-wise with school integration, especially in the South. But then, Wilmington, Delaware, Boston, Massachusetts, it was just a mess. The busing stuff, which is where Joe Biden in Wilmington, where he donned his hood. He and was it Robert Byrd or Strom Thurmond? I can't remember. One of those old Klan members. He wound up joining forces with. He was pro busing, Biden was, and then he was anti busing when his kids were going to be bused. So, but yeah, economics. I don't think the marriage rates were as high. Especially after they changed the way they measured it after 1950. Now, I would agree that after 64, it got worse, because my theory is that during Jim Crow, where was a woman going to go if she wanted to leave her husband? I suspect that a lot of women were kind of trapped in that amber that Jim Crow, trapped Black people in. So economics, I've talked about. Jim Crow basically put a ceiling on how successful a Black business owner could be. You couldn't grow outside of the Black community who were your customers. Maybe there'd be some white customers, but you weren't going to go national or international with whatever your product was. So I don't care if people agree with me or not. I'm not looking for consensus, but I think I'm right.
Yeah. We all have our opinions on that. One other thing, you were referring to how Black people made the best of what was available to them. At some point, that definitely has changed, because I don't want to say like they're not doing that now, but what indicators?
I would agree if you said that. I would agree with you. Parenting was never great in the United States. It never was. Not back in the day. not back in the 1700s, the 1800s. Parenting has always been a problem, in my personal opinion, in the United States. I actually think Black parenting for quite some time was better than white parenting, mainly because, every now and again you would get an Emmett Till, or you would get, some kid was at the heart of Tulsa. It was dangerous out there, and parents had to have strict discipline. Now, again, that's more anecdotal. I don't have statistics, but just in my own personal experience, my parents were constantly reminding me, you need to remember you're not white. White kids can get away with some shit that Black kids simply can't. So that was always in the background, and I'm only 60. Imagine what it was like.
Do you think that's still true today? 2026.
To be honest, I don't think it was as bad as it was even when I was growing up. I think yes, but I think it's a lot rarer. They're Tamir Rice's, with the toy gun. There is what's his name? The dude who had the legal firearm, can't think of his name. He was shot with a legal firearm, hadn't done anything wrong. Somebody will have to remind me of his name. It'll come to me.
The one that was in the car with his girlfriend or his wife or whatever.
Yes.
I know who you're talking about.
And his child. He done nothing wrong. He legal firearm owner, cop panicked, I guess. So yeah, you tell me. There's Cassandra Bland's. It's a lot less prevalent. There's what's his name? Ahmaud Arbery. He was just running through a neighborhood. They're flare-ups.
Do you think that do you think that's on a universal level, or is it just
okay? I literally just said there are flare-ups. I don't think it's as prevalent as it was even when I was a kid. There are flare-ups. Yeah, Orlando Castile.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, Fernando or Orlando.
Yes. So there are flare-ups. I don't think it's uniform. I don't think it's as threatening as it was 50 years, or well, let's go back 70 years ago in the South. But I think there are flare-ups.
I've heard these same things when I was a kid.
Let me put it to you this way: Black kids need to watch their six.
Okay. Yeah,
so
it's kind of universal. It's not like white kids don't get to talk.
If you as a Black parent are not aware of things like what George Zimmerman did, if you're not aware that that's a possibility, then you're not doing your kids you're not a good parent. I'll just be blunt about it.
Well, Stanley, do you think that white kids get the same talk about race?
I have no clue. Ask a white kid.
I mean, statistically.
Okay, I'm not going to speculate.
I'm not asking you to. I got another question.
Okay,
it's a whole other question.
What I thought, and
I moved past it. I moved past that. Statistically, do you think white kids are in just as much danger in mixed company? I'm asking a question. Can I ask a question?
Okay, stop asking me the same question.
It's not the same
I literally
question.
said, okay, Dave, I literally said it's not as prevalent, but there are flare-ups. I don't have the statistics off the top of my head, but anecdotally, I don't think it's as dangerous as it was when I was growing up. But the danger is still there. You still need to tell your kids, don't be going to the 7-Eleven to get a fucking soda and Skittles in the middle of the night in a neighborhood you don't live in. So that's my answer.
Yeah, they're just random questions. That's all. I'm not trying to. It's not a gotcha moment.
They don't seem that random to me. Look,
I'm definitely not playing God.
I would think what I said would be adequate to your questions. It's not as dangerous as it was even when I was growing up, but Black parents still need to tell their Black children to watch your six.
Especially amongst white people.
There are, especially among what?
White people?
Well, it depends. If you live in a Black, like the hood, it might be your own people you have to watch.
Okay. Hey, I got 2 new planes, man. I gotta show you them.
Okay, yeah. What do you have video, or you got advertisements for them?
No, I might have to throw the camera on later. But I'm picking up.
Okay.
I'm about to run in and pick up my B-2 bomber.
Actually, Nightish, were you this morning? Nightish was, they were talking about Tyler Perry and all that bullshit. I meant to insert into the chat that apparently Tyler Perry is into RC planes and stuff like that.
I'm not going to his house to fly a plane if that's what you're trying to ask me, Stanley. Don't suggest shit like that.
I wasn't going to ask you. I was going to say he does more than wear a dress.
Oh, you know what? I actually did see a video of Tyler. I seen him out there with planes.
You saw it.
You brought that up. I did see that.
I showed a video. He's got like a runway on his palace grounds.
Hey, what's up, Mella? Yeah, that's awesome, man. I wish I had the property to just do stuff like that. Like I was checking out this old building. I want to get an old factory and like throw an RC track in there and see if I can get it for cheap. But nah, industrial property, man, it's expensive as hell.
Right. Well, how do you have? I would think somewhere in Ohio there'd be like a long dirt road you could use.
If it's not smooth, you'll break something. It has to be a certain consistency. I like clay. Clay is good.
So they don't make RC bush planes.
If I wanted to run some drugs, this is the best way to do it. I'm telling you.
A big drone.
Yeah, hell yeah. But anyway, I'm about to run in here and get this package, man. I'll be back up later.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Mella, salute. Hey, Kimmy, how you doing? So let's finish up with Irami here, and then I'm going to show you a short that I released earlier.
Because at first, when I think about streamers like him and Speed, I only know them peripheral because I'm old. Also because I think they're clowns, and I don't need more clowns in my life, I don't think. And so I don't really attend to their antics that much. However, if he's going to publicly turn a corner and bring his people along to reading, then it might be a net positive in a way that even Oprah's book club, which turned a lot of people, this time middle-aged women, to reading who weren't necessarily readers. And I appreciate that. Well, one of the reasons I read East of Eden, I remember one summer, was because I was home for college and my mom had it. And the only reason she had it was because it was a part of Oprah's book club, and I ended up reading it. And I've read a lot of Steinbeck, and it was a great book. So if that's what got me, if Oprah is what it took to get people reading, then that's probably one of the more important things that Oprah did in her life. But one thing that Oprah never actually did is change her mind on things and grow. Well, we saw her shrink, but then she ballooned right back up, and then she shrank, and then that was a whole different sort of growth and evolution in terms of Oprah. But if we actually watch Kai Cenat go from an inarticulate clown into someone who is word curious and actually actualizes that curiosity in a meaningful way by reading books publicly and stumbling over words and looking over the words and showing the laborious process that goes into self-determination and self-forming, then that would be a net positive, and that would be good for the culture. And on this MLK holiday, I think we should be talking about things that are good for the culture, because one of the reasons I stopped going to MLK celebrations is there was always some respectability politics black guy waving his hands at the black youth, as if it's their fault they're ignorant, not like the culture and the community that raises them. And I can't stand that. I can't stand that. So I stopped going to MLK things. But I do think culture is important. And I do think culture, if you don't know, culture is how you turn freedom into meaning. We're undetermined creatures. We're not born exactly knowing what to do. Most of the important things we do because we're taught to do, and then we reflect on what it means to be taught to do it.
Yeah, I've basically said that culture is the software, to how to operate, in the hardware of, society. It's the code of order of operations would probably be a better term.
Reflects on what it means to actually do it and the pain and the suffering that goes into that. And then we make decisions based on that. And that is how we determine ourselves in this world. But that's an individual process. And culture is what prepares the way for that individuality. Culture is what prepares the way for that individuality. And an individual without culture is, a product of the market. They are just fodder for the algorithm. So raise your kids with culture, because culture is what allows them to be self-determining. Also, people think that money is the most important thing, but actually your wealth is your culture. Look, I would much rather be friends with, be partners with, have in my life poor people with culture. And that means they use wisdom with respect to how to use their freedom, and they're kind of responsible in that regard, than having wealthy people who are bereft of culture. Wealthy people who are bereft of culture, first of all, if you marry one, she's just going to end up divorcing you because you're going to try to enculturate your kid. And that's not going to go well with someone who's without culture. They're going to feel all sorts of feelings. And since they lack culture, they're not going to know how to process their feelings. They're going to take it out on you. They're going to take it out on the kids. So yeah, you don't want to marry wealthy people with culture, without culture. So like real wealth is culture. It's in your habits. And in the habits of the friends around you and the families around you. And when you pass along real wealth to your kids, what you're passing along is culture. Now, it's going to incorporate how to make money in other ways, but it's not going to be about the money. It's going to be about the culture. And a lot of people pass on a quality of snobbery.
In a certain way, this kind of goes back to Dave's question. I would almost say one of the things that, because I think, like I said, America's always had a problem with poor parenting, in my opinion. And one of those problems was not valuing education. And this is long before even the Civil War. But I think you could possibly get away with saying that we lost some of our culture with integration. And my mother actually, has commented on that years ago, when I was a teenager. There was a loss of culture when schools were integrated. And I don't think that parenting was tough enough in enforcing, because I don't think being exposed to the larger American culture, you can keep your culture. A lot of immigrant, when immigrants come to the United States, they basically bring their culture with them. And then by, say, the third or fourth generation, they are full, the offspring are fully acculturated. However, that doesn't necessarily have to be. Sometimes, certain cultures take longer to assimilate into the larger American culture. So you can force the culture, to be a little bit more permanent. So anyway, having people like a Booker T. Washington talking about assimilating, in a way, in my opinion, Booker T. Washington adopting that assimilate bullshit actually works at cross purposes. I think there was a loss of a certain type of some specifics of Black culture lost, and Booker T. Washington and all these MAGA Blacks want to assimilate. In a way, that assists a loss of culture or certain values within the subculture. I'm not a sociologist, so there's probably a better way of saying it. So that's why I'm not a big fan of Booker T. Washington. I often say that your culture starts within your four walls, and parents are, the enforcers of that culture. And, it's something that kids will carry with them once they leave the nest. I don't think that Americans in general, and then you can break it down to, demographics. Some demographics take it more seriously than others. And I could get into those details, but I don't have the time nor the desire. But in this 2026, culture begins within your four walls if you're a parent. And again, this is Stanley's opinion. I don't really care about statistics. I don't need to prove, my my point of view with statistics. Figure it out, Soul Provider. I think we all, as Black people, kind of know what American Black culture is.
And they think that that's culture, but then they're surprised when their kids. Then a lot of people don't pass on wealth, but pass on culture. Me, I'll be honest with my kids. They're getting a few hard assets, not a lot of money. I don't imagine.
Oh, and by the way, speaking of Soul Provider's question, there is no one Black American culture for starters. So there is no homogenous Black American culture. The Black folks out in Cali are different than the Black folks in Savannah, Georgia. I happen to know a woman who's about actually, she might be a couple years older than I am, who is from Savannah, lives out in the Bay Area. And she'll be the first to tell you that, there are differences, on the ground. There's similarities, but there is no one Black culture. We can just start there. It depends on where you are, what specifically your local Black culture might be.
For some reason, one of you guys clips me up and then I end up going viral. But what they're going to get is culture. One of the reasons I do my holiday video is because I want to actually.
And by the way, that's why I say culture begins at home. What you value culture-wise in Georgia might not be the same thing you might value in California or New England or Ohio or wherever it is you happen to be. There are similarities, but there are also differences. There is no one Black American culture.
But I want to show people not what Black excellence looks like, just what culture looks like, and a little bit of the grind to it. And I hope we can go to my channel and see the Christmas video. That's what I do. Kind of just what I do with my family every day. And just understand that real wealth is in the culture. Real wealth is in the culture. And you don't want, that's going to go all the way down, all the way. Culture, it means everything from personal hygiene to eating habits to, literature. And how we think about wisdom and community involvement and how we get our basic ideas about the worth of money and what do we look like in partners. That's all culture. That's all discretion. It all looks different from family to family, from country to country, from neighborhood to neighborhood, because these are all human products that are institutionalized by some sort of shared recognition or shared agreement among people about what it means to be free, what it means to be good. All right. So if you put out culture in a meaningful way, then other people.
Well, enlighten us. Oh, in San Francisco. I was about to ask you, where is Hunter Point?
Remember it, because there's a relationship between meaning and mying and memory. It's all kind of connected together. And if you want more on that, go to Heidegger's Origin of the Work of Art.
Interesting.
Origin of the Work of Art. Heidegger, Origin of the Work of Art. He talks about, it's a little bit of fake etymology, but it's usefully fake etymology about meaning and mying. And
that's interesting. In Savannah, when I was growing up, my neighborhood basically bussed Black kids all the way, like pretty much the other side of Chatham County, to integrate a white school. And I'm sure there were probably the reverse, but yeah, that's interesting, Fred.
What it means to actually do things in a meaningful way. By the way, if you want,
oh, by the way, one of the more interesting things is that the bougie black kids in my neighborhood were bused to a kind of ritzy white school on the other side of Chatham County. It's hard for me to believe that wasn't intentional. You know, we want to get, you know, kind of the bougie kids, you know, probably because they won't, you know, I'm sure that was intentional.
Well, the original notion of culture is how you turn freedom into meaning. You can go to Kant's Anthropology. Immanuel Kant, his Anthropology, the opening section is about like nature is how animals learn how to, you know, be what they are. Culture is how humans learn how to be what they are, and cultures like in education is how we, you know, learn how to manage our freedom. So that's I think Kant actually astutely argues for that, and I'm telling you that now, so you know that what I do for the culture is what I do for you, so that you don't screw up the discretion you have in your life. You don't marry the wrong person, you don't divorce the wrong person, you don't screw up your kids. I care about all of that for you. And by the way, if you appreciate me caring about all of that for you, go ahead and go to www, I don't have my tag on, .funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month for what I do for the culture. For what I do for the culture, I'm putting on my tag.
Yeah, I suspect he's going to start repeating himself. If he does, we'll move on.
Okay, I can't fit. Anyway, www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month and support me in what I do for the culture. By the way, you're going to hear it first because we just decided it last night. The family's going to the LA Olympics. I'm right now in Athens, Georgia. So we're going to take the whole family out and do it right. Do it right. All 5 of us, because in 2 years, my youngest will be 11, and then I'll have 15 and 13. And we're a pretty fit family. And I want to do it all on bicycles. And I know bicycle in LA, it's not an obvious thing, but I think that it would be an elegant way for a healthy family to do the LA Olympics. And we're going to do it. And like, so I'm speaking it into existence now because I think to do it right might cost like $30,000. Family 5 in LA. Anyway, so I want to put this out there right now, and you know I'm going to document a little bit of it too, so you'll see what the Ose Frimpong looks like out in the wild. I don't know. You guys do the math. Family of 5, two adults, and like without doing it cheaply, without like skimping, but just being like responsibly frugal in LA for 2.5 weeks. And now I'm from LA, and then I went to high school in Orange County. So I have some people out there, but if you know people out there, you know, someone with a strategically placed house that they're not going to use, go ahead and hit me up. Hire me at anotherchanceproductions.com or hireme.osefrimpong at Gmail, or just, you know, put something in the comments and hit me up because I got a year and a half to plan it, and I want to do it right. I want to do it right for the culture, because this is going to be the big family vacation. This is going to be the...
Yeah, okay. I think it's time to move on. I'm not that interested. So this is a short that I put out this morning, and I'm sorry. I will come off as usual, and I will comment after this. Let's see. Is there a way to blow this up? So so far, 0 comments, but let's go ahead and play this. No, not all opinions are informed opinions or good opinions. Just because you have an opinion, this is what the fucking this is what MAGA and Christopher Rufo and all these goddamn halfwits did. Christopher Rufo, oh my Lord, who else? The black conservatives. This bullshit about you have to have a conversation and you have to straw man and steel man. No, we lost track when we have to have a conversation with stupidity. stupidity convinced America that you have to be polite and have a conversation. And the resistance to that should just be honest. No, we do not have to have a conversation with stupid. And apparently it cut off. It cuts off in mid ramble. But I've said versions of this a number of times. There are such things as stupid questions, and I'm not obligated to answer stupid questions. There are conversations that I'm not going to entertain just to be polite. If I think it's stupid, I'm just going to say, now, I mean, I'll give a little latitude, if some young kid comes up and asks questions, but, if you're some old YN coming up here with dumb questions, I'm going to tell you, why are you asking me dumb questions? And I don't care if it pisses people off. Rent a camper, yeah, park on campground and bike from there. I would imagine. Yeah, well, maybe you ought to contact Irony, Fred. You're experienced at logistics and traveling and stuff like that. I would imagine you could probably help him load plan. So let's see, where do I go from here? I have some videos that are pretty much, quote, Black American oriented in one way, shape, or form, in honor of the holiday. It seems like there was something else that I wanted to talk about before I do that. But can't remember. So, hey, apparently I'm having a senior moment. So, okay, well, we'll just go ahead. This is Dr. Eddie Glaude released this this morning, I think it was. Oh, I know what it was. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it later. This was the well, while I'm thinking about culture and old YNs and that sort of thing, I just want to, and there were a couple panels that I was on over the weekend. One of them involves Sharon. That's what I ought to do. It was a Big J panel that was very instructive. That I probably won't get into. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. But I think we have some problems in our little YouTube Black community, in our little YouTube Black culture, which for some reason or another seems to skew MAGA. And I, for the life of me, can't figure out why. But I shall not be deterred for the old YNs who want to get their feelings hurt because I'm blunt in my assessment of their abilities, their questions, their political points of view. Sorry. If I hurt your feelings, be a man about it. For those who want to begin every sentence with "as a man," my response is, don't get your feelings hurt when I, as a man, criticize. Be a man about it, as you say you are. And those who those who know what I'm talking about know, and those who don't worry about it, because it's not that serious. If it was serious, I would have actually been there, or I'd be reviewing it now. It's, you know what? A bunch of old YNs got their feelings hurt, and they just want to see if they can get a rise out of me. But hey, you know what? If roasting me or calling me a boomer and all the little fancy AI graphics, if that is how you get your jollies and you pull in a couple bucks, you wouldn't be the first to basically pull in some money for roasting me. I only wish I could make some money off of roasting me, but no one ever sees fit to give me a cut. So this is from Eddie Glaud's.
I'm gonna be honest.
And he is this little clip from Martin Luther King. The title of Dr. Glaud's video from this morning is I'm worried about America. So let's see what Dr. Glaud has here.
Enough to tell you that I'm worried about America. Yeah. I'm worried about our nation because it's sick with racism still. Just think about the fact that we live in a nation which was founded on the principle that all men are created equal. And yet men are still arguing over whether the color of a man's skin determines the content of his character. And I believe that the Lord told me to say to the United States of America that is sick with militarism and is sick with excessive materialism. Have you ever thought about it? There are between 38 and 50 million people in the United States of America who are poverty-stricken, making income less than the poverty level. And yet, this is the richest nation in the history of the world. Our national gross product this year will go beyond $800 billion. And yet, there are between 38 and 50 million people who are poverty-stricken. Now, something wrong. A lot of people are afraid to say it. But I don't mind saying it. You see, somebody said to me the other night, don't you think, Dr. King, you are going to have to start speaking more in terms of the administration's policy? Because since you started talking against the war in Vietnam, it's hurt the budget of your organization, and people who once respected you don't respect you anymore. And I had to look over and say, so I'm sorry, but you don't know me. I'm not a consensus leader. I don't determine what is right and wrong by looking at the budget of my organization. And I don't determine what is right and wrong by taking a Gallup poll of the majority opinion. And so because there's something wrong, our struggle must continue. And what we must see is that our nation's summers of riots are caused by our nation's winters of delay. And as long as justice is postponed, we're going to have these summers.
All right. Well, that's the clip that Dr. Glaud had. Next.
And as we sit here today,
let's see. I don't know. This is just audio only, which I'll probably just skip over. Why Martin Luther King Jr.'s message still matters in the second Trump era. I'll skip over it since there's no entertaining audio. We'll just go to the next one, which is
a lot of ladies.
This is a clip from Jeff St. James with Dee Dee. I've seen her show, but she is fairly well known, I guess. I haven't watched her in a while, but she has shown up to talk to Jeff St. James. I guess it was last week or the week before. And I guess her show's called Dee Dee's Reactions. So this is called Average Women Refuse to Improve. Oh, that's a hot take.
A lot of ladies' view of self-improvement is external things in terms of makeup and hair. I want to hear from different voices. I don't want to just hear from people that agree with me. We're about to dive into some even deeper topics. Ask a Brother Podcast.
Ask a Brother Podcast.
Welcome to another episode of Ask a Brother Podcast. I'm your host, Jeff St. James. The revolution is going to be because of us. As a single woman, if I was talking with a man, right, and he sloppily dressed, broke.
Now, see, this is the first time I've ever heard any of these Red pill guys go as a woman. let me back that up a little bit. Maybe I'll do a clip of a clip.
If I was talking with a man, right, and he's sloppily dressed, broke, receding the hairline, he just got everything is bad and wrong, right?
Right.
And he tells me, listen, there's some women out there that actually don't have.
So he can't. I don't get. I mean, maybe, like, can you really control a receding hairline? Sometimes nature's cruel.
His expectations, and they're okay. And I say, listen, bro, that might be true. Highly unlikely. Not a lot of women. Your goal is to make yourself as appealing and attractive to as many women as possible, so that you have legitimate options as far as suitors.
Exactly.
So you're not aiming for the anomaly. You're not aiming for the 1 or 2 people out of 100 or 1,000 that may be interested in you. You want the 1,000 to want you, and now you get to decide the best of the best from that batch.
Mm-hmm.
For ladies, every time you say there's something you don't want to change, there's something you think you don't need to improve upon because you know there's some man, mystery man, who ain't there right now that's going to tolerate and accept it. Imagine if you put the time, like Dee is saying, in the energy in the gym, in your mindset, and how you dress. Listen, y'all spend so much money on clothing and Amazon. What if you spent that money on finishing school, etiquette classes?
Read some books.
Really?
Read some damn books that's not the raunchy novels that just tell you about how much you want a man to spank and beat the hell out of you. How about reading the damn book that actually helps you to actually have a coherent conversation?
Listen to this yahoo. What the fuck? Now I am not a young man, so maybe I'll just toss it out to the chat. Does Jeff St. James, is he on to something with this commentary, or is because I think it's kind of weird. Is that what women are doing these days?
Conversation.
And by the way, if they're reading raunchy books, at least they're reading.
About politics, about pop culture, about history, about anything other than just what's happening on reality TV. Like, when you start doing those things, you're just
now. See, this is like hypocritical, in my opinion. What are the YNs reading? Are they reading? Why is it up to the women to to stop what they're reading? I'm interested to know if there's a critique on the men that these women are to date.
It's naturally going to stand out for most of the women who aren't doing much of any of these self-improvement things.
Yeah,
there are a lot of.
Well, there's our B2 pilot.
Hey, what up?
Yeah, that's an interesting. But I didn't see that Kai Cenat reading video thing, so I'm sure this was probably before the Kai Cenat thing.
Well, he can't read.
Well, apparently he was reading really slow. It's like it's something that caught the internet's attention.
Maybe the words were small. I hate to think that brother can't read. But then again, I wouldn't put it past people to be fans of the illiterate. I don't know why.
Well, look, there are people who think they're literate. You hear them read, and I actually, after a couple beers, made a comment on what's his name's show. I was on a panel yesterday morning with I'll think of his name. Man, I'm having senior moments today.
You mean a boomer moment?
A senior moment. I was gonna say Universal Jones and fucking Garion were up on a panel. I hadn't talked with Garion in a while. So they bring up a Pew poll, and I just skewered them. I'm like, motherfucker, let me read this because I don't have all goddamn day. needless,
I love it.
needless to say, that did not go over well.
Oh, I forget who had that school for people who can't read good. I think it was a Will Ferrell skit.
Yeah. So the thing is that there are people with degrees who can't fucking read. Dude, if you're reading slow, you can't read. If you can't
Right.
read at a normal conversational level, dude, you can't read. Slow readers can't read. Now that's my personal peccadillo, but I stand by
I think
it.
if you can't put the accents in your voice when you're reading, like make it sound like you just said sound conversational, but like you know how you come to the end of a sentence and you kind of slow down or you pitch the voice.
Right.
If you can't do that, that's a reading issue. But when I read to myself, I find myself reading the same line 3 times before I catch on. I will do that from time to time.
Yeah, well, as long as you're not doing it in public, that's
hell
fine.
no, I couldn't tolerate that for myself. I think something was wrong.
Now,
after
I probably wouldn't say it had I not been annoyed. The topic they were talking about a high trust society, which I think is just a fucking myth. And see, this is another thing that annoys me. So I'm having to battle 2 old YNs over something I don't think exists. Well, who should happen to come up on the panel but Imperious?
Savage? Oh, Imperious.
Yeah, so they ask Imperious about the high trust society, and Imperious goes, no, there's no such thing as a high trust. There's nowhere in American history that there was a high trust society. Now, you may know your neighbors, because I was saying, the little like half the street, that were my immediate neighbors. Yeah. We were talking about latchkey kids, and my premise is that, when I was growing up, I was, I had the key, with a string around my neck, but to me, it was a sign of trust. My parents trusted us not to burn down the house when they weren't there. I don't see being a latchkey kid as something necessarily negative. And that led into, the high trust society thing. And I told him, well, my neighborhood is not necessarily society. And even neighborhood, my immediate neighbors, but, outside of my immediate, my immediate neighbors, no. I didn't know them or my parents didn't know them. So, this is that trope that John Galt and Universal and all these people want to, again, be victims, back in the day, there used to be a high trust society. No, there wasn't. There never has been. You might trust your neighbors, but this is the same culture that has the I guess it's an aphorism that says good fences make good fences make good neighbors, or something like that. These are the people
tall fences
who
make great neighbors or something. Yeah, I heard that.
Yeah, and then these are the people who want a home on the range. America's never been, dude. Just the idea of federalism will tell you that there was never really, a big high trust society. Shit, states still fight over water rights.
I think certain places and scenarios you can get that, like a gym, maybe. I think you get that more in like that, or like micro levels of it.
Your
overall, hell
locality, but look at how elections are run. That's federalism. Look at law enforcement. It's not national, it's very local. Look at education, it's very local. America's never been a high trust society the way these guys want to fantasize. And it's racial. These anti-black blacks are as racist as, any other racist. They're not special in that way. So anyway, So these guys want to whip out a Pew Research poll, and that's where I got irritated. Dude, y'all don't want me to read it because I pretty much already know what the Pew research is. That's why I was able to be so bold. So you get into this. They wanted to look at the title, which is talking about high trust societies. But when you get into the report and start looking at the stats, their high trust society points just get blown to smithereens because I already knew they were wrong. All you got to do is read a history book, and it's replete with, there's the North South. There was a whole goddamn war, a civil war. That's not a high trust society that's having civil wars.
Right.
These guys are literally obtuse with some of these racial tropes that black people should be the least racist of almost any demographic in the United States. And I'm not sure that that's even close to the case. So, enough of this diatribe.
No. I mean, it's funny that it couldn't be further from the truth that black people are probably more racist than white people for sure.
Okay, that's bullshit. No, that I would never buy that idea.
I'm not going to fight you.
Well, don't, because I'll win it.
Oh, definitely. I don't know if you'll win.
See, what people don't seem to understand is racism, the system. That's where that power piece, when people talk about racism, you have to have power to maintain a system of racism. Okay, racist has nothing to do with power. Racism does. So black people have
power.
Black people have no way of enforcing a racial system. We don't have the numbers.
That's not true.
At least not nationally, maybe locally.
Yeah, but it's just not true. That's false. Right, there's black people in gatekeeping positions everywhere you got one here, one there. If they keep one person out, they're doing exactly what you're saying. So it's not true.
Okay, well, I mean, like I said, local, maybe, but there is no national system.
It's not a coordinated system, and one could argue it's not a coordinated system on the other side either. It's people being victims of these independent situations. It's not necessarily a system that does it. Now, you might say there's a system that's set up for you to have a certain outcome, but it doesn't necessarily teeter on racism.
Okay, I have no clue what you're talking about. Basically,
cool. It's anecdotal versus
black people, like I said, maybe locally, like in my neighborhood, we didn't have we kind of, had our way of doing things, but no, there's no 14% of the population is not going to control the whole country given our history.
That's like that Tamir Rice situation that you brought up. It's like one cop did that. It doesn't mean all cops would do that.
Okay, I'm not implying that would be the case.
I'm just saying
I will imply that cops getting away with it, that is racism.
I can see your point.
Qualified immunity, believe me, that's got some racial overtones. It's all over the Constitution.
Oh, you know what you was talking about? Damn, I forget what you were saying. But Rashard Ritchie, did you hear his degrees were fake?
I mean, I know who he is, and I've listened to him on occasion, but I don't care. Why would I care? That's a Rashard Ritchie problem. It's not mine.
It came out. I was I was supposed to watch that stream. He said he had several different degrees from fake universities, and now he's like pumped up and set on a pedestal because he's so accomplished and all of it's fake. Or some of it.
Never, I mean, I know I had to have watched him every now and again, but he's not one of my go-tos. Neither is Roland Martin, for that matter.
I got a phone call.
Okay. So let's get back to our brother and ask him.
The lady's view of self-improvement is external things in terms of makeup and hair.
Yeah.
That in their mind, that's self-improvement. That's leveling up, not their heart, not their mouth, not their mindset, and not their general disdain and attitude towards men and men in general. It's the type of makeup and hair that I got, and now I'm a bad B, and now I deserve the best. I'm like, come on, y'all.
400 pounds, a bust down wig, 6'13" blonde, long fingernails,
like bats.
A dress on with the cutouts, with so the fat, you can see the fat. Come on, let me show it to you. Like that's attractive. I'm a 10 because society told me I'm a 10, and men will be lucky to be with me. You know what I mean? It's like that type of rhetoric is what I hear, and that's just now the men they'll sleep with you because that's what makes these women. This is why I say the guys who sleep with these women are the ones who are motivating them to think that way, because
they're getting sexual attention. Yeah,
a lot of women, most women, most women aren't deep thinkers. Let's just be honest. Most women are not deep thinkers.
Oh wow.
Most women are surface level. We like,
Hey, you know what? I don't know what to say about that comment. A woman saying most women aren't deep thinkers.
Between her and Pearl, there's some truth there, Stanley. And that's why I always wonder why your reflexes to defend this on what women do and what they are. And they're telling you.
Okay. I literally had to counsel, I had to fuss at someone with advanced degrees about how slow they read. So I think slow.
You're talking about men. You're not talking about women.
Okay, and I'm basically saying that she sounds like a dingbat. So maybe she is the living example of what she's talking about. I think there is an Annette Gordon Reed. I think most Americans aren't deep thinkers.
That could be true as well.
I think she's picking on women unnecessarily because most men aren't deep thinkers.
I don't know why we can't stick to what she said, not add men to it.
Because I'm reacting. We are reacting.
No, so you get to do the whataboutism. I forgot where I was at.
Yeah, it is whataboutism. What about her that makes her sound so silly? Is it her closed mind and weird agenda? I think that's the what about that I'm concerned about.
Shallow things. And why did I say that? I don't know. I say that for a reason.
I bet she'd say that about black people in general.
I forgot that's part of getting old. Yeah, I mean, it's they think. I said that to say a lot, and it's not every there's some very intelligent women out here, smart women. I know a lot of them, but then that's the other group. So we talking about the other group. It's like if a man sleeps with you or DM you and say grand rising beautiful, the same, she's taking that personally. She's like, oh my God, it boosts her ego. She's like, I know I'm a bad bee. You know what I mean? No matter if they talk about I need to lose weight. I don't need to lose weight. I look good. Because he told me I look good. You look good. You looking fine and all this. And that goes to their head. I don't think a lot of men realize how that
she's doing the female version of the blacks. It's
funny how people do that.
Blacks. Yeah,
is that what
I don't know.
She's a MAGA black?
Well, I think everybody might do it. I'm just picking on the MAGA blacks because they're my favorite crash test dummies. But probably everybody does it to a certain extent. But I don't know. I just always basically you're talking about your group of which you're a member in the third person. I just find that a little weird. Like she
This
is the exception
might
to
just
the
be
rule.
honesty.
That's essentially what she's saying is, hey, those other women, they.
Well, something might require her to think at a higher level. I don't know if she's
I don't think
excluding her.
anything.
I don't think she's excluding herself.
Okay, well, when you don't
And that would be
identify with the group you're talking about, what in her sentence makes you think she's including herself?
No, excluding. I don't think she's excluding herself.
I think she is, just from her sentence structure. When she talks about the group she's a part of in the third person, she is literally separating herself.
Okay, let's say she is.
When you say they, that's automatically excluding. You would say we in the first person if you were including yourself.
I didn't catch the they, but let's say she is. She's not out here talking about.
I have this thing that I learned when I was in school called English. and I know it. I know it pretty well. I know it when I hear it.
If you had some slick talk that I could respect, it's just so low. That was so low level as if I missed it. I understand what you're saying. That's why most of the time I pause and just don't even respond. I'm just like, give me a good one. That wasn't it.
Well, it made me laugh. I am my best audience.
I get it. I get you. But no, I don't. She might be excluding herself because the topic. Her topic isn't basic.
Didn't you hear Fred say that I have the humor of a German boomer?
It's all making sense now.
That's his backhanded way of saying I'm acting white.
It all makes sense.
Women, that's why I said they're shallow thinkers. Like women try to play tough on the surface, but a lot of women are not that tough. It's like they could be feeling bad one day and a dude DM them and grand rising beautiful, you looking good today. It's gonna make her feel good. Quite naturally make her feel good. And if she keeps getting that, it's like validation, constant level of validation to let her know that she's still worthy, that she looks good. And that's like her way of saying the naysayers, I don't need to listen to that. I don't need to do anything. I'm good enough. And they take it that way and they respond. They think that that's how men see them and how all men see them. And when they don't get when a man is not taking them seriously, you just sleep with them and ghost them.
Hey,
they're
Lisette,
crying and they're upset because they really thought it meant something.
Real quick, because I got a bunch of super chats I want to get through real quick. Dr. Vince Johnson, $9.99. Appreciate you, Dr. Vince, for that for sure. Everything 117, $5. Jeff, thanks for bringing on DD. I'm subscribed to you both.
Hey, Stanley, did you catch what just happened?
Good old great.
Something about super chats.
No. It was, I have this thing. It's a peeve. It's like when somebody's cooking on something and the person that they're talking to doesn't even respond to what they said. They just move on to something as if it wasn't, like she wasn't putting in the effort to sound profound in what she was saying. Maybe it didn't warrant a response, but I call that not putting water on her word. Like he didn't respond to what she said. He just moved on to something else. I don't know. I don't even think he's listening to her.
It wouldn't surprise me if he wasn't. It is
I don't
ask
know,
a brother, not ask a sister.
It was so small,
ask a
but
brother,
it happens a lot.
and she is not a brother.
Yeah, it happens a lot.
The brothers are sending in some money. She's just yapping.
That may be true.
I'm doing pretty good, Lisette. Hit the link if you want. We are Let's see how much longer. We got a little bit, a couple minutes left in this. This is the Ask a Brother podcast, and DD. What's it? DD's reactions. She's a content provider who is verbally separating herself from Black women. Why she's doing it, who knows? But she is doing it.
Faithful man himself, Eric Lloyd in the building, 8059. Appreciate you for the gift, good sir. For gifting some people with the memberships. Track Star,
You know what? I don't care
X2,
about any of this
$5 in the
shit.
past. A harsh
Why
rejection
am
was
I-
the most, but now
why
you
am
can
I
lose your
dealing with
life,
this?
job, and get taken. Just men are adapting. And I think the ladies who recognize this, you better start adapting too. Unless your butt is, if you this, I said it before, ladies.
That's
What
pretty
version
funny.
of a woman,
As the
a
world
quality of
turns,
women
you'll
did you,
never
a lot
know
of
what
you
will
have to
happen
be
next.
that men
There
are
to hit
willing
the
to
link.
travel hundreds of thousands of miles away to replace you?
Lisette
What
Livingston,
version
dare to
of
hit the link.
femininity, or more so, what it means to be a woman, what have you done with the image of women in America and in the West in general, to where men are opting out of marriage, relationships, potentially children, and definitely going to other countries if they have the option to do so? You realize how bad that has to be? I know when you grow up watching Oprah and
It's not bad. They got infinite choice. What are you talking about?
To be honest, I'm not sure.
I mean, if guys leave and they're not the guys that they want, then all the guys that they want would be available to her. I don't understand how that's bad to her. Like, she could pick from the greatest available.
I appreciate her anecdote, to be honest. However, I mean, that's a two-way street. I mean, I've had compliments from women that kind of made my day.
Wait a minute, you lost me.
I mean, she's talking about how a compliment from a man, apparently a compliment from a man can make some mediocre looking woman who, whatever her imperfections may be, can make her think that she's fine. Like one compliment is just gonna make her year, but that's her anecdote, and I guess we'll stick with it. But I think that I've had women make my day with a compliment. So I don't know. I just don't think I don't see her point is, maybe that's why Jeff's not listening to her.
All right. Yeah.
Because I mean, she's not saying anything particularly profound.
No.
Women give men compliments. At least when I was young. Maybe they don't anymore.
Sometimes they don't even break a smile. It's like, God damn you, hard face, bro.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, it could just be you.
It could be me.
Shows you won't hear this other side of the internet. And I guess one way of viewing this is it's just bashing. The other way of viewing it is like, damn, maybe we do got some legitimate work to do. Like, I just know that if I had no options with women,
oh wow,
my argument wouldn't personally be that, well, it's just the women. I would be looking at, well, hold on, he gets women and he gets women and I don't. Maybe something's going on with me. It's not like no women are getting married. No women are ever being approached.
That's true.
Some are. And if you're not, and if you're not getting the outcomes you want, maybe you should start surrounding yourself with the women who have what you want, are where you want to be.
Sure.
And if you find out that they're actually genuinely happy with what they have, find out what they're doing. And listen, I would argue, y'all gotta start being around couples. Y'all got it.
Wait, is he talking to her? No, he's right. Is he talking to her? Or is he talking in general?
Really? I think he's talking in general.
Oh, okay. Because I want to know what her status is and why any of this advice would be good for her.
I actually, if I recall, and it's been quite a while since I've listened to her. As a matter of fact, I need to look because I used to get like pop-ups, like when she went live or had a new, something premiered or something. But I think he's just, it's Ask a Brother. He's kind of, I guess his purpose in this show is to give life advice. He is a therapist. I can't imagine why anybody would want to be a third wheel. I mean, when
Right.
I was single, I had friends, especially at work. Like I had a buddy and his wife this is years ago. Every now and again, I'd go with them to like an RV boat show, that sort of thing. And that was fine, because it was RVs and boats. But like, occasionally in my bachelor life, I've gone over, to a couple's house for dinner or something like that. But I don't hanging out with couples. I'd literally have to know the couple. It's just, I don't know. I just never liked being a third wheel, even if it was something like a dinner invitation that was specific to me. I'm trying to think. I'm sure I know at least once or twice they were like blind dates, which I tend not to want to do either. But one of those blind dates actually did wind up, we probably dated off and on for like 3 years. So, even with my reluctance, sometimes they're good results. But
Well, I
I
want
would
to speak
tend to
for
not.
I want to
Mhm.
speak for all couples who have somebody lingering in the fray, who doesn't know what to do
Mhm.
with themselves in life. We do not want to be bothered with you.
I would imagine you wouldn't.
No,
I
you bring all those.
already have kids. Why do I need some old YN?
For those who need counseling or an example of what good couples do, like they're suggesting, not actually they don't want to be bothered with you. They got a good thing going, and you bring all that negative energy and juju, then you got to
Well,
light up the
I think
sage.
once you does marriage, like if a married couple, not just like, couple, a couple that's dating, but I think I've always got the impression that sometimes, married couples want to spread the pain.
Nah, because
So,
marriage
so
is easy. I don't know why there's this misconception like it's hard. Man, shit. Me and my wife, there's
well,
times we
it
fight, and
can't be.
it could be, but you got to set yourself up for success. Pick your battles. It's not
That's
hard.
true.
It's very easy if you actually like the person you're with.
Right. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, so pick somebody that likes you. Pick somebody you like. I mean, how hard is it? It's not that hard at all. If
Well,
I
I
was to
don't,
get the
my son, according to my son, his current uh paramour, he met her through friends. And I have actually found like the most quote effective dating I've done have been through friends because they know me and they know whoever it is they're trying to set me up with. So I would highly recommend, maybe not blind dates, but you know, um, people will tend to introduce you to people they think they can crow about if you get married. They'll go, "Ooh, I'm a great matchmaker." I've
Oh,
seen that trope on
absolutely.
TV.
Absolutely. Yeah, I've dated within friend circles. That's probably the best way to meet
Yeah.
somebody.
Hmm.
But then I like became this ultra right wing aware. I don't want to say woke, but aware person. And I decided,
Hmm.
I needed a new environment, and I thrived in it. And that's why everything is working out a little bit better over here.
Because you became ultra right wing.
Yeah, over here in the Dave camp. See, once a man can't have this victim mindset at all in anything. You got to be able to figure stuff out. So once I stopped
Well,
making excuses and it became more positive and more goal oriented and more problem solving and all this and that,
okay.
I don't have any flaws, Stanley.
Well, I obviously, except for humility, that might be the only chink in your armor. But
This would be the only conversation where I don't display that. But honestly, things work out when you actually know what the fuck you're doing and you can display that, exhibit that.
so you think that doesn't happen on the left?
I know for a fact that on the left, when I was on the left, my results sucked.
Well, how do you explain me?
I don't know. You're not in the market, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I think
Well,
I think
no,
that you
I'm
have a
not in the
legacy.
market, but hell, I'm old. Why should I be on the market? No woman,
How
no
much do you?
cry.
I can't make you care more than what you do. It's like whenever you're ready, you would do that if you really wanted it. I don't think
If I
anything's
meet
stopping
it,
you from.
I met like you called it, and I've actually thought a couple times about the comment you made about what is it, sapiosexual? Yeah.
Yeah,
If a woman has to keep me engaged,
right. There's
sitting
nothing
around
wrong with that.
talking like DD, I'll get bored quick.
Yeah, I don't see any depth there, but I don't know. I don't listen to her often, but that's
I think I've watched her, but I mean, she's kind of a one-trick pony, and a lot of these guys are. I stopped watching like Sharon's show. I stopped watching. The only time I ever see some of these these relationship type shows is on Nidish's channel. I don't ever watch, like, I never watch DJ Hamp. I never watch Witch Doctor. I never watch any of those guys because I find them impressively boring. And the people who are their
I agree
regulars,
with you totally. I do not get entertained by the DJ amps. And it sounds
yeah.
to me, it's almost like a reset of conversations that I sat through and listened the first time around and really didn't agree with nothing anybody fucking said. Honestly. I see a lot of hurt people trying to explain from their position of hurt. And it just, or trying to be cool at the same time. And it's not genuine advice and it's not specific advice. It's general articulation of failure, in my opinion.
I'm not sure I disagree with that. And I am of the mind that the best people to advise you are people who know you, principally family, maybe close friends. We're talking about, couples who may know you and, some woman they may set you up with. But I don't think I think there is a minuscule chance of you watching some of these shows on YouTube and getting anything valuable other than entertainment. And maybe that's all one should expect.
No,
But
people actually look for solutions, but you're the first person I ever heard say that. And when you said it, it clicked. And it was like, damn, why didn't I think of that? I wish I would have said it before you said it because I was thinking it. But
what?
A person has to know you to create.
Yeah. Why? How else would
your size?
Exactly. I mean, because you can only be you and I've always, and I've talked about, raising my son. You can't be anyone but yourself. Now you need to be your best self. Okay. But acting or, adopting the vocabulary of something that you're not. And you know what? I get shit on all the time for reading books. But you know what? I'm not going to act like I don't read books. I'm going to double down because I know what I'm talking about.
Can I, all right, look, I don't think that people shit on you for reading books. I think that.
Oh, dude.
No, honestly, let me just say this. I think it's that your perspective comes from a book.
No, that's not true at all. See, this is how shallow some of these motherfuckers are.
I'm trying to say how I understand it because I don't want to say the wrong thing. People don't think you have the lived experience versus your book experience, and they could be wrong, right? They can be wrong,
dude.
It is hard to decipher where it's coming from.
I literally was a naval officer. Okay, so I don't have lived experience. What kind of moron would think that? I literally have a son in a major motherfucking engineering school. So I must have a couple of lived experiences.
No, you do. You do.
I literally have worked in IT for years. These guys are so. Well, I'm not really fussing at you, but look,
Okay.
they can think all they want. Motherfucker, I'm retired. So I must have some experience. I mean,
I respect it.
you know, at one point in time, people didn't know when I was going to go live. Dude, I don't have a schedule. What's up, Lisette?
What's going on, Stanley? How y'all doing? What's going on,
Nothing much.
Dave?
I'm just up here being all defensive.
Yeah, and I'm trying to explain the unexplainable.
Okay, let me just say this, dude, and I'll just name names. Do you really think I give a fuck what a knightish or a savage think? Okay, that's why, you know, I know Savage did a show, you know, where my face is on all these little cartoon AI characters that he made. Yeah, I knew he did it, and he probably thought I was gonna come around and get all wrapped around the axle. Dude, it's an honor that you did a whole motherfucking show about little old me.
I think there's a respect level there. I just think he wanted to get a message across to you by doing it.
Okay, well, guess what? Message not received. I'm not changing a goddamn thing.
Because you could tell like he wasn't really trying to roast you. He was saying he was gonna roast. It's like when I say when I get up there, I'm gonna roast the shit out of you, right? I'm gonna roast your ass, and I don't say nothing when I get up here. I just be talking shit in the chat. I think it's kind of like that. Yeah, I think he honestly respects you. He's just trying to tell you that he gave you your respect, and he only wants his. That's all, in the nicest way possible.
What gave him the impression that I don't respect him?
I think because you can't, and I shouldn't be speaking for him. I actually don't want to speak.
He's probably lurking in the bushes somewhere.
Yeah, that might be a flaw of mine. I tend to like try to understand where people are coming from, and then I can't. Really...
I have to give you your props. You do actually, you know, you try to have a high EQ, whereas I don't give a fuck. I mean, I do give a fuck, but it's a very limited fuck.
It's the egalitarian in me, right?
Wait, and bless you. You are Mr. E pluribus unum.
That's it. I couldn't think of the damn word. Yeah.
So sorry to say. We go ahead and speak. We just had to clear some things up. And you know what? Shit, I'm retired. That's got to be a show title there, CKJ.
No, I just wanted to come up here and just trying to stay on top of stuff, you know, and just working on myself, you know, in different categories.
You mean there's work you need to do?
Oh yeah, of course. Of course.
Okay. Because I honestly,
what's the old school saying? There's always, yeah, I hear you. There's always room for
you
improvement.
Think I'm bullshitting you?
Nah, I'm just in reality, you know.
I like that. I admire that.
I appreciate the compliment. I appreciate the compliment, but I'm gonna say this, and I see you down in the chat, Dirty. How you doing? And hello to the chat. I will admit, now you're a person that makes somebody. Let me see. Let me try to think of the words. You make people think and realize, dang, you know. Especially with the vocabulary, you got me on edge. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Uh-oh.
Well,
yeah.
Look,
I don't know how to take that.
I don't either. Look, it's not forced. I am who I am, and you know that's why I'm so high on reading books. Where do you think I got this vocabulary from? I have to have a dictionary when I read, just like everybody else. And that's why I love my Kindle so much. I don't need a dictionary. I just, you know, it'll define a word if I ask it to. So look, there are people who can do things I can't do. Look, Savage does security. I couldn't do what he does. So, I mean, everybody has something, especially past a certain age. It's not that I don't respect Savage. It's don't get up here and do something you're not good at doing. And then when I get up and disagree with you, don't get your feelings hurt. The reason I'm disagreeing with you is I respect you enough to say I disagree. I just shut the fuck up or not even come up on the panel.
Yeah. But yeah.
That I bless you with my presence on your panel should be compliment enough. I'm kidding about that.
Yeah, you something, Stanley.
Yeah,
what was your main topic?
Everybody has a word. Well, the topic really isn't that much. It was, it's loosely a Martin Luther King show where we're, just talking some black topics. Like the next video I want to show is going to be called, let's see, what is it called? It's Is Discrimination Against White Men a Thing? Featuring Nicole Hannah Jones, who is Deacon Dave's secret crush. But it's just loosely black stuff.
Well, let me say this. I was listening on the video that you have up now, and I guess that was kind of, in a way, my main reason, or one of the reasons why I got up here.
Shoot, go ahead.
I just feel like, and this is across the board, I feel like people are putting different groups of people just in the same category, and that really irritates me. It really does. It's so many categories that's out here for each group of people, and they seem to just put everybody in one category.
Yeah,
and maybe two. I'll give it two.
That's one of my problems with these just one note, unnuanced culture critiques.
But yeah, and the thing about it is, it's good that the conversation is happening, and I think it was time for things to be maybe in this type of atmosphere. The talk needs to be done, but it also needs to be done across the board. It needs to be done across the age brackets, different age brackets, different, I guess you could say, nationality, races, and male, female. It just needs to be done. I'm going to try to pull in on my own.
There's a lot
to do it with the younger people for sure.
Well, see, I still think these shows that talk about these topics, like I'm not gonna, I would never go, hey son, you want to know something about dating or you need advice, go listen to Ask a Brother podcast. There's no way in hell I would do that. That would be bad advice I'd be giving my son. These people on YouTube don't know you. How are they going to tailor their advice?
Yeah, because see, the thing about it is what I was getting at on people like to put people in these categories in the box. You have to look at society in a wider range. I mean, things that they try to put certain people in, I'm going to say even stereotypical, even things of that nature. The thing about that is, and that irks me too, this things that they try to put certain people in across the board, it happens in all demographics.
I agree. But
so,
let me make this point though. I think what truly amazes me is that people within the quote black community seem to me to be the worst about acting like black people are homogenous or monolithic. Okay, how can you be inside the culture and think all black males are this way or all black males are that way? Same thing with females. Now, I get a whole lot of, well, Stanley, you know what I mean. No, I don't. If you don't make the differentiation or you don't add nuance to your point, how am I supposed to know what you mean? Now, it could be that I'm just not down maybe that's the point. But I think if you don't use your language well to add nuance to whatever it is the point you're making, you're wasting your time.
Yeah, and I can understand where you're coming from, and I think that's one of the points that I'm looking at too. That people need to elaborate more on what
Oh,
they're talking
absolutely.
about. So it really needs. They really need to do that. They might just put out a couple of things, but they don't fully explain, and I think that's a problem too.
Well, do you think some of these people bite off more than they can chew?
At some point in time, yeah.
Yeah.
Because the
Now, I
thing
mean,
about it is, a lot of people jump in on these topics, and I think what happens across the board is they find a niche that they might not necessarily agree with every single thing that they seem like they agree with, but they're doing it because they know it pulls in those numbers.
yeah. And I guess I can kind of see, well, if your business model is pulling in stuff, but I'm kind of new at this still. Uh, and you see all the subscribers I'm pulling in with my charming wit and my gregarious personality. But how long can a business model be sustained if all you talk about is, well, basically bullshit?
Well, that's the thing. I think they see that the BS brings in the numbers, and that's why they stick with it, and they just stay there. And sometimes it can work for a decent amount of time, but I know at one point in time it's going to probably get to a point where it's going to be stagnant. Then they're going to have to figure out, but they've got so comfortable that once they get in that stagnant mode, it's like, what am I going to do now? So people need to move around.
Another question. Now again, and I'm not talking about, it's really just kind of my experience I'm not talking about Benji and, News and Shenanigans. I'm not talking about any of that crowd. I'm talking about the crowd that I tend to, interact with on a day-to-day or weekly basis. What do you think of these people who are in their 40s, for instance, who talk like, look, half the rappers that, well, let me give you two good examples. Diddy and then this Anton and Corey Holcomb thing, where these people talk about this one show for like 2 weeks. And then Diddy, who knows how many untold dollars were made talking about that nonsense. I, for the life of me, can't understand why a 45-year-old, for instance, would be talking about some rapper. Because and the reason I think this is Diddy is on a different planet than the normal, dude with the 9 to 5. You probably have nothing in common with a Diddy other than, he's a human and he breathes air and puts his pants on one leg at a time. He probably doesn't even do that. It's probably 2 legs at a time. I don't see the fascination with celebrity news.
I wouldn't be surprised if he had somebody putting them on for him,
Do you
let me say this real quick. Let me say this real quick. Now, when you said that just now before, those aren't I'm thinking in general. I'm not specifically even thinking of the circle that you probably think I was talking about. No, I'm looking across the board. I'm not even I'm not thinking in that box. I'm not thinking about, just like you said, Benji and News. No, I'm looking across the board. When my mind thought is zoomed in on that, I move around, and I've been looking at YouTube on different things since I actually, kind of came into watching YouTube. So I've seen.
Well, you watch cooking shows and stuff too, right? Was it you?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah,
I look at a wide range of things. I can tap myself in on being kind of, nerdy. I look at all different type of things. I might not conversate about them as much, but I look at different categories. It's necessary. I look at politics and all of that kind of stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, like a normal human being. Sometimes I think some of these guys are, I see them on screen, but maybe they're actual AI. It's like the same thing, show after show after show, like they're programmed. Of course,
and that's what I was saying. They get on a certain track, and I guess they feel like, okay, this is what brings in the numbers, or they get comfortable, or both. And I hear it sometimes from some people that they want to try to venture out, but I think, just like I said, I think when they try to venture out, they don't get the numbers, and then that's when they come back to the same category that they were already in.
Well, I mean, I guess the argument could be, applied to me too. I just find politics almost every day, or at least on a weekly basis, it's kind of different, week to week, if not day to day. But there are probably people who think, well, all you ever talk about is politics. So, I think I'm not above that criticism, now that I think about it.
Well, on that note, I can say that with the atmosphere of society right now, it's, at least in the United States, we have to stay aligned up with some type of politics, just to pay attention. See, some people get to the point where they want to let things like that go over their head and keep on, doing, I guess, regular life, and then they want to leave that alone. It's not going to disappear. And I think that's how some people handle it. They feel like, oh, I'm not going to pay attention to that. Oh, I'm not going to talk about it. And maybe some people, look into it, but they just don't talk about it on the platforms that much.
Yeah.
Because it can cause arguments.
You're at least the way I do it. And the thing is that I am kind of, most of the people say, even in my audience right now, they're probably mostly Trump fans. And, that they even kind of rock with someone who's not a Trump fan, is, kind of a testament to their patience, I guess. But I wouldn't want to watch someone that I agree with 100% of the time, or I get a certain thrill out of trashing Trump and watching people's reactions in the chat.
So you actually don't understand your own draw, do you?
Sometimes that's the only reason I do the show, is I know I'm gonna piss somebody off today.
I'm like that on Facebook. I try, but when we're talking about you actually do not understand your own draw. That's
most people don't understand themselves. I honestly believe that sometimes the best critiques are other people observing you. The outside in critiques, you gotta pay attention to those, because the best parallel I can draw is a fish in water. Fish don't know what the hell water is.
Okay.
I don't know about that. They might not know of it as we know of it,
until
but
they're out of the water.
but I'll say it like this. They've got instincts. Stanley, I gotta drop down.
Okay.
I thought that was a solicitor, but it wasn't. I'm glad I didn't. But well, the thing is, how long are you going to be up here? I know you said a few minutes. Um, you had a few
I'm
minutes
probably going to
left.
be up. Yeah, probably do another hour or so.
Okay,
It's not going to be
okay.
a long
Check this
show
out.
because you know, okay, yeah.
Yeah, I'll
Check what
I'll
out.
try to get back up here. It
Okay.
depends
If
on how
I'm
long the
not, I mean,
conversation.
I've been trying to do around 2 or 2:30 every day. I probably, the reason it's going to be a shorter show today is I literally was on panels yesterday and Saturday, and I'm kind of burnt out. So,
Yeah, I can understand
yeah,
that. But I'll try
yeah,
to
and
get
I
back up here.
peanut butter oatmeal cookies. So, I gotta,
What did you say?
I need peanut butter oatmeal cookies.
What did you say about it? I didn't hear
Oh,
the
I
first
made
part.
some. I haven't
Oh,
had a
okay.
chance.
I figured that's what you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love me
See,
some oatmeal cookies.
I love them, and the thing is my father, he'll give me like, 2 5-pound bags of peanuts, so I just throw them in the food processor and make peanut butter. So it's I've never made peanut butter chocolate chip, and they are pretty good. So I need to go
Yeah, that
eat a
chocolate
dozen
and
of them.
peanut butter is a good combination.
Yep.
But I'll try to get back
What's
up
up,
here.
Lou? Okay. Talk
All
to
right,
you
what's
later.
up?
Mr. Lou, how you doing?
Hey,
So,
what up? What's up?
you know what? I think we are probably pretty much at our limit with these two. So we'll
They
listen
didn't
to
even. They
and,
didn't
and
even do
Lou, you're
nothing.
here just. I'm sorry.
They didn't even do nothing. They
Who
wasn't
did?
talking about. No, those two. They weren't talking about anything pressing. It was just like be a credit to your gender. It didn't go anywhere.
Well, it's always interesting to me to see black women critique black women, especially if they're on the right. And they're Yemanika, is that her name? She and Dee Dee and um, there are probably a couple others. There's a young black conservative woman, very young, that it's pretty something or another. I noticed she just dropped something that I'll probably look at tomorrow. But it's always interesting to me to listen to young young black women who are conservative. I often ask myself what's in it for them, but
Right,
usually they're kind of
right.
religious. So
And pretty level headed and pretty fucking normal. I get it. There's
no,
only
I don't
like ten
find them. I
percent of
find
black
them.
women that were on the right anyway. So normally when they're talking, they're under heavy attack. And I appreciate you defending the women, no matter what side they're on and what their ideology is. That's commendable.
Well, I mean, I think look, as long look, I said this so many times. That's why people like SKC, after years of going back and forth, I just kind of, at least I know why he thinks the way he does, even if I don't agree. And yeah, I'll there are
Yeah,
times
he
when
will bring that to you. There's a lot of people who can't explain how they got to where they got, and
yes,
there's people that you can do homework on, but it's extensive, and you probably don't care that much.
it depends on the person. Like other than SKC and maybe Lou and you, and I'm sure there must be one or two others. Look, if I think you don't know what the fuck you're talking about and you're just speaking and talking points, no, I'll find that boring. But the people
Right.
who can just fucking, talk about something deeper than what, they heard, on a panel, those are the people that are interesting to talk to. And I'm gonna tell you, SKC and Fred, you see Fred in the chat. Fred has actually changed my thinking on a lot of things. but I've
From
known
the
Fred
chat?
for, a few, I knew him on a Discord but yeah, there's some things where I've literally gone, you know what? You were right and I was wrong. So, I mean, it can be productive to talk to people, with a different political perspective. And
That's the
I
best. That's the
do.
best part, honestly.
Yeah, I can change my mind on things, but you got to know what you're talking about, and you got to just be able to. I mean, Fred is a particularly interesting case. My viewpoint on culture, I could literally say Fred is probably the major force in getting me to change some of my thinking on what Black culture is.
Mm.
It would be Fred specifically, and then there's another guy who's a Canadian. I think he was born in Nigeria. He has changed some of my thinking too, but it's mostly been Fred. And you know what? It is what it is.
I agree with you on one thing. You said that people who speak in talking points, that is boring. What I do sometimes before I come up here, I have some liberal friends and they speak in talking points. They literally do that. And you try to
See,
ask them to break it down.
the problem with the liberals is they're especially boring when they're talking. They sound like a John Denver song.
But all of them do that. And like you're an escape from that in a sense. Like you can actually explain why you think that this is that, and sometimes you don't. And then that's when
sometimes I think people sometimes I forget. To me, well, you go ahead and finish because I'm I just think I always most of the people, and this is the other thing that I failed to mention. I don't have to explain shit to y'all. Like SKC, I don't have to explain. He's probably read what I've read. So I don't have to explain. I don't have to explain as I go or teach as I go. And that's liberating. I can just fucking
I understood that you're not saying it as a rebellion, if you allow me to say that. But you're not saying in protest. You're saying it that we understand and you don't have to spend the time explaining it.
Yes.
I get what you're saying. Right. Right.
It's freeing. That means I can actually learn.
Or you can get further down the road with the damn conversation for sure. You don't have to spend so much time spinning circles. But yeah,
exactly.
my liberal friends, they do not know how to do that at all. Like I could give them so much road because I understand up to a point, but they can't make that connection how they personalize it. That's where I would stop them and be like, all right, so if you break that down, what do you actually think? Because it contradicts what you've shown. And then they can't.
Right.
But that's the general public. With here in this space that you're up here talking, I get it.
Oh, this is interesting. Hey, CK, I'd never heard of Sonny Johnson before. So let's do. Do you know who Sonny Johnson is? Is he conservative?
I don't know who that is.
Well, let us find out. I was going to listen to Nicole Hannah Jones, but I know what she's going to say. So let's see. Let's see who's this is the Sonny Johnson interview from 2019. So let's learn who Sonny Johnson is.
Whatever I do, I drive around. I listen.
And of course, I get to look at Karen Hunter and a dashiki. That's pleasurable enough.
And I listen to Urban View because I love Urban View. That's where we are.
I ain't gonna lie, I thought that was Michelle.
Nah, she does kind of look like
it's that kind
Michelle
of thing.
Obama.
So I tune in to
one. She is about 6 feet. She's real tall, just like Michelle Obama.
I don't think this is a man, though. That's the difference.
Which
I
is
know
the
it was a
Patriot
cheap
channel,
shot. My bad.
SXM Patriot, and I listened to this woman, and she challenges me. I have to lean into the radio. Sometimes I gotta lean back.
See,
but I said,
now
when
I'm
she's
interested.
in town next time, I want to see her. I want to see her. So she's here. Let me welcome to the show. You can follow her on Twitter, of course, in every place. She's got a whole thing. Did she say that? That's her Twitter handle. But let me welcome the host of Sonny's Corner,
Ooh, did
Sonny
she say that?
Johnson.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm so humbled to be here. You are greatness and an icon, following in your footsteps and just, in that path. I'm blown away just sitting in the studio with you. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you. I sat, I think we did a panel discussion, that's where I first was introduced to you, and you didn't have a show then. Now you do.
Before we get too far into this, everybody, please make sure you hit the like button. If you happen to be new here, please subscribe. Check us out. It can be a little. Sometimes the herbal tea is a bit bitter, so it may not be your cup of tea. We like bergamot over here, so Earl Grey is our tea. And let me compliment CKJ3. See, this is what I love about, a lot of the folks in the audience. They're bringing shit to the table. I've never heard of Sonny Johnson. And when CKJ3 says, but not your typical conservative, well, now my interest is piqued. I'll probably watch like days and days. I'll probably be showing her for the next week, So this is what I value. We're not a huge channel, but I honestly think that most of the people, who are here day in and day out bring something to the show. So salute to CKJ3, and he's a sponsor of the show as well.
Hey, shout out to CKJ3, man. He's a good dude.
Yeah, absolutely. Roland Martin wishes he had a bunch of CKJ3s.
He wouldn't be Roland Martin if he did, though.
CKJ3 is a major supporter of Black media.
Yeah, and that Roland is pathetic. You can't even put them two in the same conversation.
Well, I don't really, I used to listen to him almost daily, and I don't, because he tends to be kind of repetitive.
It's disrespectful to CKJ3.
What's up, Shiesty Bum?
Hey, what up, bum? Bum stickity, bum stickity.
Bum stickity. Wow, y'all are close.
On this show.
Nah, bum is a stalker.
Now, I'm a registered Republican out of.
Hey, look, all I have to say is that I'm usually relieved when she gets here.
She's just here to shit on somebody.
Yeah, and you know what? I am here to see who she chooses as a victim.
We started a Party of Lincoln move here because I feel like you can't change something from the outside.
We know it's probably going to be a man
everywhere. If we want to see change, we can't sit on the sidelines and complain. So there's a similarity in the message.
Most definitely.
All right. So how do you categorize yourself? Because you're on Patriot. You're a product of the Breitbart situation.
Oh
which
my God,
can be complicated,
she is all right.
How do you categorize your politics?
I'm a conservative. Period. Like putting it into a political party at the moment, I can't count for Republicans to save my life. I've been behind the closed doors. I've seen those meetings. I know how short-sighted they are, how ineffective they are, how they're not meant to succeed. They're not set up to actually get Black people into the Republican Party. They are a farce. And I literally got to the point where I was like, if I come to another one of these Republican meetings, I'm going to cuss somebody out so bad that I'm going to be arrested. And that's not going to be a good look for me. And I don't want to show up and majority of it, if you look on the Republican side, you go in and it's all pastors and it's all, like that kind of element in there. And I'm like, I don't want to go out there and, become a negus. in front of these people. But that's what they're pushing me towards. And then they look at you and say, well, that's why you can't be representative of us, because look how you act. Like, no, you're pushing me to this. You're getting to me to a point where you're making
See,
your
this is
actions
where I
so
have a problem.
intolerable. You are going to meet Sonny
hold on,
Johnson and you're not going to like that. So
I have an issue. Okay, it might be I'm nitpicking, but I do have an issue when people bring their personal issues or their personal ticks and all their BW glory, bring it on over here, and then you get the same result. It's supposed to be a changing of the mind completely.
I was just looking at this pop-up, and this is Lisa Cabrera. I don't know if you know who she is. She's a fairly sizable content creator. She's saying Donald Trump calls for arrest and deportation of Ilhan Omar.
I hope he gets it done.
What's he going to do? Revoke her citizenship?
Isn't she a refugee of some sort?
Yeah, I think she said she came over here. She came over here when she was 12 or something like that. But she's a U.S. citizen.
He's got to find
way you can.
No, you can find something in the books. You got to go read the books and figure out a way to do it. He probably could.
Nah, I doubt that he could.
Ask AI, ask Grok.
Okay, all I have to say is the only way you can revoke citizenship is you're right. You have to go back and find some fraud in the application process. So maybe they can find something, but I'm not going to bet the farm on it. The only way you can be an elected federal official is to be a citizen. So we know she's a citizen. And you know what? I guarantee you she's had some sort of FBI vetting. Because, I mean, I would imagine you have to have a level of clearance to be on some of these committees in Congress. So, good luck with that.
I just got to the point with Republicans where I just had to stop altogether.
So you're not
No.
on the record Republican. Okay,
No.
you're conservative.
Yes.
Which I think most Black people are conservative.
I really believe
if
so.
we're being honest, 866-801-8255. Holler at us if you agree or disagree. I'm talking with Sonny Johnson, host of Sonny's Corner on channel 125, 1 p.m. Eastern on SiriusXM Patriot. Now, there was an autopsy after Mitt Romney lost to Barack Obama, right? That gave a blueprint of what they needed to do to expand their tent. And
that was a whole bunch of wasted money.
Okay.
That's what that was. And that's what the RNC is good at, wasting money, pretending that they want an actual outreach when they have no intention of actually following through on what they said. It was a giant waste of money. Mitt Romney could have did what Donald Trump did. Mitt Romney could have sold the American dream. He could have sold economics. He could have done that. And instead he chose to, well, I don't want to talk about my money. I don't want to talk about my success. I don't want to share those secrets with you. I don't want to show you how to do it like I did it. I'm going to hide behind humility. I'm going to and like this became a creature. And this is how people are saying, we're able to say, you don't want us to get rich. You don't want us to prosper. You don't want us because you're hiding all the secrets. You're keeping it to yourself.
You know what? She literally sounds like a.
Don't try to tell us about like the one.
She sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Since when is humility a bad thing?
That's because she's not really. She's a conservative to the sense that she believes in God, but she's really just a liberal. And they're coming over here with the liberal that liberal result.
I'm thoroughly lost. How is saying
she could say something out of her mouth, but what the other stuff she's saying is canceling that.
Okay,
well, I don't know. I don't know where it comes from.
Well, what I'm hearing from her, and maybe I'm wrong, but she would rather a guy like Donald Trump who flaunts his wealth to give us all hope. That's what I think I'm hearing.
I'm hearing that she wanted Donald Trump and Mitt Romney.
Say that again?
She expected Donald Trump out of Mitt Romney.
Yeah, she's basically saying that Mitt Romney was trying to be humble, but in the end, he was very secretive. And because he didn't want to flaunt his wealth, basically, it came off as he didn't want people to be rich. I mean, she literally just said that. Do we need to go back and listen to it again?
No, I heard that. She's just
to me that
she's
sounds
projecting.
ridiculous. Back
Yeah,
when
it sounds
character
stupid.
mattered, yeah, most presidents have been fairly well off. Nixon wasn't particularly. I don't think Ford was. Carter, they were relatively rich compared to normal people, but they weren't like stellar wealth. It used to be that character mattered, and going around flaunting your wealth would be off-putting. Used to be that having a military record used to be important. None all that's gone these days. And I think Donald Trump has permanently broken the presidency.
That may be. I can agree
when
with
you were
that.
17 and you were broke riding, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, he and his wife, they had to live in one bedroom. I remember that.
Don't
Yes.
don't do that. Like I got a story that will put that story to shame, and a million other Americans got that same story. They will put your story to shame.
Tell us your story. So your name is Sonnie, Sonnie.
Yes, ma'am.
That's your real name?
Yes, ma'am. It is Sunny Star. Actually.
Okay, that's an interesting name.
Yes.
Is there a story behind it?
Yeah, actually, my mom was a drug addict. She was addicted to crack when she had me, so I was born a drug baby. And when I came out, she literally said I looked like a sunny star, and she named me Sunny Star because that's how I looked when I came out. And
you're a shining
that's
star.
what I've been like the majority of my life. And I had to get to a point where I had to like tell my elders in my family, it's either Sunny or it's either Star, but the two of them together it's not happening anymore. And that's when you kind of gain your independence. But yeah, that's where my name came from.
Where were you raised?
In Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
Ooh.
And
I've heard
did
stories.
she beat the
I
drug
have a
addiction?
buddy of mine. I don't know if Fred is still in the audience, from Richmond. And he's the guy who told me that I needed to stop talking about the ghetto because I didn't know what the fuck I was talking about. He's from the hood in one of the hoods in Richmond. So shout out to Wolf.
No, she's still an addict to this day. She is one of those, I would say functioning, but it's kind of really dysfunctional. But she's one of those people that believes it's her body, her life, and don't you dare tell her how to live it, or don't you dare, put yourself in a position to think that you have some authority over her.
Oh, that sounds totally libertarian to me. Shout out to mom.
And it took me I went through a lot, trying to be like, why weren't you what you were supposed to be? And then I kind of got to the point where I realized she crazy. You know what I'm saying? She crazy. Like, and I can't hold that anymore. That's not my fault. I didn't do that. She didn't become that way because of me. It is what it is. And so I've gotten to a place now that even though she is still the same, I love her. And she's very close to my daughter. They have a really good relationship, probably closer than me and her have. She has a close relationship with my daughter. And I do my best to nurture that. I don't leave her alone with her. Don't let her do the overnights and stuff like that. But any chance that they do have the opportunity to hang out together, I do make sure it happens.
Now, people either repeat what they see their parents do or they run away from it, right? So what was your path, son?
Oh, I ran in the sense that what happened to my mom was, at least this is how it was told to me, is she was a school teacher. She was, everything was together. Everything was good. And she went out one night and someone slipped something in her drink. And she came home and she read the Bible from the front to the back and was never the same again. So in that instance, I learned from her. And so I don't drink when I'm out. I make sure I know who I'm around. If I leave a cup for 5 seconds, I'm not picking it back up. Like certain things about that situation, I definitely learned from. And when I was a teenager, I kind of went through a spell of taking pills because I was like in a very unhealthy kind of atmosphere at home. And I almost overdosed. And my mom had to run me to the hospital, not my biological mom, but my adopted mom. She had to run me to the hospital and I had to get my stomach pumped. I had to go through the whole thing. So you can say in a way I repeated and in a way I ran. And both things were simultaneously true.
Talk about how you broke out and broke free, because you host a radio show. You out
I
there,
had
an activist.
it was God. I can't. It's like a story you cannot tell without God's hand. Like if He did not have His hand on me, I would have been like one of my friends. I would have really seriously been like one of my friends. I was diagnosed with Crohn's. I graduated high school at the age of 16. When I turned 17, I got diagnosed with Crohn's immediately after. And it was like really, really debilitating, where I was spending like a week of every month in the hospital because of my infections and the weight loss and not being, it's just really, really terrible.
Crohn's
And
is vicious.
I'm still dealing with it to this day, but I've learned to manage it a lot better than I was able to manage it at 17 and 18. And I finally went and got the surgery. After I got the surgery,
the surgery to remove part of your intestines?
yes, I have 11 centimeters of my ileum removed.
Wow.
So, after I had the surgery done, that 6 weeks, I was listening to your conversation before I came on where you were talking about marijuana. That 6 weeks was my sobriety. Like I wasn't smoking, I wasn't drinking, I couldn't do anything because they just cut my stomach open and I was just like trying to heal from that. So it was like I could do nothing. And in that 6 weeks, I got sober. And everything looked extremely different to me. And I was like, if I stay here, I'm going to get caught here. If I don't get away, I'm never going to get away. If I allow this to be my life, this is going to be my life. And within 24 hours, I moved out of Richmond.
And where'd you go?
I came to Northern Virginia, where I had one of my aunts. She gave me a bedroom, said, get a job. I said, okay, got a bed, took the bedroom, got a job. Within 2 to 3 months, I met my husband and we've been together ever since. So
nice.
Like true love story. Black love is beautiful. I love that man. So
what's his name?
His name is Michael.
Hey, Michael.
Yeah.
Shout out to you. We're talking with Sonny Johnson, host of Sonny's Corner on SiriusXM Patriot Channel 125 every Saturday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Okay, you talk Black empowerment, right? From a different, and you are talking, when I listen, most of your callers are white Trump supporters.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That channel is a Trump.
That's what it
is.
is.
A Trump channel. How do you?
I don't even
bridge
care
the
how
race
that
gap?
works. That sounds
I
ridiculous.
talk to them honestly. And like
What sounds ridiculous?
I mean, I don't know if she's leaning into the what are you? You have a lot of identities. You're gonna juggle your blackness and your conservatism. You're a married woman. I mean, come on,
Are you
man.
saying she can't be black and conservative?
Maybe I'm so far right. I just don't see how that works. No, you could be black and conservative. Yeah,
I think
no,
you're
you could
running
be
into
black and
several.
conservative.
I think you're running into several issues. Your misogyny is intersecting with your racism. And then you've got that far right. You've got that far right.
No, don't laugh. Keep going. This is a good diagnosis. Go ahead. Tell me what you're hearing there.
The triangulation is just not. I mean, it's hard to do that triangulation of those three intersections as far right as you claim to be. So
No, just not that. I'm just not that black. I don't know. I just don't lean into the black thing.
Okay, well, how can you not lean into the black thing?
I just don't.
Aren't you black?
I can be black without having to be black over everything else. That might be the problem I'm seeing.
Okay, well, I don't think she said she was black first. I mean, I'm not getting that impression.
I know. It's normal for you. When you see it, you cannot see it.
Okay, well, do you think I'm black first?
No, I actually, because I know that's not true.
Right.
Well,
So, I
actually, I
mean,
don't.
if
I
I'm
take that
not
back. I
black,
really don't know. Are you?
no, I'm Stanley first. And then
Yeah,
everything else
she's
devolves
coming
from
from.
there.
That's what it is. She's coming from that collectivism, black conservative place
There's such a
with a
thing?
high level of tolerance.
Okay. What is a conservative collectivist? Who would be the politician that would embody that dichotomous, unenviable position?
The only person I could think of, which I don't even think he's like that, would be Larry Elder. But
Larry Elder?
it was a
Oh
random
wow.
fucking 3-pointer from the parking lot. It doesn't matter because
Dude,
it's not even that.
I can't think of a black man who would be less a collectivist than Larry Elder. That motherfucker.
That's what I'm saying. It just seems
Jesse
so
Lee
rare that she's
Peterson.
mixing all that together. It seems like she's trying to mix all that together. For me, it's not jiving. I don't know. I can't tell what I'm hearing right now. I'll listen more.
Well,
and I'll judge less. Let me do that.
Because I mean, I think I kind of understand where she's coming from. You can be a conservative collectivist, I guess. I mean, what do you think Jamestown was?
It's unique.
Yeah.
The funniest thing is my audience is like one of their favorite part of the show is like, we love it when you start talking about white people. And I'm like, you're white. What do you mean you love it? Like, are you not fully aware that I'm talking about you? But where I have kind of gotten in the show, and dear goodness, if you can imagine how many of them call and complain about me and call me a black supremacist, and I just laugh and I'm like, you have to listen to me anyway. And it's funny to me that they actually think they have any superiority whatsoever. I'm like, you do understand you're listening.
You see what I'm saying? That she just leaned all the way into what I was telling.
We're gonna.
She's bringing that race grievance because she's bringing that race grievance to the right. And for me, that's not. Those don't jive.
Okay, so you don't think Trump saying that white men are being discriminated against? How is that not bringing race into something?
I don't know if that's the same thing I'm talking about, but okay.
Okay, is white not a race in America? See, what you bought into as whiteness as kind of the standard, and everything, is measured from a white standard. You've bought that hook, line, and sinker. Some people don't see white as a standard.
I don't see white as a standard. I think something is pinging. I can't quite.
Are you sure about that?
I think something is pinging, and I can't quite explain it.
Okay, well, we'll listen to some more.
We're gonna have an honest conversation. You're not gonna be talking down about black people to me.
What's up, Harry?
I'm not gonna come back and equally push back, and nor do you get to act like there are no problems within white culture that seriously need addressing.
That's a funny comment.
And that you guys are not addressing.
So
if you wanna be focused so much on what's happening in my community, I got a little bit of focus on what's happening in yours as well. So maybe you wanna put a skirt on that before you start talking about what we got on over here.
I love that. I was processing it because we'll have people call up every now and then. They sit and they troll.
A black
they
conservative,
and they call up to troll,
radical.
and they have the script and they read from it. And it's usually when I start talking about Trump or when I start talking about race. And it's like they don't want to acknowledge that there's a race problem and that we have a history in this country. And we don't do victim things here on not on the Karen Hunt Show or on Urban View, but we're going to talk about the story from the beginning, not the middle. our history doesn't start with the slave ships. It doesn't.
Nope.
And in this, if we're going to talk about America, we got to talk about the Rosewoods, the Greenwoods, and all of the wonderful communities we built without any government help, without any handouts, that were decimated because of people's jealousy and racism. We got to talk about those things. But you get to talk about them and they like you. I talk about it and they troll me. No, you got people that call up and they, I love you, Sonny. I love you, Sonny. And I was like, because she's on this channel.
Hold on here. Always the tragic mulattoes? Oh my Lord. Are you talking about what's his name? Mulatto. I don't even, what does he call himself? Because he is a tragic mulatto. What mulatto are you talking about, Sin? As I look into this photo that's filtered.
There's a presumption that she's one of us. So therefore you can say these things like inside. No?
Oh no, I have caught it. You're catching the end of my work here. Like this wasn't the beginning. The beginning, it was all pushback. It was all, it was all pushback. It was just really terrible. I was going to walk away.
What do you make of the pushback? Because it baffles me. If somebody's telling you we have a disease here, there's a disease here. Don't we all want to fix this disease so that the body could be whole? You want this to fester?
They don't look at it because it's not their disease. So they don't look at it. And I'm like, that's your fallacy. It's a spreading disease. Like, you think you can keep it contained in urban cities and it's not going to come creeping up into your country neighborhoods. And now that it's creeping
opioids,
up, and now all of a sudden you got a whole different answer for the opioid crisis than what you had for the crack epidemic. You was all fine with locking us up. Now you talking about treatment, but you can't even see that there's a difference in that. And so I bring up those things. I want them to see how
I suspect, Dave, that you would think she's betraying conservative principles by not pointing out the obvious.
No, I think she's a lefty in right clothing. I think she's claiming the right, but she's really
because she's pointing out the obvious?
No, it's her activism spirit. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, so you have a critique.
She's an activist, and she's a right-wing activist. Fuck all that.
You have a critique of her spirit. I get it.
No, she's a right-wing. She's a right-wing activist, and I don't fuck with that. That's just me.
Wait, hold
you
on.
Like
how is being a radio host being an activist?
No, she's clearly only talking about racial grievances and claiming the right. That's all it is.
Okay, so racial grievances aren't a thing in America?
They're her thing. They're not my thing.
Yeah, well, you think everything's okay racially.
Actually, I just don't have problems. I don't have those kind of problems where it has to consume me. Because once you free yourself from that, then you're able to operate normally. That's what I believe.
What is your barometer for normalcy in the United States? This is going back to my point.
You have to clear your mind in order. You're going to let things just consume you to the point where you can't even think straight. That's just like in the forefront of your mind. This is what we're going to talk about. I get it; it's profitable, but I like living free.
I don't
think she's mentally free. I don't think she's free. I think she has the same issues that you have on the left. She's just claiming right. That's all it is.
Okay, well, I don't have issues on the left other than I think that too many people on the right are obtuse, stupid, unread, and insanely wild.
And that's fine. I'm not going to fight you on that. But you think that this is normal? What she's talking about? You think that she's okay mentally, and all these things are consuming her? She's throwing it in white people's face, and I mean,
we have to be like Anton.
You can
Daniels,
do it.
right?
I'm telling. You can do it. I'm just telling you that's why I was having a problem. I get it now. I get it. I don't give a fuck. I don't have to explain it to her. Explain it to you. What it is that what I'm saying. Now that I understand
it to me.
It is what it is.
You don't have to. You don't have to explain it. It's there for me to mock.
No, I get it. She's just a right wing social justice warrior. That's all. It's fine. That's what she wants
That's
to
an
do.
interesting way of putting it. I don't know that I disagree with that. It's refreshing to see someone on the right that cares.
You're not referring to me. I don't give a fuck. I would.
No, I think
She
it's
would still be,
refreshing.
even though
I
she's
think
on the
it's
right. She would not
refreshing
be
to
nowhere near me.
see. It's refreshing to see a black conservative that actually cares about black people. I'm thinking of Thomas Sowell, who has hidden from black people for damn near half a century or more. I'm thinking of Clarence Thomas, who couldn't give a fuck less about black people. I'm thinking about Larry Elder, who doesn't give a fuck about black people. I'm thinking of Jesse Lee Peterson, who I'm not even sure he's human. I'm thinking of Officer Tatum, who doesn't give a fuck about black people. I could go on for quite some time. Alan Keyes, you remember him? Didn't give a Byron Daniels doesn't give a fuck about black people. So it's refreshing to see someone with conservative bona fides who actually cares about
You're
black
disgusting.
people.
You're disgusting because you know good and goddamn well that this woman is only saying this shit. She doesn't believe it. She's just saying it. She's a conservative. She even said it. She's like somebody who says that they're independent but still votes left. That's not independent.
Or independent, and most of the independents I know want to vote right.
Thank you, babe.
But let me put it to you this way. This is the first time I've ever seen her. I will be watching more of her.
I'm sure because she soothes your social justice soul. Your grievance, the things that you don't let go that hinder your mind.
Well, no, nothing hinders my mind except people who
I know.
slow.
What happens is it creates TDS, and that's what I've been seeing over here.
I think most of the people who suffer Trump derangement syndrome are literally Trump voters. They're not even smart enough to know that the derangement is all on their part.
And to everybody on your side, everybody else that doesn't think like you is a problem.
Yeah, usually in my experience on YouTube, yes.
But where I'm at, we can allow you to think how you want to think. We don't have a problem with how you think. Think what you want to think. Not allow. Allow is a bad word. Nobody cares.
Like y'all have a choice in what I think. When did you ever?
So you think that we think one way, one side we care about, the other side we don't. It's not it. We don't care about either side.
That's right. You only care about
and then you just call it
your own
and then
self.
you label it anti-black. That's what you call that. Yes, I'm worried about I'm worried about my family and my faith in God. That's what's most important.
Yeah, I mean, I would, oddly enough, I'm much more worried about my family. Because, how many times do I say culture at this stage of American history begins in your four walls. So, and parenting is the biggest problem. So I've got to focus on the family too.
So I haven't said anything that you disagree with. You just don't like what I claim as my stance.
I think I don't
like
see
if I was
her
to ask you exactly what it is that you dislike about my political stance, you don't think I understand it. What is it?
I don't think you understand it.
I figured that's what you would say. That's why I said it.
Yeah. Well, then
it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
I think if you are not concerned about what Trump is doing right now, then you don't understand you don't understand what's happening.
But I'm not fear-mongered. I don't
I'm not, dude. You think I'm afraid?
I will not let fear. The fear doesn't control me.
Okay, I literally am not afraid. I'm sad. Cause see, I'm old. I won't live to see the ultimate results. I'm a little concerned for my son, but
oh, he'll be fine.
Princella, where do I know that name from?
That's the queen maker.
Oh, that's a content creator, right?
Yeah.
In CKJ3, apparently we've been manipulated by CKJ3.
I think she's more confused than I am, bro. You want to be a social justice warrior, then take that shit over there on the left. That's where your kind is.
Like I said, I see there's a segment of video where she's on Fox News. I don't know that we'll get to it tonight, but now that I know who she is, we'll be watching a bit more of her over the course of the week.
Hypercritical they are.
All you're trying to do is piss me off, aren't you?
Like you are not even making any.
No, I'm genuinely interested. She's definitely different.
She's not saying nothing you disagree with, so this is just creating your echo chamber. Where's the challenge in what she's saying?
I'm sorry, say that again.
Where is the challenge that you have for what she's saying? She's on the right.
Well,
you usually have a problem. You have a problem with everybody on the right except for this woman. Is it because she's black and a woman? Is it because she's saying what you like to hear? Where's the disagreement that you have? Because it's not a challenge.
The only thing I can say at this point, because I'm 14 minutes into me, I didn't even know who she was 14 minutes ago, is that I find it refreshing that a black woman or black person of any sex actually is willing to challenge some of these yahoos in the MAGA cult. Apparently she's not in the MAGA cult, and I find that refreshing for a conservative.
Oh my God. She's saying conservative in a whole different context. You're being
okay. You know how there are a bunch of conservatives who are anti-Trump, like never Trumpers? That's who she's reminding me of.
If anything, she's towards the center. She's definitely not on the right.
Well, I don't know. I don't see her as center, but again, 14 minutes into it.
Since you're listening to talking points the same way you accuse the other side of listening to talking points, and you regurgitate them without any logical thought, and I'm here to put a stop to that.
So how do you reconcile?
I said that earlier too.
With Trump being president, you support him, right?
No, I had one sentiment from the very, very, very beginning. If you treated the black community like every other Republican president has treated the black community, you will be a failure to me. And he has done that. So to me, he is a failure, and that will stand strong, steady, and true until he changes something different.
What is it? So, because to me,
even
the partisan politics thing is it's a lie.
Okay, now remember, this is 2019. This isn't current.
Oh, okay. Okay, all right. I'll give her some leeway there. But even before
I probably should have mentioned. I probably should have mentioned that.
Okay, so she's probably further to the right now than she is here in this interview.
Well,
trust
maybe
me.
We'll find out.
If that door was remotely even cracked open, I'm curious to see where she's at now. So I can't condemn her, and for you, this is like food porn. Go ahead.
That's an interesting analogy, but I'll take it.
Right. It's not ever about partisan politics. It's always to me about race.
What's up, Con?
Or the browning of America and the fear of that and what that means, and power, not wanting to give up power. So you create these factions, these warring factions, so that you can stay in power. And it's like all a big chess game, and we're just pawns on the board that they're moving around. And I just want us to empower ourselves. If we're going to be pawns, let's get across and become queens. And let's figure out how to navigate this a little bit better. But I want the fighting to stop, because we are Americans.
Dave, is it snowing up your way?
Nah, we got hit hard earlier. Right now, no.
I see this AP alert that I got 100 vehicles crash or slide off the interstate during snowstorm in Michigan.
Wow. They know better up there. They should know how to drive in the snow.
It's probably a bunch of out-of-towners.
There's a lot going on in the world. And I'm not just talking about Russia and China. There's a lot happening in the world. If we don't get it together, we're going to be like Rome.
Yeah,
I think we're very close to it.
Destroyed from the inside out, and that's where we're vastly coming up to, in a place where we can't even talk to each other. We have a government that believes it really commands us instead of being under the command of the American people. So we are moving like vastly in that direction. And if we're going to stop it, we are going to have to be the ones that stop it. And that's why in this age, I'm looking forward to it. I'm like, God didn't put this country here, us here, to not have a purpose in it. And I think that all of us have a purpose in it. And now you're going to hear a lot of new voices coming up. I know you're going to hear a lot of new voices coming up that are going to be completely different, that are going to offer some different opinions, and we're going to be having some different conversations. So I'm looking forward to
that
it.
toxic crowd, because they're so toxic. You know, it's like, don't you want to live in peace and harmony? Don't you want everyone to succeed? Don't you want to? Because there's enough for everybody.
I have two definitions of racism. I have like the definition of racism of the people who really just don't want to compete. I use movies to kind of describe them. So this is like the Mr. Calhoun in Harlem Nights. He just doesn't want to compete. Sugar Ray beats him at everything, so he doesn't want to compete with Sugar Ray. I don't take those people seriously.
I want to get rid of him.
Exactly.
So I don't have to compete
so I don't
with
have
him.
to compete with him. Those are the laughable racists, because if you really want to, you can beat them. They're not really competition. Those are the ones that will be pumping your gas and giving you fries. Like literally. They are not the ones you really need to worry about. The races that I worry about are the ones who think that the Black community cannot prosper, cannot flourish without them, that they have to be our benevolent saviors. If we don't have them speaking on our behalf, if we don't have them in positions of power, if we don't have them in places of respect, then we as a community will fall and we will be nothing. And oh gosh, thank your white benevolent people that we love you. Those are the ones that I that's the kind of racist that I go after and I target, because I think that those are the ones that zap and try to take away the brilliant.
Definitely find it refreshing that there's a Black conservative who admits that racism exists. Usually it's the Coleman Hughes type, oh, I don't see color, just like my white buddy.
Yeah, eat this up, because if people understand racism, they won't say that bullshit guy on the fries that they experienced was actual racism.
I'm sorry, what? Can you repeat that?
Yeah. The guy on the fries who gave somebody a moment that they felt like they experienced racism. As you mature,
like French fries.
Yeah, he put 2 in your small fry bag instead of filling it up. He was racist. Those racist moments actually don't equal anything. So,
okay, I have no idea what you're talking about.
You ask people what racism have you experienced, and you listen to it. It's like, well, bro, you was wrong. What the hell?
Okay, how many times, Dave? How many times have I said that you rarely, on a day-to-day interpersonal level, experience racists? But racism is a systemic issue. Okay, I literally talked about Louisiana and
right. Stanley, I get it. Do you think that most people know this though? Or are they just taking their moments of dissatisfaction and calling that racism?
I think this young lady does.
Yeah, okay, she does. But most people, I don't believe they understand that difference.
Oh, so are you of the mind that if what you don't know doesn't hurt you?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. I'm just saying that they define their discomforts as racism.
Yeah, well, I can't help it if they're stupid.
You're underestimating. Well, are you overestimating? I don't know, but you got it wrong.
I mean, if you think, I mean, my personal experience, I could probably, over 60 years, it's possible that I could probably, name the number of racist moments I've had that are memorable, at least. Of course, I'm not going to count high school because that was like every fucking day. But
Well, when I was
post high school,
on the left, my most racist moment ever was in the first grade where I was getting the teacher's stapler. She told me to get my cotton picking hands off her desk, and I told my grandmother. She raced to the school. If you have to know my grandmother to understand why this would be a moment. But yeah, she raced up to the school and got in the teacher's face. The next week and a half, I was the line leader in first grade. That was it.
well, if your teacher didn't have enough sense, at least she didn't call you a pickaninny.
It wasn't. It was very common for them to say that when I was in elementary school because I heard it on and I was the only pepper in a
Well, then
pile
why
of
did you
salt.
race? If it was common, why'd you rush home and tell your grandmother?
Something else happened. Whatever.
Oh,
I don't know. I was one of my oh, you had some Kool-Aid before school, you wouldn't sit down type of days. I had a lot of those too. Whatever, something else happened.
well,
And
I'm
they
going to
asked
tell you.
about it, and I quoted it, and she didn't like it, and she ran to the school, got in the teacher's face. The next thing you know, I'm line leader for a week. No
Well,
big
I'm going
deal.
to tell you right now. One of these days, if I have no idea where they are, I'd have to go look for them. But I'm going to pull out one of my high school yearbooks. You know how, I don't know, I assume they still do it. Like at the end of the year, all your friends go in and, sign it and leave some pithy saying or something. Dude,
Mhm.
you, I bet the hair on the back of your neck will stand up. Some of the shit that got written in my yearbook. And these are these are these are high school boys. So, they tend to be fairly cruel, and it's an all boys Catholic military school. So it's gonna be
Was
a
it
little roughhouse. But
was it
dude,
that bad?
let me
Holy
put it to
shit.
you this way. I have never been back to visit my high school. I got an excellent education, probably the closest Savannah could offer to like a true classical education. But I've never been back. Even when my teachers, I think I've told you, I was in the Navy and they were like, oh, hey, can he come with his uniform on and talk to the boys? I was like, fuck no. And my parents were probably fairly disappointed, but I didn't care. My yearbooks sat in my old room at home for probably damn near 20 years. I didn't want them. And you know what? My father, my father cleaning out my room, uh, sent them with my sister or something back up to be delivered to me. And let me put it to you this way. I got them. I didn't even open them to reminisce. They're in a box somewhere. I literally, after 20 plus years, I haven't cracked those yearbooks open since the day they were delivered at school and all these people signed it. That's how fucking racist that school could be.
Wow, I'm sorry
So,
to hear that. I mean, you
you
probably
know what?
experienced
Hey,
it more.
that's why, hey, it toughened me up.
Yeah,
If there's
I'm sure. No, go
if
ahead.
there's
Go ahead.
if there's any silver lining, I know how to fight back. That's why do you think I'm so good with the one-liners? Motherfucker, I spent 4+ years. You know what? People at some point in time, people were fairly afraid of what I might come back with. So, the yearbook was their little time to do something pithy, because if you said it to my face, dude, I'd say it in front of a teacher and they might laugh.
Was it that bad? What they were saying in
Yes.
your yearbook? Wow.
Yes. I literally I have not cracked those yearbooks open. In 1983 is when I graduated. I literally have never opened those books after 1983. June of 1983 is when I graduated. Like I said, I left them home. Never asked for them, but shit, didn't care whether they got burned.
Damn.
So, I probably won't burn them, but I have no. And after college, I've literally, I don't think I've talked to any of my classmates since 87.
Have you came across one in the last 20 years?
Let me tell you something that happened. No, I haven't. Let me tell you something that happened. This was probably around 1997 or so. 98, 99, somewhere in there. Because it might have been post to Y2K. There was a kid that went to my high school maybe a couple years younger. So I'm in the grocery store and he came up and he went, "Stanley Cross, how you doing? Do you remember me?" And he was with his girlfriend. I'm like, no, I had no fucking clue what his name was. And it was a little awkward, but I literally said, "No, I don't." So I loved my teachers. I mean, the teachers were probably the best part of it. I enjoyed the academics, but the people, some of them were fucking horrible. But it's an all boys school. It was like a mild Southern version of Lord of the Flies. It could be very Lord of the Flies like.
Well,
and let me
hey,
tell
man.
you the last fight I had. I was a junior in high school. Yeah, I think maybe it was a sophomore, but I think it was junior year. And this dude, he was a couple inches taller, a little bit. I think he was a football player. We were in line to pick up uniforms from the ROTC office. I did ROTC all 4 years. So we're in line, and this motherfucker had been just fucking needling me all day. So finally, I turned around and cold cocked him on the forehead. I fucking put him on the ground. Now I'm a skinny little kid, and he had just pushed me to my breaking point. So I just turned around and cold cocked him. And everybody was like, "Ooh." And you know what? He came to school, but this is the great thing about an all boys school. I don't know how he explained it to his parents because he had a lump on his forehead, but never heard after that day, never heard another peep out of him. He sure as fuck didn't fuck with me anymore. And you know what? We were best of friends in college.
Oh,
But
cool.
that's the beauty of an all boys school. That one cold cock, nobody ever fucked with me again because they didn't know what I might do. So I know how to handle myself. I just, people just think all I know how to do is read books. And that's probably the mistake this dude made, thinking all he can do is fucking read a book. Well, boy, howdy did he learn. Maybe I was reading a book on cold cocking.
What was that?
Or
Ed O'Neill?
I was reading a book on boxing. I fucking clocked him.
You read a book on boxing. Hey, so you ever seen that movie? I think it was Uncle Buck. I think it was Ed O'Neill. He punched some guy with a skull ring, left the skull ring imprint on his forehead. That's what that reminded me of.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Some movie I watched where Ed O'Neill had a skull ring and he punched a dude in the forehead and left the imprint. When he was telling that story, I was thinking of that.
The Married with Children guy?
Yeah, it was on a movie.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, see, I used to watch like Muhammad Ali back in the days. Yeah, I used to love boxing when I was a kid. As a matter of fact, Wide World of Sports, way back in the day, they would have boxing like almost every Saturday. Yeah, that Ed O'Neill, Con. But but the larger point I'm trying to make is all these people who think all I know how to do is read a book, boy, are they wrong.
Intelligence that's in the Black community that needs to be shown more.
Who are these people? Do we have names?
No, I don't do. I do ideas, not names. I try my best to stick with ideas and not names.
You have done names. You've done names with the black racists.
Who?
You use the black people that are detrimental to black people.
Who?
I'm not gonna name those
Yeah,
names. I'm not gonna name those names.
No, if I do, I'm saying let them die. Let their names go away. Let's stop talking about them because conservatives talk about them so much. Like they literally talk about them more than you talk about the black conservatives that are on your side. So why don't you calm down on talking about them a little bit and maybe lift up some of the people that are actually on your side?
So what is you talking about Booker T. Washington and pulling people up by the bootstraps, and
now she's going to be talking your language, right?
Yeah, my language. Yep, go ahead.
They probably mean Booker T and the MGs.
Booker T and W.E.B. Du Bois, they're both right.
Probably means Booker T WWE.
Like they're all right. You can both have people who are well versed in the system.
It's boring, man. You have to refresh this.
Who understand that we can build a community from the inside. We need all things. I don't want there to be anything left off the table. I think people should do the things that they're great at, and everyone together can lift up the society.
As long as we have a battlefield of ideas, I think we have enough time to that battle. And like I said, I'm looking forward to that. For the longest time, I can say that there's nobody on the conservative side or the Republican side that spoke for me. Definitely, none of them spoke for me. No. None of the black Republicans, not one. They not care. They not care hard.
Why is that? I continue. I talk with Reed Galen. I'm behind the scenes with really high up. We've had the band here. You spend time with him.
Used to, yes, but he is definitely the reason that I've tried to quit.
Worked your ass right the fuck up out of here, didn't they, Stanley? What happened? I guess I'm running the show. I don't know what happened. There. I'm over here trying to open up this box I got. I had to spoil myself and go get myself something nice. Something nice. Who's in the chat? Did he? What happened?
I
told you was Borgen.
No, I had to. Well, that's not surprising that I was on my 5G router, which is like my primary. Probably shouldn't be, but I had to switch over. I some blip in 5G, so I had to switch over to my AT&T. So sorry about that. This is why you should always have a backup, backup network if you're going to do this. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're good. Verizon, yeah. There you're good. All right, here we go.
Well, no. Well, I said no. I have AT&T FiOS, and then for some reason the T-Mobile 5G router is like my primary. Probably shouldn't be, but
you see my new toy? Yeah.
Oh, what is that? A Cessna? Or no? That's not a B2. That's
no.
A
I got
Cessna, right?
I got two of them. Oh, they got me a mini fleet. Hold on, here we go.
Nice. Now, how many channels do they have on planes now?
You can get up to 20, but that's a lot of stuff going on there.
Yeah. So where's the B2?
Hold on, let me grab it.
Have you taken it out of the box yet?
No, she don't even know I got that one. Keep the B2 down. I told her I was getting the B2.
My bad. Oh, my bad.
Nah, I got both.
So Brian says I should have a backup woman too. Oh, you're probably right about that.
Hey, sometimes a woman will let you.
Sometimes
Just got to be
what?
honest. Sometimes they'll let you.
This might be my new woman. Oh, that's right. She's married.
Let them white crackers beat.
Oh, wait, hold on. I want to hear her say this. This is my kind of MAGA woman.
I get tired of it too. So I've tried to walk away numerous times, and Bannon is the one that'll always come to me and be like, "You're gonna let them white crackers beat you." Like, are you
says that?
Yeah, are you gonna let them beat
What
you?
game is he playing, Sonny Johnson?
I'm telling. This
what
is
he
what
playing?
this is what I know from my personal experience. Is are you really gonna run away? This is not who I thought you are. You really gonna take this? And I'm like, what do you like? Like literally,
he's playing a different kind of game, though.
I don't defend. I don't defend, just like I don't attack. So I'm not in defense of anything. But I will say, I would have quit if it wasn't him jumping in every single time, challenging my pride and ego to stick in just a little bit longer. And now I'm as serious though. Imagine, like, if I had just walked away.
Sonny Johnson's in the house. Sonny's Corner, Sirius XM 125 at 1 p.m. Eastern on Saturdays. Tell us your success story.
I haven't built it yet. Let
you're
sister
not there
work.
yet?
No, I'm just starting to pick out my investment groups, and I'm just starting to actually, fill in all of my dots and get my life in order, because I shaped so much of it of being a stay-at-home mom and kind of focusing everything around my husband and my daughter, who's now growing up and doesn't need mommy anymore. And so, like, I'm at a place of really writing my success story now, and it's just the building blocks. I couldn't give you.
Hey, don't be giving Dave ideas, Con. That's comparing this far right MAGA woman to Nikki Giovanni. You're just gonna
not far right.
Don't be giving Dave this kind of ammunition.
Oh, I missed it. I can't even see what he said.
Good. Then don't worry about it. Khan says not politically, but cadence. Yeah, I guess she didn't remind me of it, but you probably know. I probably haven't listened to anything she's recorded in quite some time.
A description of it at the moment.
Why do we know about you? How did you meet Steve Bannon? How was that?
Actually, I got invited to give a speech at a tea party, and I was petrified. This is the first time I had ever done.
How did that happen?
I was with Frederick Douglass Foundation as one of their people in Virginia, and I
wonder if that's similar to the one in Texas. I have to ask a question about that.
See, she just pretty much told you that she's out of the camp of Umar.
She's out of what?
Umar Johnson camp.
Well, in my opinion, Umar's on the right. All those guys are.
Yeah, with their racial grievances and all that. You're right.
Yeah, but they are. Look, these black radicals, these Pan-Africanists are almost always, Eldridge Cleaver. A lot of those Black Panthers wound up on the right. Clarence Thomas was a black radical. He winds up on the right. And the connection between the two is they're very patriarchal. They believe that women have their place. So a lot of those guys have a lot of intersections with MAGA.
Yeah, they're just in a whole different thing.
He was a total nut. Well, he wound up on the right though.
They're in a whole different camp. I don't know how much stock you could put into that. And actually,
I can put a whole dude. Clarence Thomas was
those might be the guys you're talking about, though.
Clarence Thomas was a black radical. Read his biography.
Yeah, I get it, and I have. But I think that those radicals, the other ones, not Clarence Thomas, today he's not a radical, but those who still carry that torch, they're not in the same camp. They're not in the same atmosphere of what I'm talking about when I say that as a Republican or one who votes red or whatever. It's just totally different. Everything's sectioned off, and we're not in the same camp. That's them. They got their own agenda. I got mine.
Well, I mean, the right is not lockstep.
Here we go. Here's the B2. See how small it is?
You know, you remember you were here that night we were showing those guys that were using what's his name's runway, Tyler Perry's runway. One of them had a B2.
Yeah, this one is really small.
Yeah,
Yeah,
theirs was pretty small too.
The other one's going to take a whole lot more assembly. It's just probably 3 times bigger.
Yeah.
Anyway,
nice.
Those are the toys. I gotta wait till the spring.
Oh, I'd fly it in the snow.
Yeah, I'm half tempted. I ain't gonna lie.
Hey, those military pilots got to be able to fly in all kinds of weather.
We were invited to go to a speech, and the guy couldn't make it, so he was like, "Would you go?" And I was like, "No." And he was like, "Come on, we need you to go." And I was like, "Okay, I'll go." And I was like petrified. I'm like, "These."
Okay, well,
like honestly,
that's an interesting point. I don't think Clarence Thomas was ever that Old Testament. He grew up Catholic. As a matter of fact, I've said this many times. I grew up in the same parish, literally the same church that Clarence Thomas grew up in. My mother did too. So I know people who, well, most of the people that I knew who knew Clarence Thomas are actually deceased. But so you're only going to be so much Old Testament. Catholicism is very New Testament. That's kind of some of the differences between, some of the Protestant sects, I'll call them. They are a lot more Old Testament. I can tell you right now, like all the readings, Psalms might be one of the, Old Testament things you might read, but at least my section of Catholicism was very New Testament.
these white people are not going to like me. I'm like, these people, I'm like, literally, this is what I'm saying. My husband was like, just show up. Just go and just show up. Like, what's the worst that they could possibly do to you? So I said, well, I'm not going to sugarcoat the speech.
Well, they could lynch you.
Go back and look my very first speech. It is the same Sonny Johnson you're seeing right now. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm going to go in. I'm going to be me. I'm going to do what I got to do and say what I need to say the way I need to say it. And I did it. And Steve Bannon's sister was in the audience.
He has a sister?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know that.
And his sister was in the audience.
Look at this!
And
look
she
at this!
called him immediately.
Rat scallion.
Zhang coming in hot.
See, this is what Zhang doesn't understand. I grew up in the 70s and 80s. No, sir. Even if you were, you better keep that shit in the closet. The 70s and 80s in Savannah, dude, it didn't work that goddamn way. Even if you were, you keep that, you keep that. And dude, I went to an all boys Catholic military school. Dude, if they smelled it, dude, those motherfuckers could smell you if you were anything other than a fucking jock or a math dude. The only way you got respected in my school is you better be making like really high grades. Or you better be a football player. Like shit. Let me tell you something. Our our valedictorian was he wasn't well liked because he transferred in his junior year and basically displaced the guy who was gonna be the valedictorian. But he played soccer And they thought, dude, they mistreated some of these soccer players. Now, a lot of the football players played soccer in the spring. This dude was just a soccer player. One day they fucking grabbed his ass and taped him to the bottom of a fucking bleacher. They didn't tape him to the top. They taped him to the fucking bottom, the underside of the bleacher. They did not. If you didn't play football or basketball, dude, or baseball, no, tennis, dude, tennis, URGAY. Soccer, that's even worse.
They be having those one-liners, show titles. That's a show title, right?
Not particularly, because Zhang. See, Zhang.
Don't be discriminating against Zhang.
Zhang is really just like puerile. I'll just use that word. That's like
Puerile.
high school shit.
Let me get a pen.
Puerile.
Yeah, puerile. What'd you say? Puerile?
Puerile.
Puerile.
Yeah, I think it's PUE. Let me look it up. I haven't. Can't remember how to spell it.
I'm getting a pen.
Yeah, I did spell it right. See, puerile. Of or pertaining to a boy or child. Boyish, childish, juvenile.
Yep. Using those words again.
Yep. Just pulled it right out. Didn't even remembered how to spell it, buddy.
It took no effort. That's one thing I do. I do sometimes have a paper and pencil ready.
I've been using that word. It's a Latin root. There's a Latin version of it. I've probably known what the word was since I was a freshman in high school.
Yep. Nobody's saying that shit these days.
Sure they do.
Nope.
just not in the blackosphere.
Right. So megabytes still. Yeah, it's a show title, ain't it?
So you did grow up gay? You know what? This is coming from a motherfucker with a PhD in Britain. Dude, you probably say that shit with a British accent. You limey bastard.
This girl, you need to see her. You need to see her now. 2 days later, Bannon was calling me, asking me to come and be a part of his documentary, and I appeared in Fire from the Heartland for him a couple of months later.
866-801-8255. We're talking with Sonny Johnson. If you want to ask her a question, you can tune in.
She does better than the Michelle Obama show.
Eastern. You can listen to that on demand if you're listening to our wonderful programming here on Earth.
Is her hair short or pulled back? I can't tell.
I think it's pulled back. She used to actually have shoulder length hair.
Good for her.
Karen Hunter is literally she was a sports reporter for the New York Daily News. I mean, she's a Pulitzer Prize winner. I think it was a team prize, but no, she's got a Pulitzer, a Peabody. She's the real deal.
You know, people are still saying that Michelle Obama would win the presidency if she ran.
Yeah, I don't think she has any desire to go through that shit again.
You know, I don't know. It's like a vapor. You got to wait for it to just fade away.
No, I think the older she gets, the less likely.
I think the louder that
pretty much. I mean, being president is kind of constraining unless your name is Trump. She can pretty much say, do, or whatever she wants to do now. Why would anybody who's sane want to be president? Obama's just ego. I mean, he's smart. I mean, I think he's like one of the smarter presidents we've ever had. But wanting to be president, you have to have a little bit of a screw loose somewhere. But anyway, no, Karen Hunter is like the consummate journalist. I mean, she is an actual journalist. So of course she's good at this. She's the one who built I was talking to you about narrative. she's literally built a social media platform. Now it's a closed platform, it's a subscription service, but they built a she was kind of the impetus behind building a whole social media platform. So she has done some shit. People have no clue who she is unless you know who she is.
Well, you could tell she kind of has like I don't know, she has a flow to her that I don't think Michelle Obama has.
No, she's a journalist.
Yeah, she's real good at her work. You can tell.
And she's a product of Catholic schools also.
Review.
As a matter of fact, she and I are roughly the same age. She's 60. Not here, she's not 60, but she and I are pretty much born the same year.
Yeah, you kindred spirits too.
On Saturdays with Jennifer.
She's probably a little bit more Afrocentric than I am.
Yeah, I don't see you rocking the dashiki like even if
you know what? I would wear it in the house. I wouldn't be wearing it like, it's not my shtick.
You know what was funny? You know what was funny? One day I got inspired. I don't know what it was. I was like, man, I want to get a dashiki. So I wanted like an authentic one. So I tried to look, I Googled like an African website from the continent to see what kind of dashikis and what they go for. They were cheaper. But then they had like a catalog, an online catalog. And they didn't have any black people modeling these dashikis. And I said, fuck it. Like there was 0 black models in Africa for African dashikis. Blew my mind.
Were they Indians or?
No, they were just straight up white people, Caucasians.
Really?
Yeah, it was weird as hell. The #1 dashiki distributor, finest fabrics from this side of the Nile, and yeah, it was straight up American, Caucasian, French, maybe. I don't know. They just did not have black people modeling the dashiki. I thought I was going to see
a lot of Africans tend to be, to the right. Like all the Nigerians, the 2 Nigerians that are from Nigeria, one of them still lives in Nigeria, the other in Canada. They're pretty much on the right. What I'm saying is a lot of these people wouldn't buy a dashiki. They're more likely to buy a dashiki if a white person's wearing them.
Right. But you know how like they got the markets and you got all types of art. So it's not, I'm gonna say fine art, but they sell all kinds of stuff at the market. Chew sticks. I just wanted something authentic, just show my African pride. I was told I was an African American.
Yeah, right. You know what? That's believable.
I know. There was a whole
kidding.
It was a journey.
Wearing
it was a journey, man. You don't just arrive.
I hate to tell you this, but most people on the blacks on the left, I've literally never known anyone who's in my age group that's worn a dashiki. And I went to an all-black Catholic church, 1st through 6th, to an all-black Catholic school. I've literally never seen anyone wear a dashiki that I can recall.
I'm a unique individual.
Remember, I grew up in a black neighborhood. I've literally never seen anyone in my neighborhood wear a dashiki.
That's crazy, but you're black.
Well, I would think that most people doing that would be a little bit, more likely to be black radicals. And believe me, you're not going to find a whole lot of, Black Panther wannabes in a Catholic church.
I thought you were going to say in 2026, because apparently the Black Panthers made a comeback. Did you see that?
Yeah, I haven't even paid any attention to it. They're not tough. These motherfuckers aren't tough.
But they're trying to police they're policing the ICE agents.
Well, there's There's a Sergeant Willie Pete had a post early this morning where he was mocking one of those Black Panthers, the weapon that the dude had. Sergeant Willie Pete had a, you know, he had a little bit of a laugh at this dude's, his equipment.
Yeah, bad. I haven't heard Willie Pete in forever. I'm at the look him up.
Yeah, I subscribe to his channel. I actually think he's pretty smart when he's not, I'm not into, the weapons and all that, but he's written some long like posts. He seems to read books.
Yeah, he's always been touted as an intellectual, right?
I would not doubt that he is. Some of the shit he writes is pretty sophisticated. You can tell he's read a history book or two.
Did you see the one video, the black guy that got shot in the face with the pepper cannon?
Not that I recall. Was this recent?
Yeah, it was ICE agent. ICE agent like hit him in the side of the face with like
pepper bag or whatever they're.
Yeah, it might have been
a non-lethal.
Yeah, it was like seasoning salt. It's like Lowry's. It just puffed up a big cloud of Cheeto dust in the side of his head. Yeah, it's pretty.
I'll tell you right now, it'll leave a mark.
Yeah, it's pretty messed
he's
up.
Not. It'll probably be scar tissue.
He got well seasoned. It was terrible.
Oh, you know what? I just noticed that Jack Smith is going to be doing a public testimony in the morning. I might actually cover this live. Let's see, where am I? We are at 23 minutes. So we got 23 minutes to go. Okay, so after this, I'm going to be heading out because I might actually cover this Jack Smith testimony live. And then, by the way, a show note for Wednesday, the Supreme Court is going to be hearing the Lisa Cook case. Basically, it's going to be the, kind of like the test to see if Trump has like total control of the executive branch. The Fed is basically supposedly an independent branch because you don't want your financial system to be directly under control of politics. And so it's a big deal because Lisa Cook, one of the black lady who's the Fed governor, it's going to be her case because Trump tried to fire her for some bullshit and never produced any sort of like concrete evidence that she'd done anything wrong. So what's his name? Jerome Powell is actually going to be there in the courtroom. So that's a political statement in and of itself.
I'll be waiting on you to cover that.
Yeah, I might even, depending. They usually do a morning and an evening session. I don't know which hopefully it's an afternoon. That way I don't have to get up early. But I am usually up, fairly early. So I might just do, because Jack Smith smoked the closed door session. He fucking smoked them. He made them all look like fools. So I want to see what he does it publicly. Nothing's going to happen to Jack Smith. There was no stuttering. He had his evidence. It's like, here, you can look at page so-and-so where I said.
If you do it live, if you do it live, can you reach out to SKC so that way there's some balance, so we don't have to hear you just gloating about your favorite,
You contact him. I don't have his email. Oh wait, hold it. I'm trying.
Come on, yes you do. Yeah, you do. You got to. You have to. You can't tell me you got to check.
I'll check. He used to be on a Discord that I was on.
Yeah, he doesn't do the social media thing. He's more email.
Well, no, he used to do Discord. He asked about a guy named Charles. He's the guy who's in Nigeria.
Yeah. I remember he was in there. I think he got me in there. I don't know. I dropped the link to it a long time ago. But I don't think you guys been that active. I don't really get on Discord too much.
I probably check it once a day.
I like Telegram better. It's a little better. But yeah, I'm just saying it would be nice if you had some balance.
Well, no, I would love it if he. I'll see what I got. I can always post and tag him
on YouTube.
And Wilma
yeah.
I forgot he had a channel on here.
Yeah.
Okay.
If he's got an account, I'll figure out how to tag him.
Cool.
Dr. Wilma Leon.
He does have an account, a YouTube account, whether he has a channel or not, an active channel. I think everybody gets a channel these days, but whether you actually use it or not is a different story. But I'll figure it out.
Sunny's putting it down, and as she builds her brand, whatever that means, I think the thing that I like about you is that you are authentically who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you have never switched up since I've seen you day one, and that tells me a lot because some people get into this for other reasons.
I didn't had that pocketbook take hits for being Sunny. I've had them shows canceled for being Sunny, them appearances snatched for being Sunny. Oh yeah, I have paid the price to be Sunny, but there's no other person I'd rather be than me. So that's what I'm gonna do.
All right, let me take.
Okay.
Ready? Let's go to Malik.
How is that? How is happy to be you?
With Sunny Johnson. Hey, Malik.
Being a victim.
Thank you. How's it going?
No, she was talking about how she got snatched off because she was her. Like, bitch, you agitating. Stop acting like you ain't agitating.
Ultimately, she says there's nobody she'd rather be. That's not a good mentality.
Yeah, I get it. But she still gets.
I want this black lady to serve me a Grand Slam platter at Denny's and call me sugar or love as she serves me. I think she'd be good at this. Yeah, well, motherfucker, you'll be sitting in the same booth with Be Brave eating that shit at Denny's.
Oh, Vegas, man, he's good, bro.
Yeah, you'll be eating a cholesterol laden fucking breakfast, and you won't have to worry about a toothpick because of all the gaps in your teeth.
No, I'm switching over from my Bluetooth to my phone. I should sound better now.
All right, a little bit.
My question with this is the reason why Trump is where he is, and the Republican Party, even now doing what they do, is because of the Republican Party is a racist party. My question is,
what's up,
why don't we
Rick?
just separate? Just give them that party. If you're white and you believe in white supremacy, that's okay, because America allows you to believe and think what you want to think and believe the way you want to believe. So my thing is, why don't we just give them that party? And if you believe that a woman should have a choice and different aspects of the Democratic side of it, just give them the Republican Party and everybody else be Democrats. So if you want to be a white supremacist and believe all the issues that they believe in, then go. Okay, you are Republican.
All right. What you think about that, Sonny?
I don't. I think that's the same kind of talk that the white people call it in my show and say, and I dismiss them as easily. I'm not here for that. It's people on both sides that don't want a discussion. They want us separated. I'm not here for that. I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to separate from anyone. Anyone that wants to have a conversation with me, I am here for it. And that's an open invitation. But what I'm not going to do is shut off conversation. Or what I'm not going to do is pretend that I don't know the grassroots of the conservative movement.
Look who's here. It's As a Man. Unapologetic as a man.
You got so much shit to talk about him. If he was to hit the link, I'd just, step to the side where y'all had that conversation.
The last time he was up here, we talked shit back and forth. Okay.
That's who that was. All right, I remember.
Yeah, nothing. Hey, unapologetic. This lady here is she's Sunny Johnson. Apparently, she is a conservative black woman that I actually like, at least so far.
You know what that means? If you do the math on that, and you carry the one, that just means that she says she's conservative. Doesn't mean she is.
You know what? I bet she knows more about being conservative than you do.
I bet she picks and chooses only what she wants to talk about. It doesn't matter what she says in totality.
Why wouldn't she pick and choose? It's called freedom. It's called freedom, Dave. I know y'all far right freaks don't know about freedom. But I think she is an unapologetically a free Black woman who chooses to identify and embrace your far right politics.
You might think about the Republican Party, the conservative movement. These are the people that have shown up for me every single time. And these are the people that I am genuinely sunny around, and they love me for being me and have from the very beginning, and they've grown with me. So to say that there's a majority of them that are racist, no, I don't agree with that.
Don't agree with that either. I think people one-on-one
are good.
People one-on-one, they have a hard time, but it's the group thing. And what he's saying is
establishment, and more than anything, and I swear it is the establishment. It is what you get in messaging as the message of the Republican Party, that has nothing to do with the majority of the people on the ground and how they honestly feel. And I bet you a lot of Democrats might say the same thing about some of their leadership up in the heights.
But so what he's saying is that the people with the tiki torches who march and they identify with being Republican. So it's almost like that algebraic equation.
See,
So
I literally
if
say
all the people
this woman is a conservative, and he just automatically something about a liberal woman. What part of liberal? What the fuck are you talking about? The woman literally knows Steve Bannon.
I said earlier she was a liberal. That's two.
And you know what? Neither you nor Unapologetic know shit about conservative politics. I know more.
Stanley, she would never get this much airtime if she wasn't a liberal.
How about that hot take?
I don't even know what you said, but she would never get this much airtime if she was not a liberal. That's, you know it. We all know
that's
it.
Not true. Fox
everybody,
News.
Everybody in your chat
Fox
knows
News. Now look at this bitch boy. I'm making a point. Now who but a bitch boy would call someone a bitch boy?
Is he talking to you?
Yeah, he's an embarrassment. These motherfucking conservatives you probably don't get more sophisticated in your critique of the left than bitch boy. I bet if I said puerile, you would have no clue what I'm talking about. But you are puerile with that bitch boy stuff.
Tiki torches
they were like, seriously,
are racist,
with
then
like tiki torches. I'm like, are you kidding me?
But the point is, though, Republican
get who Unapologetic. It would be interesting to hear him. Yeah, you're not talking Unapologetic. You're typing. Typing is not talking there, son. I don't hear your voice. I don't even hear your tapping. But when you call me a bitch boy, I call you puerile. Look that up.
Seem to be even Donald Trump embracing that ideology.
That's just because I'm not gonna speak for him, and that's his ignorance showing up, and not having people around him that check him. And that's my entire problem for the moment. When
the non-MAGA people, like the never Trumpers, you could probably say they're kind of centrist. MAGA, especially the MAGA blacks, they're trying to outflank the fucking MAGA folks to the right. The MAGA blacks are like far right. We might just call them nigga Nazis.
Omarosa came in. Like, that's not a checkmate. That's a nice phrase. Someone that's going to say something nice about you. That's not going to check. That's not going to check.
She's a checkmate. She was a checkmate. She got her checkmate.
I didn't mean it like that, but that.
See, Unapologetic thinks these two black women on the panel are white. That's what being colorblind will do to you. You think everybody's white.
Yeah,
She got
her check.
paid. I can
Yeah.
say that
She
much.
wasn't
She
there to
got
check
paid.
him. She was there to get a check.
And that's what he needs, and that's what more people in the Republican
Yes,
Party need. They need people that
we do vote, or I vote that way. Hell yeah, I do. Freedom of choice there, buddy. Their bodies, their choice. So I see no problems with abortion as long as you're within the limits of the law. So
he doesn't believe in God. That's why.
Suck on that there, as a managetic.
I was talking about you, Stanley. You don't believe in God if you say some shit like that.
You know what? Your opinion and whatever you say, but I think abortion's just fine.
I bet you do.
We'll check.
Yeah, it's not something that I would condone, but just people I don't know, they can do what the hell they want. Their body, their choice. As long as it's within the legal limits. Don't be doing anything illegal.
Them. But as long as they can get these flavor of the months that come along and make them think
I
that
think
the
your
way that they
mental
think now, the
limitations
way
are
that they
showing.
speak now
Unapologetic.
is okay, then
That's
they're
why
going to
you're
continue doing it.
unapologetic.
And that's why they continuously pick flavors of the month instead of people who are actually knowledgeable about the conversation.
I got pushed back when I said half the black people listening to my
Stanley,
voice.
does God belong in politics?
To these big fights.
I'm sorry, what?
Should you pick your politics based on your religion?
I think that kind of happens naturally, doesn't it?
You would think. So why would
I
you?
think more people who tend to be fundamentalist are going to be, I would guess, would tend to be to the right of center. But I mean, there are plenty of people on the right who are atheists. That's not that big a deal.
Yeah, I know, and those
Shit,
are probably
I
the
think
ones that
Trump- I
everybody
think-
refers to as racist. They probably more would align with that than the guys that they call racist just because they're on the right.
Let me tell you something. I don't look at American racism by party. The only difference is I think the right embraces racists. They don't have a problem with racism. I think more people on the left have a problem with it, but I think the left and right, I think race is an American problem. It's not that, in my opinion, it's not that aligned with party.
Right, but more people on the left think that that's true, that it aligns with party.
Okay, well, that's their problem.
So everybody on the right is racist. That's what they say all the time.
I don't think everybody on the right is racist. I don't think the Republicans are any more racist than the Democrats. It's just it displays differently. It presents differently. People on the right don't have a problem sitting down with Nick Fuentes and what's his name for Thanksgiving dinner. They just think that's just another Thanksgiving. People on the left have a little bit more trepidation about it.
They're hypersensitive.
They'll be a little bit more ashamed. But dude, we voted for Joe Biden, who has some troubling issues in his past. Who but a racist would say something like, "If you don't vote for me, you ain't black"? Who the fuck?
But then what did you do after that? You ran out there. You were hyped up on that Kool-Aid.
What did I do after that? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, you were hyped up on the Kool-Aid. You ran out there. You said, "I'm black.
Okay, let
I'm black."
me tell you what I did.
He's not going to take my black card.
The lesser of two evils. I think Trump is just more racist.
Oh, so you voted based on the lesser of that?
Yes,
I find that's interesting.
I voted against Trump.
Yeah, because he was more evil than the guy who told you that you wasn't black.
No, I wouldn't call Trump evil, but I'd probably be more likely to call him evil than some other people. But no, I don't. I've never had a use for Donald Trump, even back in his I've never watched The Apprentice, I've never had a use for Donald Trump after the Central Park Five.
That's crazy because they made songs praising Donald Trump in Central Park Five.
I don't give a fuck what they did. What does that have to do with
Are
me?
you talking about what that the Democratic prosecutor and the Democratic mayor?
I have
that
no clue
prosecute
what you're
those little
talking
boys?
about.
Oh,
You mean
well,
the
I'm talking.
Central Park? You mean the Central Park
Yes,
Five?
sir, yes, sir.
Yeah, you're
Central
talking about the
Park
same
5.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the Central Park
Okay, well, they
5.
weren't
When
lawyers.
yeah,
Those
yeah.
five
So
boys
please,
weren't lawyers.
what? What?
Those five boys were not lawyers.
So what that mean?
It means I'm talking about the Central Park Five, not their lawyers.
So okay, what that mean when you said you didn't
Dude, are you
care for
really going to
Donald
keep
Trump? That you
asking me
said you
what
didn't
that
care for
means?
Donald Trump. That you said that you
How many
didn't care for
times are you
Donald
going to
Trump.
ask me what that means?
Yeah, and I'm. You don't understand. You don't understand what I'm saying. So I'm
No,
trying to
I
correct you.
don't understand your form of English, sir.
No, you don't want to understand my form of English because somebody told your literal fake smarty arty ass that you was
My
intelligent
fake
enough.
smarty arty ass who's
Yes,
sitting
yes, sir.
here
Yes,
ad
sir. Yes,
hominem,
sir. Yes, sir. Yes,
you.
sir. Yes,
Dude, I'm
you a fake
literally
smarty arty
mocking
ass.
you.
Everybody
So
can't be at the
wait,
house for
is
16
my
hours a day reading books.
is my
I go out, I
trashing
touch
you?
grass.
Is
I
that
touch
fake?
grass every day. I
I don't
touch
give a
grass
fuck if
every
you
day.
cut grass. Who gives a fuck?
I cannot be in a house for 18 hours a day.
Okay,
I touch
motherfucker.
grass
So
to
what?
read
Is
a
that
book,
supposed
sir.
is that
You
supposed to
fucking
impress
coward.
somebody? Do
I
you
wouldn't
take a
bet.
shower after you cut the grass?
You sound like an idiot. Oh, you gonna still be
Oh,
babbling like a
motherfucker,
radical
I
feminist white
sound like
woman,
an
your hero?
idiot on my
You
panel
you
fucking
low
mocking
testosterone
you.
little fuck boys that have
Hey, you
the
can,
mind of a liberal white
hey,
woman. You
hey,
fucking
who
low
came up? That's
testosterone
you're
white boy.
goddamn right. Not
Fuck
only did
boy.
I
You
marry her,
fuck
I
boy.
fucked her.
Fuck boy. You like them little
Dude,
white
you are
hoes
seriously
that teach you
demented.
niggas
You come up
how to vote
here for
against
the
your own
abuse,
fucking
don't
people.
you?
That teach
You
you
come
niggas
up
how to
here to
vote in
be
front of your
abused.
own against your own
You
people.
come
You
up
fucking
here to
coward.
be abused.
No, what? By
You came
whom?
all the fucking way up
You
here
heard
for
what
me to
Steve. You
abuse
heard
you.
what Steve said. Really? Are
Fuck
you
Steve.
kidding?
Steve who? Who the
I be
fuck are you
getting your ass
talking
all the
about?
time. You are low
Steve who?
testosterone, liberal white
Steve
woman. A
who?
low testosterone,
Steve
liberal white
Bannon?
woman. You fucking football. You
You're
ugly,
goddamn right I did.
fucking cannonball face.
And you know
You
what I
think you
did? I
intelligent.
knew she
You
wouldn't
a
have
Trump
a use
deranged,
for
low
you, so
IQ,
she chose
fake
the better
smarty
black
arty
man.
that
You
stay in your house for
tried.
25
You
hours out the
tried
day
and
and do
failed. She
nothing.
came to
Fucking, what
me.
you talking about? Your whole crew,
Motherfucker,
everybody
you
you
heard what
talk
I
to is
said.
fucking cowards.
I hear
You
tell you
fucking, your
tried to
son is
date her,
fucking
but she
power.
decided I was the better black man.
Nigga, you ain't no better black man. You a
You're
better
goddamn right I am.
clown. You a
I
better
am
clown.
literally a better black man
No, you're
than
not,
you.
sir. No, you're not, sir. No, you're not,
Oh,
sir.
yes,
Because
I am.
you don't know
I'm
me enough.
smarter. I'm more
I
articulate.
know you
I've read
because
more
you have
books.
the same
I
fucking
bet I
height
even
as a
cut
low
grass
IQ.
better than you, bitch.
What?
You heard
And
what the fuck I
if you was
said.
in front of me, I swear to God,
I
I smack
cut
you and I smack
grass
anybody in your
better than
family.
you, bitch.
If you was in front of me, I smack you and anybody in your
Motherfucker,
family.
I can trim the hedges better than you. My overall lawn care game is superior to yours.
Sir, you be in the house 18 hours a day. You
You're
do nothing but
goddamn
read
right.
books.
You want to know why? Because I
You
have
do
a
nothing
nice
but read
house.
books.
I have a nice house.
What
That's
does
why
that
I'm
mean,
here.
sir?
Where do you
That
live?
tells me everything that you go over.
Okay, all
Everything
it's
that you go
telling
over
you
with
is
your,
I'm a better black
all the
man.
articles that you read.
I'm a
That's far,
better
far less.
black man.
That
I
tells
am
me
a
you don't do anything.
superior black man.
You're not with the people.
When they talk about black
You're a guy that be in the
supremacy,
house 18,
they
20 hours
have
a day,
my picture
reading
in the
far, far
dictionary.
less. Radical feminist white woman.
I am a radical feminist black man who is
Ideology.
superior to you.
That's what you do.
Yes, I mock those who are not superior. Any other bullshit? Have I silenced you? let me get back to what we were doing, some serious stuff.
With people, and my thing was, if more of us registered as Republicans, then we could vote in people like us, and then we could,
challenge a lot of the talking points. And I swear, if you will have a champion, I will be there for you. I am loud. I am connected. I know, I will be there for you to do that. If that, I don't even call myself a Republican, but if you want the insurgency to come, I'm there for it. You know what I'm saying?
I feel like the Republican Party then becomes us.
Yeah.
Because the strength in numbers, number one, it only took a couple of million Tea Party people
all
to
they need
jack the whole
is,
party.
And like I said, we did not win that. I don't know why Democrats keep saying it like the Tea Party.
Well, you got Ted Cruz.
No, they lost that battle. The Tea Party lost that battle to the elite of the Republican Party. And
you got Trump. You got
just by the way, remember this particular interview is from 2019. So probably tomorrow or at some point, I'll be watching a little bit more of her current stuff. Let's see. Deacon Dave says he just noticed how wide-eyed she is. Okay. Do you like her eyes? Is that your point?
You got Ted Cruz.
I'm surprised that you're giving a black woman a compliment, Dave.
No, because they lost is why you got Trump. Because everybody was so tired of losing. That's why you got Trump. If they would have had a victory in the Republican Party, then Trump would have never been there. It's just a simple fact that every single time the Republicans make promises, they break them. And it's not like you're not breaking any promises to the black community because you don't make any promises to the black community. But your white people got real mad when you start breaking promises to them. And that's where the Republican Party finds itself at now. That's why they have Trump, because they wouldn't listen when the base of the party kept telling the elites, hey, listen to us, pay attention. Oh, you not? Okay, we're here. Deal with him then. And that's where we find ourselves at now.
Well, that was petulant. Let's go to Tammy in California, because this has not turned out well for anybody. Hey, Tammy, you're on with Sonny Johnson. Welcome to the
I am bushy-tailed. You said she has a tail?
But one of the things that I wanted to say is that the reason why we got a person like Trump is because a lot of people did not vote.
That's true. I think 100 million people didn't show up. It was something ridiculous. 100 million people didn't show up in 2016.
Exactly. So the key is to get out and vote. That's why we end up with people like him. The second thing that I wanted to say is I agree with what your previous caller said, is that let the Republicans, just let them have that party, being that all they have shown people of color, such as myself, is that they're racist. They don't give a damn about my community. They don't give a damn about my sons, my daughters. They don't care. They don't care about education. They don't care about doing anything for people like us in our community.
But Tammy, but Tammy, if they became us, if we infiltrated the party and then we're the party, then all of that changes, because the only way, and the only reason why I'm pushing back, because we have a two-party system. There's states throughout this country that have been gerrymandered, right? And they're closed primaries, so that only the Republican is so you're gonna have a Republican governor, a Republican senator from your state, and no representation if we take that approach. That's not a power move, right? So if you give the party over, you could be living in a state where you will have no say whatsoever.
And on top of that, seriously, didn't black people already done that? Haven't we already given up on them? I mean,
96%,
stop acting why are you acting like they're actually giving the Republican Party a chance? Not the Republican Party deserves one, but this is assuming that there's an open opportunity. If it isn't, they've already chosen to give the Republican Party up. And I think that that's to the detriment of black people, because it negates so much of our history, so much about what we have done in this country. And like I said, I don't even claim it, but I do claim the history aspect of it, and those things that attach us in those ways. It is one of the biggest things I have with Republicans is arguing about is the lily white Republican branch. And that was the kind of the portion of the Republican Party that actively pushed blacks out of the Republican Party. This was their mission, because they wanted to make these deals and these partnerships with white Southerners. And this didn't happen in the 60s. This happened in the 1890s. Excuse me, let me go back. It happened in the 1890s. So that's when the purge of blacks started happening in the Republican Party. But even during that time period, while they were purging us, we were building Black Wall Streets. We were figuring out that we didn't need them to make this thing work. We didn't need them to figure out, and we still don't. Racism never broke us. It never broke us in this country until they came in the form of taxation, and they came in the form of regulation that we could not run from, we could not hide from, we could not duck from. And it sucked all the wealth out of our communities. And that's what we have now. It was never, ever racism that was beat us. We are not that weak. We are not that feeble. We can beat that every single time, but we cannot beat a government that takes away the very essence of who we are in the form of what we produce, and instead of giving it back to our communities the way we're supposed to.
Let's take another call. Miguel in Atlanta. Sonny Johnson's in the house. Welcome to the Karen Hunter Show.
Hey, Karen, Miguel down here in Atlanta, man. It's been a long time since I called in. But, Sonny, I heard you on, I think Sway in the morning yesterday, and I was really intrigued. I also a VA found from the 757. So when I heard Richmond, I was like, oh, even though I'm down to A.
Yeah.
But I heard when the brother, here's the funny thing. Just like many black people, for the most part, I've been voting Democratic for my entire life, but I'm also an entrepreneur. And the one thing that I think that a lot of black folks don't understand, why there's a lot of black folks who are quote unquote closet Republicans, is that for the most part, the Democratic platform has no focus on entrepreneurship. And there seems to be a lot of focus on social issues, which are obviously important to our community. But until we decide that we're going to make some money, there's always going to be people that black folks who are going to say, okay, I'm going to be a conservative or Republican, because those are the circles that are talking about making money on a regular basis.
This is the way I see it. The more successful we get, we're going to create more racists. Like, they're going to get mad the more success we have. The more we build, the more of them are going to be ticked off that we're building. So, we can't keep looking at it like that. We have to start looking at it, like you said, through the lens of entrepreneurship. And this is one thing, like, the Republican Party does not understand. They're under this stupid fallacy that we want free stuff. We're in social justice because it's free. I'm like, no, we're into those things because we don't want to see our men murdered. We don't want to see overcrowding in prisons. We don't like failing. Like, there are legitimate beefs that we have that does not take away from the fact that we still want to own our own houses. We still want to own our own businesses. We still want to operate our own cities, but we can't let these things slide in that process. So I understand it's a balancing act that neither party is really meeting at the moment. And until we can create the kind of group that demands that, I mean, who really is going to take us seriously? And I think that that's where we are.
Listen, the bones are here. We already built this. We could just redo it. Sonny, stick around.
Of course, always.
866-801-8255. A few people want to talk to you. You're listening to the Karen Hunter Show. Sonny Johnson's in the house. We got Sonny Johnson in the house. She said she loves herself some Jay-Z because Jay-Z was the one that made you want to be rich.
Yeah. No, actually, he's the one who made me want to stop faking like I had money. So back in the day, you know how you could get the knockoffs.
God, man, this is insufferable. I know this is 2019. This could never be 2026. And I bet that a lot of black Republicans were probably somewhere around where she's at right here in 2019. I just think that they moved further down the line than this. This shit is just, it's a hard watch.
Why is it hard?
It's because she's not what she's saying she is, or at least she's not there yet.
You don't think that the Republican Party is full of racists?
No, and I'm trying to give her a lot of grace. No, actually, no.
You
no,
don't think
I don't,
that
no.
the Republican Party is full of racists?
No, I don't.
Jesus Christ, Dave.
Didn't David Duke
even the fucking black people in the Republican Party are racists?
I guess. But didn't David Duke endorse the Democrats?
Okay, Dave, what
the hell are we talking about?
I think, and it's funny because this kind of dovetails into this conversation I'm having with Con Shonery, I would literally be willing to say that the only non-racist president we've ever had was Barack Obama. I think every other fucking president was a racist to some degree.
Oh my God, man!
Every damn
I
last
I'm
one of them.
starting to frasm at. Somebody said that my chords are crossing. They are, man. I can't take this amount of like stupidity. The only president that wasn't racist was Obama, right?
I said,
is that what you said?
I literally said that. Which one of them wasn't?
I don't even give a fuck. Just keep going.
Yeah, well, of course you don't give a fuck.
Man.
But see, you think not giving a fuck me is a good thing. And I don't.
No, I come real close to Karen. I do not. I got to remind myself if I should not give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I'm going on mute.
Yeah, you better.
I did, and I don't need your goddamn permission.
All right. Well,
knockoff, you got a good knockoff. But he's like, what's the difference between a 4.0 and a 4.6? It's 30 to 40 grand. Beat it. You know what I'm saying? So like the ones who really know, they know, and you're not fooling them. And the ones who you can't.
Well, see, Dirty, I say that. I say what I say because I know, shoot, what president besides Obama wasn't racist? Maybe the only one that I might make an exception for would be George Bush Jr. But no, I'll go ahead and just say George Bush Jr. and Obama, but every other president, easily, I can prove it. Every single one of them. So good luck, and I'm sorry if your feelings are hurt, but I have no doubt that I'm right.
No, I mean you could be right, but the onus is on you to make.
No, the onus is not on me because I don't.
Exceptional.
I know. Listen to what I'm saying.
Exceptional claims require exceptional proof. Some shit like that.
Deacon Dave. No, the onus is on people to read goddamn history books. Okay. I don't have to prove it. I don't care. You don't have to believe me. I'm not requiring that people believe me. I know I'm right.
Okay. Stanley's right. Don't question what he said. He's right. That's like
no.
I say, not as I do.
Hey, all I have to say is if you have questions, the books are out there. Okay.
I do recall when I make claims, you make me prove them. I just forgot that you don't have to.
No, I don't. I know I'm right.
You just told me. I believe you.
Okay.
Info, they don't have it either. So why bother?
What's up, Savage?
I got to a place where I was actually comfortable with my $12 dresses.
I hear tell you did a show about me today. Was it good?
You know what I needed to pull to do.
Did you miss me?
But I started to learn that you looked at money differently and to start judging it differently. If we looked at it like our parents looked at it, we'll find ourselves in the situations our parents found themselves in. And I really started looking at money differently because of Jay-Z.
Oh, okay. Let's take a couple of calls.
Hold up 1 second, Stanley, because
water. Let's get some water.
Look at this doozy. Wilson.
Wait, this is gonna bother me, Stanley. I just gotta ask you this before I forget. I know you want to cook them. Cook them after this question.
Wilson?
I thought you were talking about Brian.
Oh, you know what? I'm used to him saying ridiculous things.
Nah, but how is it that Trump, even with his special team, his special task force, is not on pace to deport as many people as Obama? But Obama was the only president. I'm not done with the question. But Obama was the only president that wasn't racist.
I'm sorry, say that again?
Yeah. Listen. Trump is on pace. He's not on pace with Obama and deportations. But how come Obama is the only president that wasn't racist?
Because he had a smarter administration who just knew how to get things done.
That's an answer for a question I didn't ask.
Okay, listen to what I just said and the implication.
That's not good enough.
Okay, I need you. It's good enough for me.
That's a low bar.
How many
I get
times?
Okay, I get it. Dave, it's okay. I don't care.
Dave, how many times have I said the only person that I consider competent in Trump's administration right now is Marco Rubio? The rest of them are idiots.
Hey, Savage, I apologize.
Okay, did you hear what I said? Trump has probably the least capable administration, at least capable cabinet that I can remember.
Hey, Savage, I apologize. I tried to explain what your thoughts were earlier. I didn't do bad, but it wasn't good either.
Well, wait, what thoughts could he possibly have?
As to why he was roasting you.
Oh, I don't care.
I wanted to change the subject because you were saying something.
No, I really think that Trump doesn't have smart people who know the ins and outs of the system. And it was by design. I bet Trump, if Trump had the people in his cabinet that he had in his first administration, I bet he could give Obama a run for his money. He had capable people in that first administration. As a matter of fact, they probably wouldn't do what he needs them to do. Having a bunch of yes men who are incapable. How many people, how many temporary attorney generals have literally been ruled against in court? His Justice Department is in shambles. All the competent people were either fired or quit. Pam Bondi is not a good attorney general. And it's sad because I actually thought she was going to be. I thought she and maybe Rubio would be the two people who were superstars in that administration. And so far, it's only Rubio.
I remember when they announced the cabinet and they mentioned her, and you did say that way back then.
Yeah.
You said, that's a good thing.
I heard she was smart. I heard she talked some smack to Amy Coney Barrett. And that's why I thought she was really smart. Amy Coney Barrett brought up, if I recall the story, Amy Coney Barrett brought up something or another, and Pam Bondi corrected her on some arcane point of law. And it turns out Pam Bondi was right. So her reputation is shit. She was teaching, some fine point of law to a Supreme Court justice. That reputation that she almost had was why I thought, well, goddamn, apparently she's pretty competent, and she has proven not to be.
I think if you're good on defense, I can't expect you to be good on offense or special teams. I think people shine.
The Justice Department.
I'm making a point. I think people shine.
All they do is prosecute.
She can shine there.
Okay, let me help you out, Dave. She was Attorney General in Florida, right?
Okay. Yes.
And she, as a matter of fact, she couldn't get a conviction of what's his name? Zimmerman. So what I'm saying is that I actually thought, having been an AG of a major state, having, that one little story about her teaching Amy Coney Barrett something, I thought she was going to be competent. She has not been. Okay. All the Justice Department tends to do is prosecute people, and they can't even get a state or what do you call them? They can't even get like a U.S. attorney nominated to fucking convict their political enemies. James Comey's not gonna, he will have to spend a bunch of money on legal fees, but he's not going to jail. Fucking Letitia James, they're done. They're done. They have failed. They can't even get a fucking U.S. attorney nominated. That's how incompetent they are.
Mm-hmm.
So they are not as competent as I thought they would be under Bondi. And, I'm disappointed, but I think Rubio's the only one doing a stellar job.
Doesn't that go against your party? If they do a good job? If she was to get Letitia James up out of here,
dude, I
isn't
don't
that
really
your girl?
care. I'm probably more a political pragmatist than you give me credit for.
Okay, so it doesn't matter what they represent. You want to see them do a good job.
I want to see competence, and even if I don't agree with their agenda, at least I could say, well, goddamn, they were good at doing something I didn't support, but they were competent.
They proved that. Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
I just want shit to work. And as I said, I think that, the one point that I actually more or less agree is the illegal immigration problem in the southern border. It was a problem. Okay, now they got the border fixed, it seems, but I don't have a problem with their goals. I have a problem with their execution. I have a problem with their methods. They don't know. They're not coming off as competent.
Mm-hmm.
So even the one thing I might agree with them on, they're just not doing a good job. It's sloppy. What's going on up in Minnesota is sloppy. They're mucking it up, and the polls are reflecting it. So,
but the polls also did
give
say
them
that
good marks.
the polls also said that the Democrats are going to win by a landslide.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. The Democrats aren't in power.
No, but I'm saying, how much faith do you put in the polls?
A lot.
Oh, okay.
Especially when they're consistent.
Consistently wrong?
Okay, son, I don't know what you read. Even the conservative polls show Trump underwater.
Yeah. That's all fine and dandy, but it's all fine and dandy. I wouldn't put too much stock in polls.
Yeah,
that's
well,
your
you don't.
thing.
You
That's your
keep
thing.
not putting stock in it, and
That's your thing.
in 2026, we'll see whether the polls are right or not.
Right.
I'm sorry, in
Because
November
there's
of
no
this
way.
year.
Right. There's no way to prove it right now. So you're putting stock in something that's unprovable right now. Now you get my point.
I'm not saying they're concrete evidence, but the trends are not with the Trump administration right now.
It means nothing is my point.
Okay, you hope it means nothing. I hope it does mean something. And I think I'm right.
I can understand because we know what political party you want to win. You hope it means everything.
You know what? At this point in time, I just want Trump gone because I think he is
There
destructive.
it is.
I think he has dude, when have I ever hidden what I think about Trump and his administration? There's no caginess. There's no caginess on my part. I think they're incompetent and awful people.
And awful people.
Yes. When have I hidden that?
No, you didn't. You never did. No, you're right.
Long John Silver's. I haven't been there in years, Dirty. I bet it's cold as shit in West Virginia right now, too.
Did you ever order extra crumbs with your Long John Silver's?
Did I ever do what?
Order extra crumbs.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I haven't been to a Long John Silver's in decades. The closest we have down here is Captain D's.
Yeah, you could get like the batter drippings and thrown in the box. Yeah, you mix it up with like honey mustard.
Oh my God. Talk
Yeah.
about kids' food. You eat it, you eat it for cereal in the morning?
It's so stupid. My brother, he used to love that stuff. I don't know why, but they would scrape out the fryer and throw it in his box.
Oh,
And
wow. Talk
yeah, he
about
loved it.
healthy. Talk about healthy.
Well, you know, yeah, it was horrible.
Dirty says they're selling that stuff again. Ooh, boy.
Dirty used to eat that.
I can't imagine. I've never heard of it. Like I said, I haven't been to a Long John Silver's maybe since the 90s.
I don't even think there's one near me.
Yeah, I don't think they're I know they used to have them. Like the last time I can remember seeing one was maybe in North Carolina or maybe upstate South Carolina.
Yeah, it's wild, man. Yeah, people used to they used to go around the drive-thru. They wouldn't order nothing. They'd just get an add piece of something and give me all the crumbs you can give me. And they would mix it up with tartar sauce or honey mustard or anything and just eat crumbs, like breaded grease, like greased bread. I don't know how you would say it.
Fried bread?
Fried batter.
I could see the appeal of it, but it's not something I would eat today, not at my age.
Hell no, you'd be at home taking a nap. You catch the itis.
No, I'd be
put you out, man.
I think I'd be having a stomach ache with all that grease.
Yeah, I can't do it. No, I wasn't a fan.
Hey, dirty dude. I had Captain D's. There's one in my little town, and I did a delivery order like Uber Eats or something, and they fucked up the order spectacularly. And as a kid, Captain D's was like my sister and I. We would get all excited going to Captain D's, every now and again. Dude, they fucked up that order so bad. I'm never going back to Captain D's. not unless I guess I should never say never. But dude, I think that customer service at these fast food restaurants has deteriorated to a point. If I have to flip a coin to figure out whether they're going to get the order right, my food tastes better anyway.
Yeah, I don't know. You ever had the Archer Treaters? I guess that's about the same thing, huh?
I've heard of them. I've never been to one.
I had it one time and I ate that shit and fell asleep. Gave me an instantitis. I was out. Talk about your heart rate slowing down.
Yeah, that's because all the sludge gums up the works.
No good. No good.
Tempura batter in a way. I wouldn't eat just tempura batter either, Sin. Don't be trying to make that fucking greasy batter stuff upscale.
Nothing about it's good for you.
Gourmet scrapings.
Yeah, it's like real scrape. Like, the burger slime, the fat in the burger that renders. Yeah,
gourmet
you try to put that on bread. Ugh.
You do realize tempura batter is rice flour, isn't it? It's not like the same batter that they're using on the fish, I don't think. Maybe they do use like actual tempura, which I think is rice batter.
Yeah, it's egg and bread, egg and flour, pretty much. Egg wash, whatever the fuck. Yeah, I'm cool.
All right. Well, you know what? I'm about to call this blessed mess early because it's after 8 and I have not eaten yet dinner. So
I wish Unapologetic and you would just have a discussion instead of the ad homs. I know everybody wants to get on your level.
Once I beat him about the shoulders and what is it, Head and Shoulders. Once I get done beating him up a little bit, he calms down. He just likes to come in hot.
He did last time. You guys
He's
had
an
a great conversation.
he's an excitable boy. He's an unapologetic boy.
I like it though. It's hard to match somebody's level. You just gotta know where it's at. You don't want to be sloppy. You want to come in with nice, clean shots above the belt line. And
you know what? I unapologetic, and I don't even get excited because I know he knows nothing.
You can't underestimate people.
Oh, yes, I can.
I know you can.
Did you not hear the short that I did? Not everything is worth the discussion. And you know what surprises me is he comes up and I guess he thinks if aborting black babies is gonna rattle me or something. Dude, it's not me getting an abortion. I'm willing to let people fucking answer to God. It's between them and their God. It's not me.
Okay,
it's not me
so
either
if you're cool with
sponsoring
that,
or paying for or dude, I would, if I had a daughter, I probably wouldn't want her to get an abortion. But even then, I might just go, well, it's your decision, depending on her age. But you coming up here trying to morally or ethically shame me, save that for your fucking far right MAGA blacks. It doesn't work on me, son.
I got one point.
It's not me getting the abortion. And as far as I'm concerned, if what you're doing is legal, then hey, it's between you and your God.
So I accept the fact that it's not a morality question when the way I ask these questions, because I just want I'm looking for more towards consistency. So let's do another scenario. If somebody was to bring up the idea that women were allowed to prostitute themselves or sell their bodies, would you be okay with that?
Why wouldn't I be? As long as it's legal.
All right, cool. But you don't see any of that enabling the decline of morality in society?
Look, I think this country had legalized slavery for a couple hundred years. And then when people died in the Civil War and slavery was ended, they figured out a way to institute it, but better. Okay, this country was morally compromised when they reinstituted black codes.
In the same
America has been morally compromised since its inception.
So
this bullshit about they were men of their times. I know for damn sure that Thomas Jefferson knew that slavery was a problem. And if he did, then others did too. It's in the record. That's why they don't use the word slavery in the Declaration of Independence, though they did say slaves, but they were talking about themselves being slaves to like the king. They weren't talking about blacks. And what did Samuel Johnson say? And by the way, I'm reading his biography right now. He goes, hey, isn't it funny? And this is a paraphrase, but it's why do we hear the loudest whelps about the loudest yelps about liberty from the drivers of Negroes? Even Britain knew the hypocrisy.
Right.
So they knew slavery was problematic.
No doubt about it.
So don't talk to me about morally compromised. We have been morally compromised, in my opinion, from day one. Okay. I don't buy the idea that, how supernatural, the founding fathers or the framers were. They were human just like us. They might have been smart. They might have been well educated. And I really think that a lot of people on the left or whoever might be in the reparations fight, they're picking the wrong battle when they talk about slavery. The
I think
wealth
so too.
was lost
During Jim Crow.
during Jim Crow. And if you're not concentrating on that, because there are people who lived through Jim Crow and are probably demonstrably hurt by Jim Crow. I keep bringing up Bruce's Beach, and there are other places too. I think talking about slavery, nobody in America gives a fuck about slavery. They don't even teach it. If Florida thinks that slavery was a big trade school. The slaves were learning skills.
Slaves did learn a skill.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's the upside of slavery. The loss of freedom. Hey, sometimes you got to give up freedom to learn the trade. That's the dumbest. Talk about moral. Talk about being compromised morally. Listen to this. You deprive a person of freedom to teach them how to be a blacksmith, and you don't think that's a moral compromise?
There's no extracting anything positive out of it. I get it.
There is no extracting anything. There is no positive that can possibly come out of depriving someone of their natural rights.
Right.
Okay. And SKC, SKC thinks that it's hilarious when I say the first step to blacks being free in the United States was them wanting to be free. There were hundreds of slave rebellions. Okay. White people, they were literally afraid that, hey, if we free them, they're going to do to us what we did to them. There's plenty of records of that sort of logic. So don't talk to me about moral compromise. And I'm not fussing at you in particular, but hey, if you think it's such a big deal, why is it legal?
Uh-oh.
So when it's consistently illegal across the board, maybe we can revisit the conversation. But I'm going to be very blunt. Most of the motherfuckers who swing through here, they're not unapologetic manhood. And I actually like him. I think he's pretty cool. But dude, you're not capable of coming up and debating that bullshit with me. I will smash you. Same thing with Raw G and Cellulite. Y'all don't know enough. And I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings, but you don't. So you can come up here and fake smarty-arty and all that bullshit. Dude, I literally know my shit. I don't know it well. I'm not a professional historian. No, I'm talking about unapologetic called something about fake smart or some bullshit. Dude, call it what you want. I'm 60 and retired.
But you know that I would never say that you don't know what you're talking about. I'm pretty good at shutting up and listening when I have gaps.
Well, I mean, you can always double check me. I'm not perfect.
Right. I
have yet to hear unapologetic or any of these fools actually prove me wrong on anything. Who knows? I might be wrong on something. I'm not saying it's impossible, but no one has thought enough to actually go and do the research. So they're as lazy as I am. Why should I provide evidence when I know what I know? If you have a problem with it, if you want to take my fake smarty-arty smart ass, then prove me wrong. And it's possible.
It's not a question anybody should come out and ask you, but how much of what? Fuck it, I'm already here. How much of what you say is poker?
None of it. No, none of it.
Right.
I don't have a poker face. Like I said, I can be wrong, but What do you think I've been doing for the past 60 years? Talking shit, playing poker?
A little bit. You should.
No.
It should be. You need some of that in
No.
your diet.
Dude, none of it. I don't do
I
poker.
know I'm teasing, but you know, it's cool if you do.
Dude, you
ain't
know,
gotta tell nobody
my
else.
philosophy, my worldview has always been tell the truth. It's much more fun.
Right. I'm with you on
Brutal
that.
truth can be hilarious, especially to people who don't know it, who don't know the truth.
Absolutely. I find a
Eating
lot
at
of
Taco
stuff
Bell is
hilarious.
overpaying for shit food. Dude, do you know how easy it is to make your own tortillas at home? I mean, it's ridiculously easy. It's easier, dude. It's so easy. A kid can do it, and I know this because my son can do it. Uh, from what I hear, I mean, I actually got the pop up. I subscribed to Savage's show. I knew that he was, it was Boomers Are Gonna Boom or whatever the show was called. Look, what am I gonna do? Go up there and act all butthurt because he wants to mock me? Sometimes you got to let the kids be kids.
He was enjoying himself, making a
I
mockery
know
of
he
him.
was. There's a picture that I showed on T's
That was
channel.
fun.
T's channel a few months ago, I happened to find old pictures of me in an old Navy cruise book. So I'm in uniform. There are actually pictures of me out on the internet back in my young days. And one of the pictures is we were in Egypt and they'd rented a hotel, just for R&R. And they let the crew blow off steam. They were grabbing officers and throwing them in the pool. I was the very last officer they grabbed. And my boss helped him because apparently he figured, well, hey, if I do it, then they'll be brave enough to do it. Dude, I was the very last officer. And you know what? I said, hold on a second. Let me take off my shoes and let me take off my watch. And then you can throw me in. Even then, I dictated how it was going to happen. People did not fuck with me because I had this weird habit of, hey, you know what? You can do what you're doing now, but I'm a strong believer in karma and I will have the last laugh. There were officers I used to do that to. Dude, have your way now because I will fuck you, and I mean that. Like, I will make your life miserable. It might take 6 months, might take a year, but I'm not going to forget.
You sucked all the fun out of that. You know that, right?
Oh, dude, I was a professional at that. Yeah, throw me. The only reason I didn't get back at those, look, it was R&R. I mean, throwing me in the pool if that's what you need to do, because we were, the longest I've ever been at sea continuously was 5 months. Like literally, we didn't touch land for 5 months, and these guys needed to blow off steam. I wasn't mad. At least they let me take off my shoes.
And then you told him to get right with God, and then everybody was like, okay.
Well, see, it was my boss who was part of them. So what am I going to do? I can't get revenge on my boss. But what it tells me is that, hey, if my boss hadn't done it, they wouldn't have fucked with me. There were 15 officers on the ship, and the only two people that we knew weren't going to be thrown in was the captain and the XO. Everybody else got thrown in, and I was the last of the bunch because they weren't going to fuck with me. Plus, I think they, I was pretty well liked.
After all the lines you crossed?
Oh, dude, my guys loved me. You want to know why? Because my last group of people, I literally told them the only person on this ship that can fuck with you is me. Okay. You cross me and your life will be hell. However, nobody else is going to mess with you. They will have to come through me. If some officer, some chief comes up and goes, well, blah, 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 you go. I want you to tell them to come and talk to Mr. Cross. And if they dare do it, then great. But they probably won't. Nobody fucked with my people. So, I'm real territorial.
I see. One of these days I'm gonna come
And
out.
I'm the same way up on this panel.
You hear me? One of these days I'm gonna come down there to Georgia and outfish you in your own backyard.
You'll probably outfish me in freshwater. My son does, but
Oh,
saltwater, nope. I'm gonna smoke you. By the
challenge
way,
accepted.
I also have to give Unapologetic Manhood a compliment. At least he comes up on the panel.
Yeah,
So,
for sure. Respect to him.
and I like that. He's okay in my book.
They gotta understand. You gotta go through the fire. You gotta be fire roasted.
Look,
first.
or you can be right and put me through the fire.
Yeah. Rite of passage, right?
Look, this is just a YouTube show. If you come up and you know your shit and you put in it does happen occasionally. So what? I'm not gonna lose sleep. I'm not gonna lose money. I might lose a little face on YouTube, but that's okay.
Right on, Stanley. Let me get on down, man. I'm gonna go pick up my son and try to get some more of this puzzle done. I'm still messing with that damn
See,
puzzle.
look at Miss Middle of the Road here. The few minutes I guess I saw was pretty good actually. I think his animation did you justice. Rugged Stanley? A rugged. I have drug. I don't know what that means. But you know what? Like I said, look, I do come off as pompous. I do come off as arrogant. But you know what? If you want to put that much work into animation, and who knows how much work he put into that AI,
they're getting good, aren't they?
I tell you what, if I am the muse that made them work hard, I'm an inspiration to young black men. Hey, I'll take it.
I like the way you spun that. That's funny as shit.
I have inspired some old YNs beyond their usual limits. How can I be a loser? The black race will be better for them being able to do some AI animation.
Nice.
See, just like I took Latino for Trump's song and made it my own.
Yeah.
He put in a lot of work on that song.
It came from the heart, didn't it?
It came from the heart, and I thoroughly appreciate his contribution to the Stanley versus the World show.
Yeah, let me get out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and get my.
And it was free. It was free. I didn't even have to pay Nightish. So he saved me some bucks too. So I appreciate it. Salute to Latino for Trump and the John Galt family. Sin, I know that you are a treasured member of their admin team. So you tell them I said, hey now, okay? So thank you for being up here, Dave. I had fun. And as soon as you get that plane up off the ground, make sure that somebody's videotaping it. I'd be interested.
Yeah, I was thinking about getting a drone next so I can record. I'm tripping, man. I'm having way too much fun with this stuff. I'm tripping. But yeah, I gotta reel it in. I'm gonna have to pay some bills eventually.
Well, you'll be able to airmail them with your drone.
Right. All right, man. I'm out of here.
All right.
Be cool.
Take it easy. Everybody, I enjoyed it. Sin, Con, Dirty, Slick Rick, Brian, Kimmy, who didn't stay for very long. Lisette, my darling Lisette. Savage, unapologetic, Harry, all you guys out there, Free Zone Lou, Kelvin, of course, Zhang, Brian Nichols, y'all, we'll be back. I may actually wind up tomorrow at 10 p.m. I'm sorry, 10 a.m. Eastern. I may come on early to see Jack Smith's public testimony. What's up, 12th man? I may or may not. It depends. I'm usually up early, but who knows? I may not even feel like getting up online, but there's the possibility. And then Wednesday, there's a Supreme Court case I want to hear from start to finish if possible. So everybody have a good night. We will be seeing more of Sonny Johnson, my new favorite conservative. See y'all tomorrow.